And we are live. New wallpapers available now. I don't care. Dear, अरे भाई हम लोग FFXX पता नहीं क्या करूंगा। देखते हैं क्या करूंगा। लॉर्ड्स ऑफ द फॉलन का रिव्यू देखना है पहले तो मुझे। क्रेजी सेल पे चल रहा है। इनको कब मॉड बना दिया? सही बात। हटा दो बता। ऑफ द फॉलन रिव्यू देखूं जरा। The verdict.
Lords of the Fallen delivers entertaining combat centered on combos and spells, but its risk-based reward system seems slightly out of place in a world where its hero easily achieves great power and defense and makes risk obsolete. It achieves its goal of creating a more accessible Dark Souls experience, but unfortunately it goes a step or two too far.
एक तो मेरे से ऐसे ही खेले नहीं जाते ये सब चीजें। सही है फिर तो मजा। डेली का काम था। वैलोरेंट खेलते हैं ना, मन नहीं है सीएस। गॉड ऑफ वॉर टाइप है। गॉड ऑफ टाइप तो कुछ भी नहीं है भाई, बट मैं समझ गया। क्या यार अरे सही है भाई। स्काउट के साथ खेलने वाला मैं इसके ऊपर। मजाक कर रहा हूँ, मजाक कर रहा हूँ। Funny a flame that is अरे यार मुझे ये बता कि आईएम का ग्रैंड फाइनल कब है ग्लोबल चैलेंज का? वो मुझे देखना है, बट मुझे पता नहीं है कि एक्चुअली है कब। मुझे समझ में नहीं आया अभी तक भी कि वैसे 8:30 होता है, इसलिए मैं आज स्ट्रीम नहीं कर रहा था, बट सिंस उसकी अभी तक नोटिस भी नहीं है तो मैं सोच रहा हूँ कि पता नहीं कब ही होगी आईएम। पता नहीं। टाइम बता दे मुझे, बस कहीं से पता करेगा
Match
उसका।
found.
ऑस्ट्रेलिया वर्सेस टीम लिक्विड फॉर ग्रैंड स्लैम। वर्थ होगा देखना, जितना मुझे लग रहा है। सॉरी सीएस टूर्नामेंट्स नहीं, रेस्ट इन।
I am both shield and sword.
एक तो सेज इतनी जल्दी ले लेता हूँ ना मैं। नाइस इंस्टा लॉकर। व्हाट?
Hey guys.
म्यूटेड। म्यूट म्यूट। सेज ले भी लेता हूँ देख, इतना वो करके। ये लड़के फिर भी रोते हैं। They don't know sit। किल जो ले लिया उसने। क्या है ये? गोल्ड गोल्ड वन है। सेज लेने का फायदा है कि कोई जिद नहीं करता भाई, कोई कुछ नहीं बोलता सेज लेने पर, लिटरली। Glory. We don't need to hear them say it. Speak it. Yes, bro. बाइंड ये मैप है। मैप भी तो नहीं पता है मुझे। आसमां को छू लूं, लिबन उड़ूं या हेलीकॉप्टर। यहाँ से बनाता हूँ ताकि सपोर्ट मिले मुझे कहीं का, तो चलो ठीक है, ये भी सही है। गूगल पे 9:30 लिखा है फाइनल्स का टाइम। ओके ब्रो, थैंक यू सो मच फॉर दैट। 9:30 देखूंगा, अगर बहुत बढ़िया हो गए 9:30 का खेल लेता हूँ। मिड है। फिनिक्स पिटेगा, अगर फिनिक्स फंस जाएगा वैसे। लेट्स सी। अब बहुत क्रेजी मारता हूँ मैं कभी वैलो में, लाइक लिटरली काफी क्रेजी।
Spike planted. Last player standing.
किसी ने कुछ भी मार दिया या समझ में नहीं आया मुझे।
Look for my shadows, they will hide you.
Look for my shadows, they will hide you। छोड़िए, ले रहा हूँ तो यही ले लूँ। ये ट्रिक काम तो आती है, मैं बहुत ज्यादा यूज करता हूँ भाई इसको।
Wall raised.
दो बारी तो मारा है मैंने उससे, इतना मुझे पता है। रिप्ले करके देख लो मैं कितनी दो बारी मारा।
Spike planted.
Down.
गेम देख रहा है क्या है, किलजॉय की रैंक क्या है? गोल्ड वन है ये सब। क्रेजी भाई। यार मैंने उसको मारा था बुरा, रेस को। मुझे समझ में नहीं आता कभी कभी उसमें डैमेज क्यों नहीं
Kill
दिखता।
that brimstone. I mean, I
No one have mics. I have mic but I won't use it. बाय क्यों कर रहे हैं? करना है क्या भाई? कर दिया उन्होंने तो कर लेते। यार क्या क्रेजी वो क्लिप बन जाती है यार अगर मैं मार देता हूँ। यहाँ से आ रहा हूँ बार बार। अरे भाई गेम गया मेरा दोनों जगह का। अब तो मुझे ऐसा लगता है कभी।
Recalling my bot. Bot coming back. Spike planted.
वही बॉट वापस बुला सकती है तो मुझे आज पता चल रहा है। रेस्ट इन पीस। यहाँ से आएगा देख फिनिक्स ब्रेक करने में।
Last player
Pick up.
standing.
ओह शॉट है यार। क्रेजी भाई। क्या क्रेजी भाई। अपन कश्यप नो। अरे भाई क्या नहीं आते भाई खेल। नहीं यार मैं अच्छा खेलता हूँ ऐसी बात क्यों बोलूँ मैं नहीं खेलता अच्छा। अरे यार ये वो जबरदस्ती बाय कर रहे हैं तो मुझे वो लेना पड़ा। जोश ले लिया मैंने। इक्के शिक्के चाहिए थे मुझे। डोंट मेट मी थैंक्स। अच्छा तो ये है वो चीज जो शायद यहाँ पहले नहीं थी।
Tighten our defenses.
पता नहीं क्या करूं ऐसा।
Joke's over! You're dead!
Enemy spotted. Barrier created.
भाई कैंसर डेमो देख लिया मेरे। जब तो अपने प्राइम पे था मैंने तब तेरे डेमो नहीं देखे। अब देखूंगा मैं तेरे डेमो है वैलो में वो भी। नो कहाँ स्पाइक।
One enemy remaining.
अबे रेज है यार।
30
यार
seconds
क्या
left.
हो गया वैलो गेम को क्या हो गया सर्दी में।
Ten seconds left.
ओ भाई
There can only be one hero.
We will
Crazy
claw
ass,
our
like,
way
crazy.
back up to the light.
फाइनली भाई अब आइए मेरे हाथ में गाना बताता हूँ तुम्हें। ये जो मेरे पे शक कर रहे हैं वो भी क्या दिन थे। Say stop peeking। क्या करूँ मैं बता।
Forward.
Turret out.
Barrier created.
देखा अब क्या डैमेज किया होगा मैंने उसे।
Spike planted.
ठीक है प्लांट हो गया। मैंने म्यूट कर रखा था तो पता नहीं चल रहा मुझे। Decipher is 1020 HP max।
One enemy remaining.
अब मैं डैमेज क्यों नहीं दिखा रहा भाई।
Blasphemous.
Gun here.
चल फिर तो सही है।
Gun here.
I'll make them remember.
ओ भाई ये वो वाली है।
for a field test. Placing sentry.
Enemy spotted.
Imposter killed.
Enemy spotted.
Wall raised.
I know exactly where you are.
Reloading.
Your duty is not over.
Spike planted.
This is
अरे भाई एक और है.
Fire in the hole.
Last player standing.
Cover going out. Go.
Can he do it? Like seriously?
Cover going out.
One enemy remaining.
What's another death?
Maybe. Oh bhai, close. Nice try though. Nice try my man.
Need a drop.
नहीं दे सकता मैं इसे. Oh. KG light by. What's a KG? They're expecting me, right?
barrier created.
एक बारी एम में जीता हूँ उसके साथ. क्लीन मतलब. भाई ये कौन सी स्किन है? बड़ी अजीब सी.
Joke's over! You're dead!
Let them in.
ओ भाई हटा इसका टीम वॉइस. बकवास.
Enemy spotted.
Turret out.
Turret destroyed.
Prepare for hellfire!
यार 1000 IQ था भाई. क्या 1000 IQ?
Down.
Spike planted.
सी क्या है इसका?
One enemy remaining.
Three.
ओ भाई ओपी.
Placing spot.
Your hearts are pounding.
बाय करना है क्या? सबसे पहले बाय करके पूछ रहा हूँ. बाय कर. चल ठीक है. आर्मर चाहिए.
Let's go.
Alright, I won't peek.
Placing sentry.
क्यों लग रहा बार बार बी आ रहे हैं?
Wall raised. Thanks, Spotty.
क्या कर रहा हूँ मैं?
Turret destroyed.
One enemy remaining.
You will not kill my ally.
30 seconds left.
जीत तो सकता है राउंड।
Spike planted.
टाइमिंग ही ऐसी है भाई।
Out of charges.
Last player
अरे भाई
standing.
स्पैम कर लिया।
Shadows traveling.
तुमसे ना हो पाएगा यार, अब क्या बताऊं मैं।
You can trust my boss. They only malfunctioned that one time, and honestly, she won't make that finger.
Okay, got it. Got the spray in 10 bullets. अरे यार ऐसा होना नहीं चाहिए मेरे साथ, like seriously. Look seriously.
Wall raised.
देख spam.
Turret out.
ये गेम गोल जीत चुका हूँ भाई मैं बस।
They will cover. Enemy spotted.
No one here.
Last
Never
player
mind.
standing. Flawless.
भाई गलत है भाई।
I'm saving.
We go.
Enemy spotted. Enemy. Oh!
Joke's over! You're dead!
टीपी नहीं होने देना बस को, एक है ना यहाँ पे।
Come on, let's go. Bunch of guys here.
Last player standing.
I know exactly where you are.
Headshot.
One enemy remaining.
Clutch. This is.
हाँ मेरा दिन खराब है। हाँ ओ क्या अब क्या हो गया है, ये है रियल एम।
Don't hold back.
हाँ अरे भाई वॉल खड़ी करो तो दिक्कत, ना करो तो दिक्कत।
Disappear.
तरुण देवान नेगेटिव मोटिवेट कर रहा था मैं तो। हाँ जरूर है। दिन नहीं यार आज। अभी क्या है नाम साइड
Cover going out.
One enemy remaining.
ओ भाई मजा आ गया भाई।
Reload him.
Fire in the hole!
30 seconds left.
इवेंट ठीक है।
You tried.
चल भाई गॉट टू गो। थैंक यू सो मच। राइफल वगैरह छोड़
Last
तो
round
डीगल
before the switch.
हाँ सही बात।
Don't be cheap. Spend it all before it's gone.
I can drop your operator if you can give me that
Can someone get this? Thank you.
request for operator.
I got you, bro. Need a drop.
Turret out. Barrier created. Enemy spotted. Opponent killed.
Here.
No charges left. You will not kill my allies.
The eyes are down.
Delete.
Prepare for hellfire.
Initiated.
Spike planted. Last player standing.
You should have played from behind, no? Like I had
Joke's
my
over.
ulti.
You're dead. Killed. Cover going out.
One enemy remaining.
What's another death? No.
Switching sides.
They'll see before they die. Lucky them.
There.
Tactics speed firepower. Use that.
Shadows traveling.
Careful. Placing sentry. Reloading.
Last player
Can
standing.
you cover?
Turret down.
Reload him. Reload him.
Enemy spotted.
You have sound effects.
Reload him. Reload him.
Time's out. Enemy spotted.
You can go B.
Shadows traveling.
Spike down.
Pathetic.
Placing sentry. The eyes are
Feeling
down.
safe.
Turret destroyed.
Last player standing.
Blinding.
One enemy remaining.
So we get shot. XD.
Clutch.
That was fun.
Here. Barrier here. Turret out.
Out of charges.
Going up.
One enemy remaining.
Cover going out.
As much as this world hurt me, it's mine.
I will kill to defend it.
As one.
Enemy spotted.
Feeling safe.
Shadows traveling.
Around I'm bought out.
You fought well.
Carrier is dead. Come on, let's go! I have the spike. No more meddling.
Here.
Stealing sight.
Careful now.
Spike planted.
Both there, both.
Cover going out.
One enemy remaining. Last player standing.
Right.
Nice one.
I stopped that.
Okay.
Don't die. If you need help figuring out how.
मैं हर रहा हूँ कैसे मर रहा हूँ? They're trying to come TP. Here.
Joke's over. You're dead.
Two guys are coming. It's fine.
Eliminate.
One enemy remaining.
Second was TP, I guess.
Here.
Alright, map.
Reload.
You want me serious? You got it. Anyone need something?
Gun here.
Fight!
Hello?
Yo. Yo.
दिन नहीं यार आज.
Prepare for hellfire!
Enemy down. Our spike is down.
Enemy spotted.
Coming, I can revive. Care. आराम से.
Your duty is not over.
अभी पहले वॉल बनाना.
Fire in the hole.
Last player standing.
I have the spike.
Damn. दोनों.
I can hold an area pretty well myself. Make sure to cover the angles I can't.
अगर मैं रेना को बचा लेता ना पिछली बार ढंग से.
Quick peeks now.
तो वॉल करके फर्क है.
Okay, wait.
Placing swarm grenade. Swarm grenade out.
Going out.
Raise.
I got the spike.
remaining.
Nice. Last is
Got
right
the spike.
behind his right.
There.
Careful now.
Nice. साढ़े 9 से ऑस्ट्रेलिया का मैच है, वो देखना मुझे। एक और खेलूंगा इसके बाद। आ रहा तू?
हाँ तभी तो आया।
आ गई नोटिफिकेशन। बेस्ट ऑफ 5 है भाई, आज तो मजा आएगा। ग्रैंड स्लैम के लिए बता तुझे, जो जीतेगा $1 मिलियन अलग से मिलेंगे, लिक्विड और स्टेटस दोनों पे जान से।
Barrier created. Enemy spotted. Placing swarm.
डैम शी लो।
Sage killed.
Nice. Raze is also very low. Very low. But B करना plan.
Placing sentry.
मेटल बास वाला चक्कू बहुत बेकार है।
तेरे पास क्योंकि प्राइम है ना।
मैंने हटा दिया उसे बैटल पास वाले को।
Nice throw.
Shadows traveling.
आजकल मैंने शॉर्ट लगा रहा।
एक बात बताओ, इसके जितने स्किन्स अच्छे, जितने चाकू अच्छे नहीं है।
No charges left.
पता है चाकू तो इतनी नहीं है, लेकिन उसका मेरे को प्राइम ही सही लगा, उसके अलावा नहीं।
One enemy remaining.
Nice Phoenix.
Careful now.
Nice. मजा आ गया।
बड़ा क्या मार रहे फिनिक्स।
अभी इनको देख नहीं रहे थे ना, और जब मैं कहीं जाता हूँ सब उधर ही देख रहे होते हैं। तो मैं एक ही चीज कर रहा हूँ, क्योंकि मुझे सही से ना देखनी पड़ेगी और कैसे खेलते हैं। कितना टाइम नहीं होता
पीछे
है यार, पीछे ना मुझे कभी खेलने की आदत ही नहीं थी।
तो डेलिस्ट ले लेना फिनिक्स के।
कॉम्पी में तो और ही भाई लोग गालियां हंसते हैं। सबसे प्यारी सेज से बात करते हैं लोग हमेशा ही,
क्योंकि पता उन्हें कुछ नहीं होना उसका।
अबे डुएलिस्ट से बहुत वो होता है ना।
हाँ मतलब कि ये लेगा kills को।
Come on, let's go.
सामने कैमरा तोड़ दिया।
Barrier created.
Spike planted.
चढ़ जाना उस बॉल पे।
मैं बिल्कुल नहीं।
Turret out. Enemy spotted.
One enemy remaining.
कहाँ? तूने वो देखा था इंस्टाग्राम में, वो चढ़ रखा था कि क्या बोलते हैं वैल्यू उस पर ध्यान नहीं दे रहा सी।
ए ब्रो क्या कर सकते हैं, बट पॉइंट ये है कि उन्हें प्रॉब्लम नहीं हो रही इसकी वजह से, तो समझ रहा है पर्सनली।
खत्म हो चुका है ना फिर से वो, जब कुछ कर ही नहीं रहे उस पे।
I got the spike. You're done.
I'm watching our plan.
तेरा भी उतना मन नहीं करता होगा खेलने।
करता तो है यार, बट बिना बंदों के बिल्कुल नहीं। वो सीएस से तो स्पेशली ब्रेक लेने के लिए आया हूँ मैं। मतलब प्लान कोई नहीं कर रहा, मैं आ रहा हूँ। तेरे को और भी उठाने तो मैं कर लूंगा। अरे भाई
Rest.
उठा दे अपने को वॉल करके।
डैम ब्रो,
I had this fight.
तेरे को बोला था वॉल। ये लगती
30
इसके
seconds left.
फ्री।
Wall raised.
सामने से काट दो।
Last player
डैम तू भाई। अरे यार दो बंदे कैसे थे यार यहाँ, बाकी तो मैं सह लेता पर दो नहीं होने चाहिए थे। अरे दो थे यार। मैं जितनी बार रिवाइव कर रहा हूँ उतनी बार स्पैम पे मर रहे लड़के। हाँ खाते हैं, रुक जाओ
तो
जरा।
तेरे को वॉल लगा के करनी चाहिए ना।
अबे इस बार तो स्मोक था, वो स्मोक से फेल थे एक ने।
अबे उन्हें पता है ना क्योंकि वो बंदा वहां मरा हुआ है। इस पे स्पैम बहुत गंदा होता है, कहीं भी स्पैम हो जाएगा।
हाँ ये तो है भाई,
सही बात है।
अरे अरे
सेज है 2-3 गाइस।
ये खेल रहा है
चल भाई।
बस भाई बढ़िया। आगे तरफ पीसी
ना
स्पेक्स
स्पेक्स तो पहन तो मैंने पहन तो
क्या
नहीं भाई वो वाला
Ryzen 5 5600X।
हाँ और
GPU तो नहीं बदल रहा यार अभी, मैं इतनी औकात
कौन
नहीं
सा है कौन सा
RX 570 है 8GB।
राइट वो AMD का।
हाँ
चल जाएगा बढ़िया भाई अभी तो।
और बाकी सब तो बदल ही रहा हूँ, मतलब बोर्ड हो गया।
अबे भाई
92 सीधा RTX।
हाँ वही सोच रहा था 30 सीरीज की लगवा लूंगा। देखते हैं भाई
सही है।
अच्छे हो जाए थोड़े।
आर्टिक्स तो बहुत बड़े जंप लेगा भाई हर दूसरे साल, क्योंकि आर्टिक्स तो भी आया ही है ना।
Match
हाँ
point.
तब तक तो हो जाएगा, मस्त वाला कोई आ जाएगा वो ले लेंगे
एग्जैक्टली।
अगर पैसे हुए तो।
प्रियांशु तो नहीं ले रहा
क्या
भाई भरोसा नहीं, आज ऐसे बोल रहा हो कल कह दे भाई आ गया मेरा।
अबे बोल तो रहा था कि
मैं तो ले लूंगा मैं, बट ऐसे प्लान करके नहीं लूंगा मैं। मेरा जिस दिन मन होगा मैं उठा लूंगा, मतलब मैं ऐसा कुछ नहीं, ऐसा रुक नहीं सकता हूँ मैं सोचने के बाद।
यही तो भाई, इतना ही तो चाहिए था मुझे भी पैसा।
नहीं मतलब
बस
अच्छा नहीं लगता। अरे वेट करना है
भाई, वेट करना तो भाई मुझे पड़ गया कुछ गलत।
हो कब रहा है तेरा
यार कल होना था, कल वो एक रिटेलर ने टाइम पास कर दिया ज्यादा भाई। कोटेशन मांगी थी उससे, वो मतलब नोन टू है, उसने इतना ज्यादा टाइम पास कर दिया। उसको लगा कि अभी मेरे को टाइम है, मतलब पापा ने बोला था कोई जल्दीबाजी नहीं है, तो उसने उसको ज्यादा सीरियसली ले लिया। और
आराम से खेलो अभी,
बाद मुझे
मेरे सामने की वॉल टूटेगी मैं 2 मारूंगा पक्का।
वो भी इतनी
दिल्ली रहता है
भाई। हाँ भाई
जमा जाते नेहरू कॉलोनी क्या है
नेहरू
वो।
प्लेस से ले ली मैंने कोटेशन, नेहरू प्लेस ही है,
उधर ही जाना पड़ेगा।
वहीं से बनवा
ए पे तो है
वहीं।
3 मई।
Cover going out.
अरे अपना बनाना सीधे मंगा
ऑनलाइन से सस्ता पड़ेगा भाई।
नेहरू प्लेस से बहुत अच्छा है।
भाग जाओ मर गया।
कहा था यार मैंने, जा ही नहीं रहे कहीं भी।
30 seconds left.
शर्मा गए।
Last player standing.
क्या?
Defenders
में?
win.
चल ठीक है भाई फिर।
ओके भाई लोग बाय।
हाँ भाई। हार गया यार एक राउंड से। अबे शर्माते देख रहे तू कितना है, कितने डर जाते हैं।
सीधे घुसना है कौन सोच।
सिल्वर 3 हो गया था मैं आज, पता नहीं कैसे। अगर मैं GN1 हो गया तब हम नहीं खेल सकते साथ में।
खेल सकते हैं। नहीं साथ मेरी सिल्वर 1 हो गई ना आज।
अरे
अबे यार मेरे साथ तेरे को पता नहीं कैसे मिलते हैं और वैसे मैं ढूंढा
कहता हूँ लग लिया कर भाई। ठंडी भाई ठंड।
Match found.
आधे घंटे में खाता हूँ मैं। शगुन ने क्या बोला?
I am both shield.
ये कौन है भाई? लोगान से
म्यूट कर रहा हूँ मैं सबको, ठीक है? ऑब्वियसली। एक तो मैं हमेशा भूल जाता हूँ कि मैं सिंगापुर सर्वर पे खेलना है। तेरे साथ तो भले चल ठीक है, बट सिंगापुर पे लव। क्या बात है, सिर्फ 2 डुएलिस्ट।
सही तो है।
इमॉर्टल कितनी अच्छी रैंक होती है बता? इमॉर्टल के बाद से रेडिएंट है।
मुझे नहीं पता भाई, याद रहे।
ब्रॉन्ज
30 FPS क्यों दे रहा है? देखा तो चार्जर ही नहीं खोला।
नाइस। लैपटॉप 30 FPS ही दे सकता है भाई बिना चार्जर की। दुख हो गया पिछले मैच का। स्टार्टिंग से खेलता थोड़ा तो जीत जाते हैं आराम से। अरे यार मेरा डैमेज नहीं दिखाता यार, बहुत बारी शौकी, बहुत बारी। पिछले पूरे मैच मेरे को डैमेज नहीं पता चला, पता है तुझे?
1 मिनट।
My reflection is here. Do me a favor, cariño. Kill her.
तेरे पास घोस्ट की कौन सी स्किन है?
सिंपल ग्रीन वाली।
सिंपल ग्रीन, अच्छा जो इस बारी के पास में थी।
अभी वही चक्कू लग रखा है सारा।
कौन सा वाला?
ये बैटल पास वाला।
अबे वो तो तुझे लगता होगा ना, क्योंकि तेरे पास ऑप्शन है। अब सो तूने इन्वेस्ट नहीं किया होता, मतलब तेरे को स्किन नहीं खरीदी होती, तो तब तो सही है।
वो भी है।
इस बारी का वैसे सिर्फ चाकू ही था अच्छा, स्किन कुछ खास थी नहीं।
बैटल पास थोड़ी ना इतना अच्छा आते हैं, वरना सब लोग वही खरीदे।
आराम से करो।
मैं 20 हूं।
20 से तो तू आ जाएगा। चल मैं भी आता हूँ तेरे साथ 20 से। मैं तेरे सामने वॉल खड़ी करूंगा, ठीक है? पहले पास मैं दूंगा तुझे वॉल से। I'll raise the wall at B. If we get 2 kills, come B. पकड़ के रख।
क्या पकड़ के रखूं?
एंगल।
No charges left.
मैंने सोचा मेरे को खड़ा करेगा वॉल।
कम सी इज क्लियर। आ जा। नाइस।
Enemy spotted. Reloading.
ए हट जा, पीछे। वो मारे।
Eliminate.
One enemy remaining.
Okay, she's there. Don't peek her, please.
ब्रो अबे उसने ब्लाइंड में मार दी।
Careful now.
She's very low. You won't come close, Molly. इस समय मॉली बहुत ज्यादा डैमेज देता है ना।
Last player standing.
बहुत तेजी से कम होता है उसमें।
हाँ वही ना।
Just like we practiced.
माइक बंद करना भूल गया।
भाई बुलडॉग मजा आ गया भाई। बुलडॉग तो प्यारी है ना, मतलब इतनी प्यारी क्लास एकदम।
बुलडॉग
सेकंड राउंड के लिए बहुत अच्छी है।
इसको मैंने आज तक
फिनिक्स तो
चलाई
बी
नहीं।
देख, हम मिड प्रेशर करके देखेंगे क्या सीन है। He raised the wall. Don't do anything.
Reloading. Reloading. Shock down. Shock down. Reloading.
No charges left. No charges left.
क्या क्लास कर रहे हैं हम? चीज़ें।
One enemy remaining.
For you.
Reloading. Fish in a barrel.
देख रहा है।
इसकी आंखें बंद है।
Look at me. I know that I am by your side.
ऐसी एक टीम होनी चाहिए ना, तब मजा आती ज्यादा। भाई उसकी रैंक सिल्वर कैसे हो गई, लेकिन इसकी क्या बोलते हैं बजरंग दल की।
मतलब अच्छी या बुरी?
अबे अबे वो सिल्वर कैसे आ गया?
इसके आईडी से लोग खेलते हैं।
ब्रो मेरे को मत
तो
दिया
स्पाइक है।
ब्रिम टेक दिस स्पाइक।
यार आराम से।
ब्रो मर गया तो।
अबे जंप नहीं कर सकते जब स्लोड होते हैं?
ना ना
ये नहीं पता था मुझे।
होल्ड करो, ये बॉल टूट जाएगी।
ये कुछ हल्के पीछे।
उसने तेरे को देख
नहीं, उसने मुझे नहीं देखा।
देख तेरे को।
रुक जा।
Reloading. Still in sight.
अबे नीचे जस्ट नीचे।
अबे जस्ट नीचे तो रुक जा तू। पीछे था एक।
ये मिड में बॉल मेरे को बहुत बेकार लगता है।
करते हैं ना लेकिन हर राउंड तभी तो।
अरे कौन है ये ब्रिम रैंक का ब्लॉक? दस कूड़ा।
तो विश्वास का ही फोन आया था ना अभी?
नहीं तो क्यों?
आवाज से लगा मुझे।
ना अरे वो क्या बोलते कॉलेज का कोई पता नहीं क्या वीसी हो रहा था।
अब विश्वास का ही था ना? कॉलेज को विश्वास के है?
अरे सबके खुल रहे भाई।
थैंक गॉड।
ब्रो मेरे को कहां से पड़ी?
मैं करता हूं।
कौन है हाँ मैं देख रहा हूँ वहाँ। अरे ऊपर हेवन।
क्या तीर चला रहे?
Enemy remaining.
प्राइमन डाल ले अंदर से।
हाँ ऊपर है।
अंदर अंदर वो देख सामने जैसा उसने उठा लिया।
तुझे लगता है वो रहने देता?
Gun here.
तो मेरे को वो दे दे रिक्वेस्ट।
क्या चाहिए तेरे को?
नहीं
है।
अच्छा तेरे पे है बस वही मैं पूछ रहा हूँ मेरे पे है नहीं। जैसे इस मैच में मैं कुछ खास मतलब इंसेन नहीं कर रहा लेकिन मैं तमीज से खेलता हूँ जैसे सेज खेलती है। पिछले मैच में वो कुछ भी कर रहा था कुछ भी।
Need help.
आज चल
मत कर भाई।
वो बॉल
वॉल तो मैं तब करूंगा ना जब तू फ्लैश करेगा।
ले
Wall raised.
तो ये कौन है?
Rest.
Shot done. Shot done.
Light planted. You should run.
दोनों साइड।
Fine, I'm fine.
Last player standing.
भाई कौन? लेफ्ट हमारा।
One enemy remaining.
Three down.
ओह
बे यार मेरे का ना वो रिलोड में टाइम लग गया। समझ गया?
अरे ओडिन बहुत बेकार गन है वो जो चला।
Prepare yourselves. We fight once again.
मैंने तुक्के में खड़ी करी थी वो बॉल जो थी खड़ी। अभी सही नहीं हुई तो समझ गया। ये सब टाइम के साथ पता चल जाता है कि 2 कदम पे है इसमें भी। हेडफोन दिला दे यार नया शॉट।
तू पहले मेरे को दिखा दे तब मैं यहाँ OnePlus के चला रहा हूँ वायरलेस भी।
सही तो है भाई।
सही है भाई। पिस्टल है मेरे पास।
Return to dust. Wall raised.
120 प्रो वाओ। उन 4 लोगों की अल्टी यूज करवा दो भाई।
जा रहे।
सबसे ज्यादा डर लगता है भाई ओमन की अल्टी देख के भाई कसम से। बहुत ही बढ़िया। चिपक करके आया होगा। यार मैंने ना टर्रेट से डैमेज लिया इसलिए मार दिया उसने मुझे। On already site. You can.
Last player standing.
Sorry my bad. अच्छा बचा अपने।
30 seconds left.
हे भगवान इतनी हंसी आती है ना फिनिक्स खुद को फ्लैश करता है इतनी हंसी।
अबे आधे से ज्यादा तो अपने ही अंदर हो जाते हो। ये सेज ना मिड वॉल बहुत गुस्सा चल रहा है।
नीड हीलिंग का क्या मतलब?
कुछ भी बोलते रहते हो। मैं तो कभी यूज भी नहीं करता कमांड।
मैं भी नहीं करता। Come be from heaven. One Omen B side, care. I'll kill him. Chill. City. दो है। Come bro, plant. देखो।
Reloading.
Bro, मेरे लग गए। अच्छा मेरे पे है बॉम्ब। वाह भाई।
मैं तुझे बेट करूंगा वो तुझे रिवाइव करके।
हाँ ठीक।
इजी फिनिक्स।
हेवन है।
फ्लैश वाला कौन? फ्लैश वाला एक ही है।
ब्रो इसने मेरे को
Last player
सामने
standing.
सामने
One enemy remaining.
एक और लेफ्ट लेफ्ट लेफ्ट।
Get out of my way!
नाइस।
A bow and arrow is old-fashioned. Sometimes old ways are best.
ओ भाई मजा आ गया। क्यों गोली मार रहा है? हाँ तो मेरे को नहीं चलानी। बड़ा
Reloading.
अबे तू उनकी माइक खोल रखा है क्या तूने?
नहीं, खुद से बात कर रहा हूँ। ऐसा क्या काम कर दिया इसने जैसे प्राइम दो।
I got you, bro.
अरे मुझे मत दे, पीछे छोड़ दे, कहीं नहीं रहेगी।
Reloading. Dim beacon down.
दोनों साइड बैठ, लेफ्ट राइट।
Reloading.
अब दोनों पर ही है।
Your duty is not over.
Yeah. मेरी गन चुरा दिया।
कम भी फ्रॉम बी मेन।
बैक साइड आ रहा है। अच्छा अपना बंदा।
चलो ब्रो।
क्या हेवन?
भाई अपने अल्ट इतना बकवास यूज करते हैं ना, बॉम्ब प्लांट होने के बाद नहीं कर सकता कहीं छुप के। ये अपना अल्टी कहीं से भी कहीं भी यूज कर सकता है ना। वन हेवन ऑलरेडी आउट।
Last player standing.
उसी के मुंह पे घुस गया।
कुछ नहीं आता भाई।
तभी तो सिल्वर है सब।
They demand a fight. Who are we to disobey?
किसका अल्टी था?
सबके अल्टी तो हैं।
अरे तो यूज क्यों नहीं कर रहे लोग?
अबे उसने भयंकर वहां पे यूज किया जहाँ पे कोई था ही नहीं। अपने ब्रीच ने इतना होशियार।
अपना ब्रीच तो इतने खुले से दे रहा था ना वो और तब मेरे पास गन नहीं है। मेरे मिड मत जा, मरेगा। बॉम्ब है तेरे पे।
Spike dropped.
फिनिक्स कह रहा है। ए मिड से ऊपर ए आ रहे। बी जा सकते हो।
गो बी, लेट्स गो।
फिनिक्स साइड। अबे ए क्यों आ रहे हो तुम?
क्योंकि हम ए ही जाएंगे।
मेरे पे पिस्टल है। हेवन है 2 3।
Wall raised.
प्ले स्लो, इट्स फाइन।
एक नीचे आ रहा होगा। वो देख वॉल पे।
देख रहे क्या परफेक्ट वॉल है। डोंट ब्रेक आवर वॉल।
For you.
वहीं आ रहे दोनों वहीं। एक हेवन।
No charges.
ओमेन हेवन।
One enemy remaining.
सब बेकार है भाई सामने। हाई रैंक पे ना अपनी अल्ट कोई वेस्ट नहीं जाने देता, भले कुछ हो जाए।
Stay taut as a bowstring. The
There you
fight
go.
demands it.
अच्छा बी डैड घुसेगा ना, घुस सकते हैं आराम से। आजा तेरी वॉल चाहिए बी में। और देखना लेफ्ट हो गई होगा ओमेन को।
फ्लैश कर देना रेना वाला। फिनिक्स मत करना, सब अंदर
कहीं भी फ्लैश तो पिछली बार मैंने करा पता नहीं।
अरे तो बीच में करना, ठीक है?
ठीक बीच में।
डोंट गिव साउंड, इट्स फाइन।
अबे ये पहले ही अपने रिवील कर दे।
Barriers here in sight. Enemy reloading.
Plant. Smoke heaven. Smoke heaven. Both backside. Both backside. Nice smoke. अरे शक्ल मत दिखा।
ब्रो आराम से खेलो ना,
Last player standing.
तुम्हारी वजह से पीक करना पड़ रहा है।
अबे इतना क्यों लड़ रहे हो?
आने दो भाई, आएंगे, उन्हें आना है।
वही उसने बढ़िया स्मोक कर दिया था उनके ओमन में, मैं तो छुपा हुआ था।
अपनी यूटिलिटी पता है सेव करके रखते हैं, सबको लगता है 30 मार खाए हैं हम, सबको यही लगता है कि मार देंगे चाहे कोई आ जाए सामने,
भूत बना देंगे।
एम गटर इतना परफेक्ट हर चीज कर रहा हूँ मैं, तूने बढ़िया
मैं
किया
तो
था।
ये हेवन में घुसते जा रहा हूँ आराम।
मैं तो यही करे भाई, इनके भरोसे ऐसे खेल की दो ही है।
मैं ऐसे ही करता हूँ हमेशा, अलग ही जाता हूँ। अरे ब्लाइंड कर दे इसने। स्मोक मैन, स्मोक हेवन।
चिल।
One enemy remaining.
अबे साइट है एक, लास्ट साइट है देना, ए साइट है उधर कौन।
भाई तू मेरा राउंड देखा ना शौकी, मतलब रो जाएगा, मजाक भी नहीं करना,
Last round in the
सच
half.
बोल रहा हूँ मैं।
कर दिया तूने।
वो जो मिड पे वॉल बना के कॉन्फिडेंट है ना,
At some point we'll have to get the spike. Reloading.
I'll get the spike.
भाई इसमें होनी चाहिए थे नाइफ, कैसे जैसे सीएसगो में।
भाई
सीएसगो तो बहुत डूब जाता।
Smoke's down.
Revealing area.
उसने शायद बॉट रखा है यहाँ पर, मत जा भी।
I have the spike.
उसने रन इट बैक कर दिया वहाँ।
वाह
Imposter kill.
Shot down.
अबे ऊपर हेवन आ गया।
Yeah. Care. I can revive you.
Your duty is not over. Enemy
ओह
down.
भाई, देखा तूने?
Careful now.
He got operator. Don't pick. Phoenix, care. Bro, chill, bro. Planter.
One enemy remaining.
Diffuser. Nice one.
मुंह पे रिवाइव।
Reloading.
Highlights आ रहे हैं very good.
Must be done.
I'll do mid one. Good. मैं हो जाऊंगा जीएन भी जल्दी। जीएन बोलता हूँ, गोल्ड मतलब।
कोई दिक्कत नहीं है भाई जीएन
जीएन तो आसान ही लगता है मुझे। इसके बाद क्या आता है, डायमंड या प्लैट?
प्लैटिनम आएगा
फिर डायमंड, फिर इमॉर्टल आता है। सही है। क्रेजी खेल रहा हूँ भाई अभी तो, मैं आपको कुछ नहीं कह सकता। वो हेवन वाले को जो पड़ा है ना पिछले राउंड में,
We go.
गोल्ड के बाद प्लैटिनम है, डायमंड है, इमॉर्टल, रेडिएंट।
Wall raised.
बी ये
Okay. They're coming B, bro. What are you doing? यार ब्रीच साइड खेल लो उसके साथ प्लीज, मैं हूं ना मिड।
Spike planted.
सब लेफ्ट साइड है, लेफ्ट राइट।
Last player standing.
भाई ये टरेट तो भाई पिस्टल राउंड में इतनी बुरी चीज है ना। मिड वॉल देखने 3 बंदे आ रखे, बताओ कैसी बनी है। क्या बोल रहा है? क्या कुछ बोल रहे हैं क्या वो, कि मेरी बात फंस रहा है?
ना मैं तेरी बात सुन के वो कैसी बनी।
अबे क्यों आ रखे है पिस्टल राउंड में, कैसी दीवार तोड़ देंगे वो? कॉमन सेंस में। Tentlu Paria can't stream. Paraya. Which type X? They're outside B. Multiple outside B.
स्मोक कर दिया।
Yep.
मैं वो ले रहा हूँ। Bro. मत देख।
चल आराम से। Don't push man, they'll go A.
मैं गन ले।
It's fine.
हेवन किसने किया इसमें?
Here heaven A. Okay, they're mid.
Heaven A.
Both mid. I'm at A.
हेवन भी हेवन।
B जा रहे हैं दोनों।
एक है।
30 seconds left.
दोनों।
अभी भी आ सकते हैं ना? आ गए? ठीक है। साइट है दोनों।
साइट है भाई।
Chill bro, we can win. It's
एक हेवन के नीचे ठीक।
One enemy remaining.
मर गया।
back on the side. Never mind, care.
अपना बंदा बाइक।
Thank you for waiting. Nice run, sir.
You failed. Now sleep.
भाई गोलियां खत्म हो गई इसकी तो।
Batteries. And I need a recharge.
Who's this Hindu Pariya? Can't stream. I don't get it.
Wall raised.
Go. तो छोड़ रहा है अभी? Nice one. सर इसमें क्या ही फेक वे करता हूँ मैं?
प्लांट हो रहा है।
क्या?
भी प्लांट हो रहा है।
हो रहा है क्या बोल रहा है? केयर ब्रो, आराम से।
ओ भाई
मैं कर रहा हूँ तुझे रुक।
अब दो अंडर हेवन।
Opponent killed.
दो अंडर हेवन।
One enemy remaining.
साइड
देख रहा है, मतलब यूटिलिटी यूसेज नाम की चीज होती है। बेचारा वो हिल ही नहीं पाया। सेज बोलता हूँ, क्या उसका नाम? जेट। तो बहुत अच्छा नहीं खेल रहा है वैसे देखा जाए।
अब कुछ नहीं खेलते लोग।
माइट बी 100 बता। ओके फाइन, ब्रीच मत देख वी आर trying to come mid, right? So easy खेलना.
एक क्लियर है.
Yep.
Smoke's down.
So don't pick.
Healing you.
मैं फॉरवर्ड पड़ी.
Revealing area. Reloading.
Mid से आएंगे. बढ़िया.
Enemy down.
मिड क्लियर है अभी तो.
Easy खेलो. 40 seconds. They are outside B, but don't push. Nice smoke. Smoke push देख रहा.
30 seconds left. Spike planted.
Bruh.
Damn,
Wow.
bro. Like no one had take. It's fine. Easy retake. जिस पे यूटिलिटी है सब डाल देना. बोल बाल के. Coming from heaven. Sage.
Spotted. Molly.
Revealing area.
One enemy remaining.
Reloaded.
मेरी तो इम्प्रेस है सी.
Reloading.
पायरेट देख रहे बैंडल का.
Reloading.
Let them try to get through me.
परेशान हो गया. सेम. सोवा ही खेलेगा. सॉरी सोवा बी खेलेगा. बढ़िया खेल रहा है सोवा. पर भाई वो बता दियो बस. मैं फ्लो ऑफ डाल दूंगा तो आगे ही नहीं आएंगे बी पे. मिड वॉल मैं बना रहा हूँ. ब्रीच देखता उसके बाद मिड वॉल बनने के बाद.
Safety's off.
They're mid. They're trying to come mid.
Open up the sky. Multiple enemies. Smoke's
Coming.
down.
ब्रीच पीछे देख ले प्लीज. फ्लो ऑफ कर रहा हूँ.
Molly.
पुश कर दिया क्या?
Yep.
Reloading.
Only one at B. कह रहे. ए आराम से खेल रहा.
Revealing area.
अबे मिड
ब्रीच मिड खेल. I can revive breach. Wait, coming.
वो ए जगह होंगे मिड.
You will get out of my way.
अबे यार.
Jack going है.
ना ना ना.
Last player standing.
Bro कह रहा हूँ आराम से खेलो यार.
एक है. एक
30
मिलेगा.
seconds left. Spike planted.
Revealing area.
One enemy remaining.
1v1 साइड पे ही है. उधर ही है. गली में.
Concentrate, Sova.
Nice. बैठे.
I want their life, not yours.
Need equipment.
मिड पीछे मत देखो यार मिड.
Thanks.
इजी खेलो. ऐसे खेलो जैसे दुनिया में सबसे गंदी किस्मत तुम्हारी है. कभी भी कोई भी आ जाएगा जहाँ तुम नहीं देख रहे. दो मत खेलो रूम. शौकी तू ऑफ कर रहा है तो तेरी ऑफ के बाद मैं वॉल क्रिएट करूंगा.
अब तो चलेगा.
Barrier created.
मेरी वॉल खड़ी करी. ब्रीच खेल रहा है तो मैं ए जा रहा हूँ। ब्रीच आराम से खेलना प्लीज भाई।
मुझे ये है फिनिक्स है।
ए है लेकिन वो आ रहे हैं।
अरे वो सही आ रहे हैं।
मैं हूँ ब्रीच यहाँ हेवन के। मैं आ रहा हूँ उधर ही। बी हेवन। वॉल डाउन आ रही है मिड।
क्या
सो आराम से।
एग्जाम में मिड देता हूँ।
वापस आओ। कोई नहीं अभी मिड रूम। स्टिल समवन वॉच है यार प्लीज नॉट ओवर रोटेट प्लीज डोंट। अभी भी ए पे कोई नहीं अपना। अरे यार ये छोड़ दिया ना लास्ट में। वही वही कर रहे हो हर बारी हर बारी।
No charges left.
डूड प्लीज यार अच्छे से खेल लो ना। साइट है दोनों साइट है और कहीं नहीं है कोई।
ए इसे जल्दी हटाओ कौन है?
वन मोर। नाइस।
All good. We good. We good. Twitchy here. Let's go already.
3 से ज्यादा मत रहो एक साइड पे। रोटेशन फिर भी नहीं 3 से। जब तक स्पाइक नहीं निकल। I have no idea. Trust me, I don't think it is brimstone.
Barrier created.
Bro.
We haven't smoked. It's fine. वो ड्रोन कर रहा
You should run.
है। आएंगे भी। इजी इजी इजी। मेरे पास वो है रिवाइव है आराम से। अरे बी आ गए शौकी सब भी हैं।
मैं अभी तो यहीं हूँ बेटा। अरे सामने कॉर्नर कॉर्नर।
Your duty is not over.
वाह
Last player standing.
दोनों अपोजिट।
ब्रो प्लीज ब्रो पला क्यों घुसना है यार। बॉम्ब ही लाने बस सब चलेगा वहाँ पे बॉम्ब। भाई हम कभी भी हार सकते हैं बस ये गेम सबसे बड़ी बात।
अबे मेरे को लगा कि बॉम्ब ब्लास्ट हो गया क्योंकि उसने ऑल्ट मारी अपनी। बॉल कर दे।
Wall raised.
ऑफ है।
Good.
ओ बच गया। मिड है।
One enemy remaining.
गटर गटर। क्लोज है क्लोज है।
ओ भाई इजी ब्रो।
Match point.
चाहिए तुझे?
चला।
नहीं नहीं मेरे को वो दे अपनी प्राइम जल्दी दे। कोई और उठा लेगा।
आगे देख मैंने अब फॉरवर्ड मारा लैपटॉप को।
अब सही हो गया।
हाँ ब्रिम वोमिट इसे बोल तो ब्रिम।
अरे तू बोल ना।
मैंने माइक वोच सब बंद
ब्रिम कमिट। यस इजी इजी। ब्रिम मिड खेलेगा।
Shock done. Enemy spotted. Reloading.
Smoke's down.
For you.
Take flight.
They're trying to get that orb.
अबे सब तो वही है।
केयर मिड 4-5 है उधर, तो मिड से भी आएगा एक ब्रिज केयर। से भी यूटिलिटी कहीं तो आ रहे हो। नाइस। दे हैव टू कम बी नाउ।
ना बी ए रोटेट हो रहा है, ए रोटेट।
ऑडिटर गुड है।
वॉच मिड वॉच मिड वॉच।
वॉच मिड वॉच मिड।
30 seconds left.
I'm at so don't worry.
Yeah, आया।
One enemy remaining. Ten seconds left. Defenders win.
मजा आ गया भाई शॉट में। देखा था ना क्या मारा मैंने पकड़ के हमें।
अरे प्रोस
भावनाओं के साथ खेल रहा मैं। एजेंट कब खुलेगी मेरी रहना।
चल तो जा रहा है ना।
हाँ मैं जा रहा हूँ भाई, मैं वो देखता हूँ। चल ठीक है भाई, ओके ब्रो, गुड गेम, बाय।
P2K think?
I don't think we have any nerves. I think with the online era, there's really no best team in the world right now. There's no consistent number one. Like anyone can beat anyone. And honestly, I think we played Astralis once in the best of 3 already, and we feel like we're not playing the Astralis that we're usually playing on LAN, on the big stage, and we feel like we really have a chance against them.
Do you agree with Stewie? Are you feeling Liquid today?
Yeah, I mean, I predicted Astralis only because of the numbers, right? But I think if there were any final, if there any time, like Stewie said, it doesn't feel like the Astralis that we've seen on the big stages. And that has sort of shown as well with some sloppy results, some shaky moments for this team. That being said, every time Astralis are facing elimination, every time they're facing crunch time, they step up to that top level that we know and love.
How far are they from LAN level Astralis, do you think, Harry?
I still think there's a good way to go, right? But I think, you know, and that's something that guys like Device and Glaive have echoed in interviews, right? But I will say the level is definitely increasing, and it's definitely getting better, and it feels like the more important the game is, the higher level you get out of Astralis, and that was always the case before. So I think this team is one that is rebuilding, it is starting to look like its old self, and I think ending the year on a high note of like reclaiming that #1 spot, taking a victory here, that would all just bolster the confidence and start to bring back that Astralis squad that was so scary for so long.
Well, let's fly in our resident analyst expert. Yanko, thank you for joining us. I'm curious to know what you think about how Team Liquid have adapted to their European competition.
Yeah, well, I think there are some clear signs from Liquid that they've been spending a bit too much time just playing in NA and against NA opposition. So you could see that they're lacking discipline in some situations. They're used to getting away with some things that teams in Europe, it doesn't happen as often. Like here you have an example of a round. This was the first reset round in the big game. So right after Team Liquid wins the round, we can see Searson coming from down below, catching Grim off guard basically, and after Elish goes down here, he's going to die, and at this point you're gonna look at how much time Big has to position all their players for the after plan. This is a clear save. You know, like they can save the op on ramp, they can save these 2 guns in secret as well, but we see that Liquid still decides to linger about, and they're actually going to try this retake. This is so late. They're, you know, Big has such good positions. You can see how it's instantly shut down on long. They're lucky not to lose Nav here. he gets 2 kills and saves the op. And, you know, here the logic is, right, he could have saved this op regardless. You can have an op and 2 guns coming into the next round. You can have either a hab-buy for the other 2 players, or you can drop them FAMASes, something along those lines, SMGs, right? It's still a very much winnable round for Team Liquid. Just need to play the percentages. We can see actually 2 rounds later, Naf with the op goes towards ramp, but he's going to get a couple of easy kills. So this could have potentially happened in, you know, the previous round, and they could have gotten some momentum a bit earlier on. But it's just an example of the difference, especially considering they're playing Astralis, which is a team known to always play the percentages, always kind of play it safe, give themselves as many opportunities they can to win. And I think if Liquid doesn't step up in this department, so to speak, I think they're going to have a really tough time against Astralis.
Well, hopefully they spend that evening trying to iron out some of those issues. But right now, we are ready to get into the veto. Yanko, I'd love to hear your thoughts on this. We know what's going to be banned straight away, don't we?
Yeah, unfortunately, this is one of those more straightforward vetoes. No Train for Liquid, no Mirage for Astralis, so it's just going to come down to the order of maps. I would like to see Overpass early from Liquid. I think they kind of need to go for that map. Astralis have lately been just trying to avoid it whenever they can, really. And we do see they go for that pick. Astralis, on the other hand, picking Inferno, one of their better maps lately, but Liquid did have that really, really good CT side against Fury, and that could be a way in for them in this grand final if they're able to start strong on the CT side on Astralis's pick, and then, you know, have a good showing on Overpass. They might have a chance in this one, but for me, Astralis is a big favorite.
Yanko, really quickly, before we kick you out into the sky, do you think we're going to see all 5 maps?
No, I think this is going to be 3-1 or 3-0 even for Astralis.
Wow, well, thank you so much. We will see you between maps. Thanks for joining us for the pre-show. Brilliant. Okay.
Yeah.
You feel excited by those map picks?
Spicy stuff, right? It's kind of what we expected. I think it could be really cool. The one thing that we have seen this week for Astralis is like those T-sides on Nuke. If we get to 4 maps, maybe Liquid can bring us into a 5th. Who knows about the depth that this series could have?
Well, let's find out your players to watch. dupreeh and Stewie2K. Harry, talk me through it.
Yeah, well, you know, dupreeh, we've kind of seen how important this guy can be, right? That dynamic duo of dupreeh and Device is often so essential to an Astralis victory. And just yesterday, when we saw them going toe-to-toe, it was a very, very slow start from dupreeh, and it started to look a little bit worrisome, if you remember. And then finally he steps up in that 3rd map, and suddenly, you know, Astralis is just able to kind of walk away with it, and you're left wondering, oh, well, how did this ever even get so close to begin with?
You talk about slow starts as well. Stewie was someone who had that as well against Big just yesterday on Nuke, right? Think about those T-sides, really, really poor performance at the beginning, but he pulled it out of the bag. He's actually been super influential in getting some of these opening kills for Liquid. And as a stat I mentioned earlier, they're the best team at this event, are closing those 5-on-4s. When Stewie's going out round, when he's getting that pick, and Liquid are staying grouped and not getting traded, they're so often winning those rounds. So, yeah, Stewie's a big player to watch out for in today. He can't afford to fall silent, much like Elise, as Chad mentioned earlier.
Let's take a look at the predictions. I would love to know what the guys who aren't on the desk right now are thinking as well in terms of this one, especially Rush, actually. I miss Rush. Hopefully we'll hear from him later. Here we go. I have to say, I had to say Astralis, and I thought I'm just going to go all in. I'm going to say 100%. And I love that Stunner has gone for 101% confidence. He is in 3rd place if you and Yanko are taking 1st and 2nd sort of joint.
Yeah. So you know, started it not only being like, you know, we kind of dubbed him jokingly the boy of NA, so of course he's going to be repping the Liquid guys. Yeah. It's a pretty divided desk, and I got to say, it is hard to not get caught up in like in the romantic majesty of this storyline, and like Team Liquid, who weren't meant to be here, making this grand final run happen. It's this feud continuing, like 2019 never even went into this weird year that we find ourselves in now. And so, you know, as this desk segment's gone on, I even find myself like looking at Liquid going, yeah, you know what, maybe they can do it. So I've gone with Astralis, and obviously I can say all this, and then that way I can be right either way. But I think no matter what, we're going to end up with an incredible game where the emotions are running high and crazy stuff is happening.
I don't understand Sponge saying Liquid 100%, but that's just my opinion because I've said 100% Astralis. Now, in a year that could have torn us apart from one another, Counter-Strike, time after time, brought us back together. And I just want you all to take a moment because we're about to witness our final series of CS of the year. And you don't want to miss a single second of it. Because, ladies and gentlemen, the time is finally here. This is the grand final of the Intel Extreme Masters Global Challenge.
That has changed the tide of Nuke T's side, but flamey, ridiculous! 5 kills, 5 seconds, and it's the 4th on the board for Navi.
What is this? What are we seeing? What's this?
Here we go, sees the feed.
You have no idea. They
Where's
can't
the
call
call?
this.
Oh my God, Yuri, that's perfect.
Does hold the spray. Oh, that is colossal. No lineup. Oh,
Get on it.
no, and he's lost the road.
Have time.
Have the time. I'm done.
Bomb down, but where's Zywoo's fragged? He's got to start posting something, but from where? Feels near impossible, but he's still hitting shots. He's already got 3 and 4 and 5.
In a year where everything changed, Counter-Strike continued to thrive. And as the world watches on, the wait is over. Harry and Hugo, over to you.
Oh, I got goosebumps after that. I really, really do. Let's get into this. Let's get it off to a great start. It's Astralis taking on Team Liquid, and we are right into the swing of things. Oh, I don't think you could have asked for a better opener than that. Astralis with the T side beginning on Inferno. Their map pick, and Team Liquid looking to hit the ground running here. It's a lot of utility for either side, and already we've got this triple banana set up for Team Liquid early on. Look at Device waiting patiently, and he's going to best Stewie in that head-to-head.
It doesn't bait them in. So calculated, so cold. Astralis never wavering, never running the gun a little bit too early. The reflash back, but Device is patiently waiting. Astralis have been doing this all event, giving up this top B position, never getting caught by these aggressive CT plays. And that's a read from Liquid that could go the wrong way. They send a rotate round. Naf doubles out. Astralis don't move a muscle. They haven't all round since getting that opening kill. Grim with a gamble, he's alone on B. He does have that kit, but in a retake like this, it could be pretty difficult. Astralis have all the utility for a full execute. We know their B plays with the smokes or the mollies can be tantalizing, and so can Grim put a stop to it? Can Grim do anything as Astralis set up towards B?
Oh, the pressure is going to be on for old mate Grim. Those smokes raining in. And out here in international waters where Grim, not quite as proven as the rest of his team, well, he will just have to concede this bomb site for now. Bit of damage through the smoke, but it really is nothing to write home about here for Liquid. This pistol now kind of hanging in the balance, and it's Astralis who are looking good. Liquid already falling off with Naf. He's going back to check the flank, and yeah, grabbing that USP on his little journey. Swing from Elige, doesn't find anything, and now, oh, it's looking like an Astralis pistol. It's looking like they should have this locked in. There will be a bit of a response from Twist, but the time's already too far gone, right? They still have enough, but you would need all these kills so damn quickly, and look, Astralis just aren't giving you anything. They swing it together, and already we get a kind of looking as to the minds of Astralis, right? The incredibly genius Danes that lie over on this Astralis squad, they're all just tucked in. No one's even giving up a fight. And then all at once, man, you go from getting nothing to getting everything if you're those two players in CT.
Yeah, now spamming the smoke. That's why he doubles back for a second. He uses a lot of his ammo just spraying the smoke with the USP. We know you can run out of ammo with that in a pistol. So swapping back and going for a retake that was never meant to be. You hope Liquid have studied the demos. You hope they know what they're up against, because that is a classic Astralis T-side banana play that they've been doing all event, playing so safe, forcing you to doubt yourself and rotate. Liquid do exactly that, and one man left in the B-bomb site couldn't put a stop to it. Buy it back in for Liquid. They don't wait around. This Deagle on Elige could be devastating, but nothing given up down middle. Takes your shot, backs out. We've got 3 smokes left up on Liquid. They've already dropped one at the top of Banana, trying to stall this B play. That looks like it's coming in once again. There's even an early rotate in the form of Naf. Moving back over, Astralis smoke long, denying Elige that information in the top of middle. He could go through it. He's looking interested. Trying to find a gap on the edge, nothing to be seen. Astralis still with plenty of smokes and molotovs for this play. They are walking into this stack here for Liquid, but Naf is cut out in spawn. Another flashback in, not a shot is fired, not a man moves. And Liquid have no reason to believe that Astralis have 5 players here, but that's the reality we live in. Smoke down at the 50-second mark. Astralis still have time to stall.
Yeah, they're not sweating yet, but they do have this triple setup to contest with. Stewie lining up a flashbang for the rest of his team just to try and blindside Astralis. And that's the thing. For all these Danes, while they're more than familiar with the kind of style that Nitro used to call, Stewie could be a bit of a new challenge altogether. There's that swing from Stewie 2K, and it's left in this 4-on-4. Now the stack at B is getting dismantled. Stewie running through the smoke. It's actually Naf rather, helped out by Elige on this wrap with the Deagle. And he was one of the players who stepped up yesterday while he's trying to get this pistol round off to a rip-roaring beginning. And it's left to Zip, back turn to the man in the pool. And Twist takes his head off. Team Liquid. Oh, they're immediately in with this response, 1-1. And that's just exciting Counter-Strike right there, right? Yeah. Zip even trying to like kind of meet them in the middle, meet them at their own game, rushing through smokes, just hoping for a kill, hoping for something to get given over. It certainly is going to bode well for Liquid if we do get a good start out of guys like Elige.
Yeah.
And as mentioned, Twist is someone else that we need to be keeping an eye on here.
That resmoke at B was perfectly timed, right? Elige had no information on the mid side due to Astralis smoking off long. With the B smoke coming down after that fact, it trades smokes for Elige to play aggressive and come in on that backline. Liquid stacked up, ready, raring to go, and forcing Astralis to a bit of a pistol buy of their own. Zip on the solo AK. He's working his way up mid, but Liquid, the big middle finger that is that resmoke once again as Astralis look for an opener that won't be presented. Are they going to gamble with Grim once more? They did it on the pistol. It didn't work wonders, but this time Grim has a lot more real estate to play with and for. You can see all the way down B. It's a bit scary when you don't have any util on your solo B playing around like this, right? If Astralis kick up the pace, if they flash you off, you don't know whether you're getting rushed or if they're just regaining this control to keep you there, keep 2 players in B. And at least that's what we have for now. Boost up coming in spawn for Liquid. No more smokes left for Liquid either. They can't stall this much longer. Naf has the Molotov on the A site. It's coming down to Grim and Stewie. SMGs galore. That 1 AK of Zip coming up to try and trade Glaive is going to be leading in with a Tech 9.
Both playing anti-flash, and now they hear the footsteps. The flash is good, but opened up to Grim in CT. He keeps it even. And there are rotations already on their way round for Liquid. This 4-on-4 has given Astralis a bit of a chance, however. Grim doing what he can to keep Team Liquid in this retake, and now they're posted up, right? They're waiting on the outside of this site for the smokes to fade. They're waiting as well for Twist to throw this flash in so they can look to explode into the site on the retake. Now, time is ticking away from them. There's that flash, and it's lights out for the players back inside, but not for this AK at Banana. Twist's doing what he can. It's a nice little double. Oh, and a third at that. Left to Device, down to the 1v1. Naf tapping the bomb, and Device is in with the swing. Astralis with the B site execute, finish off the remainder of Liquid. They instantly claim one back. And now, well, now this game just got very interesting indeed, didn't it? As we're into these 4 spy wars, this back and forth.
Yeah, it's quite the chess match, isn't it, right? Trading rooks for rooks right now, not giving up anything, and Liquid undoubtedly are going to come back in with their own 4 spy. There's no reason you wouldn't in a position like this. They don't really even have the money. As each force goes on, the buys pretty much get worse for Liquid as well on the CT side. They've got 1 M4 and Elige, pistols elsewhere. Elige looking to make a play. He loves going for these halls peaks, and the flash is good to find Zip. Trying to back out as well, takes the long hallway down as Boiler gets mollied, and Dupree jumps up. But nothing to be found with the apartments emptied now by Liquid. Obviously an irretrievable gun. It was only a Mach 10 at that, but that's a huge start for Liquid. Astralis, they've gone for 3 B plays in a row. They look to try and change things up. Now Liquid being conditioned, moving a 3rd man over in this 5-on-4. And a double short side setup for Liquid. Got to deal with the devastating Danes.
Double pit setup, and they're just having to wait. Now, this gives a bit of an avenue over towards long for Astralis, and that's scary. Oh, a missed smoke there thrown out from Glaive. Now, there are plenty of others who can look to fill that gap, so it's not the end of the world. But that's given up a bit of the game now. If you're Liquid, you've heard these two smokes go in. You know there's at least two people here hugging this long corner. And so we see Stewie peeling back round from B, now waiting at arch side. Astralis going to regroup over here at short, and this is where that double pit setup could be so deadly. Glaive leading the charge, doesn't check the pit, but a few missed shots from Twists, and it's a little bit ugly. Naf now giving up his aim of the game, that he is here, and Glaive getting into the graveyard, but look at Stewie, he's gone out, he's denied the bomb plant. 20 seconds, and time now becomes the concern for Astralis. Stewie trying to beat them with the clock. Naf just looking to buy time from the pit, but he's not able to do so. And so Magis will regain control of this bomb. He's going to get it down just in time. Still a chance for Liquid as they move in on the retake. This rifle still standing, still up and looking to try and best Glaive in the graveyard, but he's just not giving up anything, and there's the double swing. Grim's put down as well, and Astralis, they're on to 3. They get the conversion. It's a damn good try, right? Stewie barreling past the long player, dropping the bomb. But ultimately, it's that decision from Glaive and Magisk in the 2v2 to wait and swing together onto the short player, Elige, with the M4, that ultimately ends up closing that round out for them.
Yeah, if Naf can stay alive a few seconds longer there, that certainly could have been a Liquid round, right? But he puts up so much pressure to at least allow Stewie to get through in the first place. That's an annoying one to lose for Liquid. You know how close it came. You know 10 seconds are left when that plant happened, and Astralis now have forced their hand at the eco. Liquid have to give it up. They have to respect their opponent. I mean, look at who it is on the other side. Heavy A setup. B is empty right now. Well, Astralis worked that one out with Liquid having played tucked in many of these rounds prior. Device is on a bit of a mission to figure this one out as he gets flashed on in. He's not going fast, though, and that bomb is still back in spawn. Zip might figure this out the hard way. Molly to burn Liquid back. There's a tick to a Elige, but nothing more. And now Astralis piecing together this round. They've worked it out. B is clear.
This is a free round for Astralis, and they know it. They're very, very happy with how this one's panned out. And even though they know that B site is clear, you'll note that guys like Zip still waiting here in alt mid. Also having this crossfire set up with Dupree. It's going to be pretty devastating to these pistols. And Astralis, they're trying to kill hunt. Well, they do get punished on Dupree. Zip now giving up his position as well. The rest of Astralis are trying to come back to help out, trying to bail their teammate out of this rather awkward position. And this runs the risk of maybe giving more kills over to Liquid, but it's only Twist left, and they're just circling him. That is domination, man. Yeah, they lose 2, but they're trying to make a bit of a statement. They're trying to get in Liquid's heads. You know, you got to think, right? Like Astralis, every time they've played Liquid prior, they've been very, very used to having outbrain guys like Nitro, but with him, there was at least that familiarity, that kind of respect. In terms of, you know, looking at Astralis versus Liquid, to them, Stewie's pretty unproven in the IGL role. So they're trying to bully him early on. They're trying to show, like, yeah, we know what you're doing. We're one step ahead of you. And they're off to this 4-1 start, but now we got this rifle round coming through for Team Liquid.
Yeah, think about how close that one gun round came for Liquid with a single M4 and a lead, right? That was down to the 2-on-2, so Liquid looking to get off to a hot start here. Nade up B, traded both ways. Device eats one, Stewie gives it up. We've already seen Liquid looking pretty keen to re-flash back into B in some of these rounds and retake that banana control. Pretty common to see those set mollies on car, the smoke at the half wall thrown over from the safety of B. Grim is lining something up at that nature as well, and a re-molly for Stu slows it down yet again. But Astralis, they've got all the time in the world. Happy to wait it out. 2 smokes, 1 Molotov, and an entourage of flashes for this T side. So just enough for a B execute. What that means as well is Liquid, if Astralis need to force Liquid's util and their hand out right here, right now. If they try and throw an execute in and Liquid drop a molly, drop a smoke, then Astralis, they'll have to commit through or wait for the util to fade. Could be quite the problem. They only have 1 smoke left up. Long gets replenished. Naf cuts it off again. And says, if you want mid, you can have it. We believe in our B hold. We believe in our 2-man setup. Although that's not where this one will end. Liquid holding strong with 3 on this A site. Magist looking for a gap in the smoke. Liquid giving nothing over at B. And Astralis set up for what looks like the 30-second execute on A.
And looking at the A site, outside of the 1 flashbang on Elige, that's all Team Liquid have to try and slow this down. And it's already been thrown into the apartments. That flash gets nothing done for Liquid, so now you're relying on the aim, and the aim alone. There's the support from Naf to bail Twists out, and Naf's putting on a bit of a show. There's no time for Magisk. Astralis, they get swept under the rug by Team Liquid there. Naf makes it look easy with that crossfire between the balcony player and him. They'll put that second round on the board for Liquid, and it's a dominant one at that. So suddenly these concerns of like, yeah, you know, they get this by, maybe a little lackluster in terms of kits, in terms of util. Well, none of that ends up coming back to hurt Liquid. Naf puts on a bit of a shooting gallery, a bit of a masterclass for us all, just barreling through the Moto smoke.
Yeah, Naf is a player who's had really good adjustments and reads on rotations in this tournament as well, in the games we've seen from Liquid, right? Not falling for rotating B early there, as he has been in many of these rounds. And in fairness, they have often ended B, but right there and then sticking to his spot and being in the right place to help out Liquid on that crossfire. Saved AK, pistols elsewhere. Astralis already taking a breather. And this one's off to a hot and heavy start, right? Money going both ways. No clear victor in sight. Bit of aggro B. Stewie. Oh, as the smoke blooms, that's the one gun gone. Dupree does have Kevlar. Will that weapon be thrown over to him? They've got to meet him in the middle first. Glaver's picked it up and scampered out of there alive. Stewie's gone even further. Smoke for Liquid. Astralis have no grenades in this round. It's all about the gunfights. It's all about the battle of Dupree trying to regain this banana control. Grim can set Stu up with the flash as well. This has been quite the 1-2 punch for Liquid on this B bomb site. Is it going to be able to hold strong with Stu in such a committed position?
Well, Astralis check it as well, because Grim is trying to bait them in. Grim's trying to give the illusion. By the way, we're not here, but Stewie, he definitely is. Oh, he sends Astralis packing, and Stewie is on for the ace. They're trying to give it to him, but Twist will take it away. A great round, though, a great bait and switch set up down towards the banana. Grim on that jump. That's just that's the bait, right? That's the little cue that you're giving Astralis. Oh, we're playing passive at B. We don't have anyone pushed down. Why would we? Well, look at this. Stewie is completely unexpected. The guns weren't looking at him, and he goes on a tear. So now 3 on the board for Liquid, and this is already a very, very good start, right? Like, it's early days. I don't want to be building anything up where maybe there isn't, but last time we saw Liquid and Astralis play on Inferno was kind of fairly recently, back at that DreamHack Masters winter, and there they managed a 5-round CT side. Well, already, they're well and truly on their way to that. There, it was all thanks to, like, a little late streak later on in the half. Well, here, they've hit the ground running, and that is a necessity for Liquid.
Yeah, something Stewie said in that interview earlier was the fact that, you know, Astralis don't feel like the Astralis that Liquid have played on LAN at those big tournaments. And so Liquid feeling more confident than ever, looking to end the year on a high. There's that retake utility we see coming out from Liquid, trying to regain banana control. They don't push in too heavy-handedly with it, and Astralis are keen to give it up, jumping back through the smoke and conceding this position. Still looking to retake it in an instant. Grim lining the flash. Stewie again tucked in a little off angle. They're not ready for this. He's behind the sandbags. But Glaive can see him. There it is. Poking out. The flash is late. Grim is alone. And Astralis could just commit and take him down at the back of the site.
Yeah, that's exactly what Liquid are worried about. They're already pulling players around. They're freaking out. There's the flash to try and set Grim up, but he peeks a little early. And through the smoke, Magisk actually wipes them out. So Grim is all alone. Finally, there's a bit more supportive utility, but they still best Grim in the head-to-head. He has given Liquid a bit more stock in this retake, a bit of a fighting chance. It's Naf and Twist left on the other side, and that CT smoke having to get replenished by Astralis. There is a bit of a gap in it. Naf will deny the bomb plant as well through the smoke, and now there is a real opportunity for Liquid to somehow pull this back from the brink of defeat. Device with the swing, cannot get it done, and Team Liquid tie us up at 4-4. That is unreal, man. They were going men down throughout that entire thing. Grim puts on that great hold in the back of the site in what was a 3-on-5, if you remember at that point. Naf denying the bomb plant as well. Absolutely huge.
We're seeing stuff from Astralis that we're not used to seeing. Missed smokes. That CT smoke has a huge gap. Not only is Naf wall banging out the planter, but then Twist can come in with another kill to zip as well. So, yeah, those are mistakes for Astralis that will cost them rounds. The little details that have a big impact, and more so for Liquid than not. Grim Hey, he may have peeked into the flash, but he still doubles down and sets Liquid up for a round that pushes Astralis to pistols. It's their pick in the series, one of many. A BO5 with 2 bans, nothing surprising there in the veto. Just walking up short. He's got a lovely little timing here, but there's 4 players for Liquid to play that trade. Luckily, the flash doesn't hit him. That could have been the tag that gives everything away to Liquid. They still got their eyes on the prize. Twist, though, digged out of the pit by Dupree. Stewie on long on that rotate. Bomb is far back, and Naf dropping the molly. They're going to go right through it. No fear for Astralis, and no reason to be, because Glaive picks up another, and these Deegs are coming to life. A Liege pushing back in. Doesn't see the Porch player. Still finding a 1-for-1, and Dupree left in a clutch without the bomb.
Oh, no, but he tries to go for it. He thinks he's safe, and that's where Grim, coming up through the banana, gives that little 1-2 punch in favor of Liquid, gets that trade, denies the bomb pickup, puts 5 on the board, and Dupree's Eagle can't do much when it's beyond the grave. Now that reinvestment coming through, Liquid in the lead, and as mentioned, this is as many CT rounds as they managed to get total last time they faced Astralis. Well, here and now, they are making a bit of a statement.
Yeah. We've had some broken buys on both sides. Now we have the AWP, so cash is starting to build up for Liquid with cleaner and cleaner rounds. That one certainly wasn't, but I think you just take what rounds you can get when you're up against the Danes. Boost up for Stewie. Doing something different every round. Pushing through, playing aggressive on this flank. Tucked at sandbags, flashed in by Grim. Now he's going on the other side of the banana. Astralis taking that top mid control, but again, bomb drop back at mid. Will likely be retaking some semblance of B control. Stewie has to smoke that Molotov. Oh no, it doesn't work! It goes in deep and he burns to a crisp. It was bullets or fire, and Stewie couldn't pick which. It's a 5-on-3. Astralis running round behind B. Grim needs something heroic, and jumping through the smoke. Device can trade him, and that's just the round there and then. That is an unfortunate series of events for Stewie, and it's netted Astralis a 5th.
Man, the smoke criminal doing hard time to that Molotov at banana. That is rough. You really hate to see it. That essentially is what makes the whole round fall apart, right? They deal with him, and it's a nice attempt from Grim to try and bail them out in any meaningful way. You know, he had to go huge. Like, if you're looking at Grim there, really, he needed to kind of get all 3 if Liquid wanted to feel at all comfortable there.
Then.
And with the CT wrap coming in, he knew his fate was sealed. Device is even hunting down these saving players, really trying to punish Team Liquid. Twitch just wants to survive with the AWP, but look all across the map, man. This is Astralis. This is what we talk about. They've loved being very, very relentless in a lot of these games, being really, really punishing, trying to take away everything they can. But Twist will survive. He will live on with this AWP.
It's still a big hunt, though, for Device, right? Because just look at the money of Liquid, it's pretty poor. They might even be... Yeah, I mean, that smoke is unreal, dude. We know sometimes there are bugs when you drop a smoke on the molly and half the molly will extinguish, but the other half won't. That is just one that you can't control. And what do Liquid want to do with this money? Do they want to fully put it in? Yeah, we got a UMP, a Deeg, double up for Stewie. He is miffed by that one. He's going to come in with a big green. Naf, molly will bounce back down middle. Not going as deep as he would have liked, but Astralis are up anyway, very fast at that.
We've actually got the double AWP as well, so that's allowed for this 4-man stack over towards A. In spite of that, though, it's only Twists in the site who can actually offer up resistance. And with him getting toppled... Oh, all right, Grim and Elige with the UMP utility combo. They might have made this doable after all. This was looking like it could have been just a save right away for Liquid. And now suddenly a 4-on-3, they're enticed, they're interested. They're trying to give Stewie a chance to shine on this AWP. They've boosted him up and over, and he's been given a chance to find this pit player. That's Magis knocked out of the round. Zip and Device. This was looking so good for Astralis, and now we're really relying on this flank from Device to come through, and come through it shall in glory as Device puts up 6 for Astralis. He saves the day. With that wrap, back through the short side, never checked by Liquid. They never saw him. And so he gets away with flat-out murder.
That is unreal as well. 4-on-2 for Liquid. We know those double AWPs can be a bit of a liability, but they make the best of a bad situation. Naf has Zip locked in as well. There's no way Device should be able to get all 4, but the spray, the mow down, and the denial on that defuse. You love to see it. Astralis laughing all the way to the bank. Sonic even shocked that they picked that one up as well. Oh my. I like the pace of that round as well for Astralis, right? They just get to cycle those Moto smokes. They've gone in so early that they still have all their grenades for the post plant. It keeps Liquid out for a good amount of time, and now stuck behind bars are Liquid. No money. Just the pistols at the back of the B bomb site. Boosted is Stewie, waiting for that contact play. Magisk, ooh boy. He looks aware, but there's the dink for Stewie. Lovely damage. Magisk getting put down low. They know there's two at the back of Dark now. Are they ready for the CT player that might as well run through? You got nothing to lose if you're Naf Fly coming in with a USP. Oh, Glaive turns, and the timing is perfect for Astralis as they clean sweep this anti-eco. Liquid lost in the source. May as well look for exits, but Device offering nothing up.
Yeah, real shame, right? Naf tries to go for that hero play, but the smoke actually hits him and gives away the fact that he's pushing the CT area. That's why Glaive hit that perfect timing on the turnaround. And so it's a flawless round for Astralis. This is already so back and forth. And really, at this point, right, if you're the Danes, you're very, very thankful to Device for him bailing you out of that 2v4 round where he just delivers it all. Because it's had some pretty resounding implications here, what with this eco round that has now extended the lead even further for Astralis. Elige was just hoping to do some economic damage, maybe get out of it with a gun, and he quickly realizes, well, that's not happening, is it? But that was only pistols, right? That was only a small part of this lengthy chapter that is this Inferno game. Right now, Twist leading the way, and that's very, very promising. He's been having a bit of a rough time recently, both over in NA, but here at this event, having like a kind of below-average performance for himself. He's been key. You think about the position he plays as well over towards this A side, right up on the balcony, down towards pit. He's a very, very influential player, and so with him stepping up, that at least bodes well in repelling these A takes. But this B site's been getting a pretty harsh Astralis treatment.
Yeah, the patience is painful for Liquid to deal with. Stewie tries to make a bit of a move and gets double naded down to 50. We do have a lot of utility for Liquid in this round, so again, the aim of the game is just stalling Astralis as long as they can, using that clock to their advantage. Dupree taking apartments, often been hit on his lonesome. Glaive getting that long smoke that has been missing from time to time in multiple Astralis games, but it will be all fine and dandy for now. Retake utility at B, Liquid throwing in the Molotov. Device is patient with his orb, the first of this game as well. In a gun round. Liquid don't have their own. Minute on the clock, and you can see how aware of the control that Astralis have as well. You know, Glaive is just standing in the mid-choke with nades out. Astralis know where Liquid are, what they're doing, and likely to expect a triple-A setup still, as they've barely put any pressure on B since that early utility. Hall's lurk smoke coming out. Is Zip going to be able to drop pit? And most importantly, can Twist put a stop to it?
Well, that molly complicates things for Twist. He smokes it off, but now they know he's here, and he is trapped in a cage of his own making, trying to get out. Does get ahead of this smoke, and is given a bit more room to fight than Astralis could be ready for. There's one for Twist, and the wrap from Elige is well-timed and well-played. He's in with a double. Oh, make it a third, and he might end this whole thing. It's him and Twist coming together in a blaze of glory. 6 on the board for Liquid. And these A bomb site takes from Astralis, while they've often looked good out of the gate, it has been like individuals stepping up, putting a stop to it time and time again, and this time with no individual on Astralis to bail them out either.
Yeah, Liquid have been so good at like stalling in these mid-rounds when they know Astralis are committing, right? Twist isn't giving away those fights, he's not swinging wide, and Elige, we've seen him have huge impact on his aggro plays, even in the second round of this map, coming in, pushing mid off of that long smoke, flanking B and winning it there. He does it again, wrapping long to short, and even more aggression for Liquid is the port of call, push down mid for 3 players with the AWP supporting. Magisk is holding, and Elige won't find the drop on him. Liquid throw in the towel. They give mid away to Astralis with that pick going the wrong way. It was a nice try. I like the change of pace for Liquid, right? No longer at the bane of Astralis' executes. They try and take early kills. Not going to be gifted anything, though. And now Astralis, these are the rounds that you know, while the numbers maybe haven't been great for them in this event, you would hope that they can weather the storm. Plenty of util, plenty of time, and the man advantage with Liquid split 2-2. Naf long AWP. And Magic's selling B. Will the bomb go back and join him? It's a double CT setup for Liquid. That will at least speed up the rotations if they want to give this a go on A, and that certainly seems like the play for Astralis. More smokes in, plenty of time to get up into the site. They're going to try and wrap the long side. They force Snap off with Yorp. Due to them being down an A player, he's gone through that smoke again, and Device catches him coming right back. B is open for the taking. Stewie's in spawn. Are Astralis ready for it? They're doubling back in middle. They're not going to wrap B with Magis. They're going to take short instead, where only Twist sits.
Oh, the flash is brutal, leaves him blind. A spray, while it is good for one, that's all he can muster. And it falls to Stewie. Now, he has bypassed this player wrapping CT. They don't know he's here. They don't know that he's in the site. Dupree needs to win this. And indeed he will, just about, but that becomes so important, essentially, for Stewie there. He's 1v2, and if he deals with that, he knows the other players are already wrapping B. He heard them, for crying out loud. He dodged capture back in CT moments ago. That almost gets scary for Astralis, and this punishing style of Counter-Strike that we're seeing out of them, where they are trying to take everything away, very, very nearly could have come back to punish them.
They were all hunting, man. Dupree spams the smoke off the bomb. I think that, you know, makes Stewie, like, jump scared. If he doesn't make a shot there, if he tries to hide behind the box, there's a world where he can stick that defuse later on, but not really realistic, right? And he doesn't know that all of Astralis are hunting him down in what was expected to be a B play. That was quite the take, quite the fake for Astralis, feigning a mid to B, doubling back on the short side, and trading effectively as they often do. It's 8-6. Astralis looking to run away with the T side half. It's a better showing from Liquid than last time, but it's still Astralis writing the story. They get a pick early up at A. Push through the smoke was a lead, and now Astralis back up for what should be a B execute with this long lurk player. Naf, no AWP, caught out in the flash, and twist bind as well. It's a perfect flash banger from Glaive, and Device even catches Grim re-aggressing. It looked like an A play, and now it will be. Astralis had the bomb and banana, but with all those kills going their way, there's only Stew to stop him, and he can't do much, finding Device, but the A site is lost.
Yeah, this is looking like that 9-6 solidified, right? And Stewie, he's kind of having to come to terms with that now during this this closing time, or the bomb's ticking away. They're even hunting him, and they'll find him. It's the clash of the IGLs there to round out that half. Astralis in the lead, but Team Liquid hot on their heels. And this first map, it's a bit of a trailblazer.
I don't think in the beginning of my career that I was really interested in being an IGL, honestly. I think it more just came to me because I was playing in team where we had no IGLs. So eventually it just made sense to someone as like a leader type outside the game as well, to step up and be the guy calling the shots. But yeah, I think I kind of fell in love with it as I started working with it, because I think it's a fun aspect and it gives me a lot of opportunities to work on stuff outside the game, not only my individual level. So yeah, it didn't really it wasn't something I started out as, but it was something I kind of fell in love with.
I think joining Liquid, I just had that natural leadership. I always helped Nick mid-round call, or just give him ideas, and Nick had a Liege and a Dren. But even before in Cloud9, I kind of already helped mid-game, but we kind of started losing the core players like Jordan, Shroud, and we didn't really have an in-game leader, and the North American region doesn't have many talents. They don't really play the IGL role, so I decided to take it on Cloud9, and then on Liquid, Nitro decided to leave, and I know Elige, Twist, and Naf, they're not the type to IGL, so someone has to do it, and I'm just kind of filling it in and feeling it out right now.
Yeah, I think an IGL sacrifices some stuff, in the sense that I think there's a lot more work for me than the rest of my teammates, for example. always when we're doing anti-strat and all that, I always have to be very involved with it, so I know exactly how to react in all the different situations and all that. And at the same time, usually if we need new pistols or new rounds or new strats, then I'm also the guy sitting and doing that outside of practice. But for me personally, I enjoy it, so it's not really like a hassle for me. But I do think there's a lot of extra work for an IGL that a lot of other people might not see. And I think also as an IGL, you have to be good to push yourself to still like keep up your individual level, because it's very easy when you're maybe watching 2 or 3 demos a day and then be like, I don't like my job now. But you also need to be able to still play good individually. So after all of that, then you need to go on the server and still practice your own skill. So I think there's a lot of work to being an IGL that I think a lot of other people might not see.
It's a best of 5 grand final featuring Astralis and Team Liquid. We are one half through. We are into the second half of Inferno. And right now, the Danes are leading the way. But do not fret, North America, because Team Liquid, they've put on a good showing. They've got 6 to their name, and they're trying to keep this one competitive. We've seen a lot of bright moments here at Team Liquid. They're looking primed. They're looking warmed up. And for a team that's occasionally been plagued with these slow starts, with this ability to get off on the wrong foot, that might prove to be more important than ever with them fielding a competitive first half.
Yeah, triple B for Astralis. Liquid did the same, and it lost them the pick. Are we going to see the same aggression from Astralis? Not without measure, not without utility. Grenades going down, and the deep smoke keeps Liquid out, but they are longing for that A site instead. Dupree, here's the feet, pittering and pattering at the top of middle. And Liquid already have to deal with a 3-man hold as Astralis have sent Zip right back on the long side. And this, you know, when this execute comes in, they can fast flank. Astralis can come in on a big mid-wrap. Liquid need kills, and they need them now. They need to overrun this A site.
Oh, they don't spot the balcony player. And so as a result, Dupree and Magisk just get away with an absolute slaughter. Oh, no one's even looking. Oh. Magisk is raining death down from above, and he can't believe it. He was never checked. So many players looking that way. And I think you see the pressure that Liquid are under there, right? You see like the tunnel vision onto the crosshair. Anyone that's just outside of that kind of being bypassed, kind of being ignored, and that gives Magisk a lot more room. They don't even know where they're getting shot from. Just crunch time for Astralis. Laying waste to Team Liquid in that first pistol.
Yeah, the vibes are good in the Astralis camp, right? That's something you can say for sure. They know this grand final is within reach. They want to end the year potentially stealing back that #1 spot. Man, there was a time in 2020 when they fell out of the top 10. We wondered how long it would take them to get back. Only a couple of months, apparently. Still within grasp. MP5 SD for device. Seeing that more and more. Liquid just giving it up, giving a big eco in, right? If it was a bomb plant on the pistol, maybe they go for the AK Deagles. But for now, just taking things slow and steady, getting their gun rounds in as soon as they can, means that this round will likely be nothing but a wash. Liquid looking to get cleaned up by this AUG. Dupree running it short side. We've seen more and more AUGs for Astralis, especially on train against Na'Vi yesterday. Zip, Dupree, these players are running that weapon up on that CT side. Device mows down a couple, and it's nice and clean and easy for Astralis. 11-6, all things going as they should. But now, can Liquid turn the tide?
Oh, it's an attempt at the bonus round here for Astralis. They're really trying to push the boat out. They're really trying to push their luck. They bring only SMGs alongside that FAMAS and AUG. Meanwhile, for Liquid, they've got pretty much everything they could need. Stewie even taking the hit for the rest of his team. Playing SMG in this round in favor of all this extra utility. And he's going to dump it all into top banana. That keeps Astralis at bay. They were playing triple B to try and contest this banana control, to try and get a hold of it early on, like what we've seen from them in that pistol and the follow-up anti-eco at that. Instead, they're forced to be a bit more measured. Stewie demanding respect from banana.
Yeah, so many rounds Liquid will flash back in and regain top B. Astralis are doing the same on this bonus round, an aggressive maneuver that Liquid won't be putting a stop to, similarly reserved as Astralis were. Boost up in spawn. And you'll notice Dupree's already begun to rotate right back. They've read into this one well. Liquid, oh no, they're walking into a 4-man setup. The question is, will Astralis get there in time? There's still that long smoke down. Liquid are walking up short with only 2 in the site. I say only, it's Magisk and Device.
Oh, a Device hidden in that smoke up on the balcony now. Magisk looking to make a bit of a stand. Oh, how's he gotten away with that? There's a bit of a response coming through from Elysian Naf. That is incredible from Magisk. The flick back into the apartments, and just like that, he has at least given Zip and Glaive with these SMGs a lot more to play with in this round. Would have been a done deal if not for Magisk's heroics. And so now Astralis still looking to make this retake happen. Low on time. But with the kit on Zip, that certainly helps out. They look to separate these fights, and they jump shot Elige out of it. Naf, only good for one of them. And the defuse going to come through with seconds to spare. It's Zip, the last man standing, and he is the man with that kit as well. The retake coming in, and that's going to be heartbreaking for Team Liquid. That is essentially all undone on the back of just 2 men for Astralis. You throw everything at them. You put it all against them down in the pit. And yet still Magisk is able to get away with far more than he ever should have been allowed.
That's insulting from Zip as well. They jump shot onto Elige in the pit. Naf tries to line him up, but Astralis trade as they often can. And that's the bonus round 1 as well. That's not only huge money made for Astralis, but another step forward to that favored 16. They are getting closer and closer, and Liquid haven't even really fielded a great T-side buy. Their first buy round, we had an SMG still in play. Now it's Galils and AKs. Boost up top, the AWP is ready, and Device picks out Stewie from the start. Backing up into B, Glaive does trade positions and look for some aggro, but he's also swapped Molotovs, denying Liquid Banana. Flashed in for fights, doesn't see Naf, the smoke is still down. Astralis have 3 towards B. They're expecting Liquid to commit with his man disadvantage. Twist is looking for lurking kills in the apartments. Magisk is offering nothing up. Tucked behind the wall and re-smoking the hall as well. 4 on A. Astralis are so mobile, man. Look at them just running as a pack back and forth between the bomb sites. Elige does get dinked and avoids the nade on the back out, but they'll be going right back in. Double dipping a Liquid as they look lusciously towards A.
Astralis have got the read, and they've had a lot of these reads. They're looking mean. Flash in for Grim, but it's a little bit ugly. Oh, that is just brutal. Glaive and Zipnik's over towards Long. Zip just spamming him through the smoke. It's like you're being traced. What can you even do there if you're Grim? 25 seconds, and I think Twist and Naf know at this point that this one's all said and done. This is signed and sealed, delivered by Astralis. And so they're just saving, they're bowing out, they're giving the respect over, they're giving over a 13th. And while that first half might have been competitive, and we've had a couple of close rounds here, Astralis are really coming into their own over on this CT half.
Yeah, it's exciting to see these orgs carried forward as well, right? Astralis were a team that really abused that Krieg meta at points as well when it was so powerful on the T side. No longer the same case. The org took a bit of a backseat. We see players like Simple, for example, start to pick it up, especially on maps like CT Nuke. Carrigan's been running that gun on train for forever, it feels like. And now Astralis are wielding those weapons, even on Inferno as well. And it comes into great effect. Zip with that long spam, catches Grim. You know, they hear the tags, the swing from, I think it was Glaive on the archway, and Astralis just clean up this half. 4 in a row. Liquid yet to dance with the Danes in their T half. And the buys aren't going to get any better either, right? Especially not when you're being forced to save in situations like this. You're not getting that loss bonus. You also don't want to full force around this. You have to save some money, but Naf and Twist are going to be poor moving forward. A bomb plant in this round is almost a requirement, and we've not had Liquid in many of those situations yet.
Something that is so wild is coming into this, right? For these 2 teams, 2 of the more quiet folks that aren't often fitting into that category were Magisk for Astralis and Twists for Team Liquid. Well, they're both top performing right now, including Magisk being on 160 ADR, I think that just said then. They've both been saving it for this grand final. Ouch. But then he loses all of our respect in one knife. So, you know, what's that about? Device?
Oh.
It's in that shot, but it's the nades punishing Naf. Twist trying to get out through long, and that molly forces him to commit. Zip with this org back in library is just gross. What can you even do to that if you're Team Liquid? And the worst thing is, whenever they have tried to challenge him, at least in Liquid's experience, there's normally been a player in Arch as well, just to complicate matters.
Oh, they're going back. They know Device was AWPing B at the start as well. He was left alone, now joined, and the question on that rotate drawn by Glaive, who will just stick with the 2-2 trust in Magisk in the pit. Or, sorry, rather Dupree. Magisk was dead early to Stewie's Deagle. And some aggression. Re-aggro for Dupree. Does he commit with it? Liquid spread out on this default. Stewie's showing some presence towards Banana, keeping this AWP honed in. Now joining his teammates back on a 3-on-2. Somewhat of a favorable fight for Liquid. They still have that AK left on Grim as well. The problem is the lack of utility. Dupree just tucked down in the pit, unwavering, unmoving. Stewie needs a Deeg shot, and he does deck him. Zip finds a Liege on long. He's got to hold strong. Oh, he's so low. Stewie with a Deagle. Can't finish the job. Missed shots. AK picked up, and the time is ticking away. Zip is stalling like a madman, giving nothing to Stewie 2K. And this is embarrassing as Astralis make Liquid look like fools. It's Zipnix with 4 and 14 found. Dear, oh dear. Even when Liquid come in with this buy against 14, Harry, keep in mind, they've still not had what I would call is a proper T-side buy round in this map. The saves don't help. The lack of plants. They have the AWP here as well, but 2 players on 3,400. It's tough times for Liquid economy.
And that might not have been like a clutch round in the sense that Zip is like, you know, 1vx, but essentially within the context of that A-bomb site, he is. And he buys all that time to the point where even if he died there onto Stewie, the rotations had already arrived. Looking real crisp right now. Bringing back some of that old Zipnix that we know and love. And so Liquid, it all hinges on this. You know, they worked hard to put up a good scoreline in that first half, but this second half, they found nothing so far. Not a single round. And even in the ones where it looks like they're finally going to get it, we've had heroes step up for Astralis. Liquid, what's the game plan? Because this town, this map ain't big enough for the both of them.
Stewie's on that entry AWP right now. He's looking for openers. He's looking for picks, but re-smokes down for Astralis and nothing given over. With a nade from Zip down Banana plus Device's peak, we're going to have this AWPing head-to-head battle, and it's actually a tag for Stewie. Warmed up off of those Deeg shots, looking for a little more, but Astralis concede the position, and we know how fast Glaive can be on this rotate. If Astralis think the Liquid are committing, they don't, and they know not to make that mistake. Glaive holding on for an arch side wrap as Astralis double down in the pit. Liquid 30 seconds to get this execute into A.
There's the gap in this, matches with the one-way, peeking through it, and Molly is going to force him to take these fights, but he just stands and he's fighting to the death. And Molly does burn out. There's still another man down in the pit. That's where Stewie and Twist collapse into the site. And in doing so, this should be them at least staying afloat, at least keeping this game alive that much longer. They need a pretty clean round here. And so Astralis backing off, showing the respect. That's something that Liquid are going to be very, very happy about. In a lot of these rounds, Astralis have looked to be purposefully punishing Team Liquid, trying to take away as much as they can.
Yeah, I mean, they've won 2-on-4s before in this game already. So, yeah, Liquid take what they can get. And that's a huge round win, not just from the fact that it's their first T-side round, but also they finally get away with guns, 4 of which as well as the AWP. So money is now good for Liquid, a lifeline gifted over by Astralis.
And that's the thing, right? You think about Astralis and the teams they faced on the run-up to this, right? I'm really looking at Vitality and Na'Vi, and we saw more of that punishing style there, right? And in those teams, the AWP, well, it matters so much. So that money matters so much, and I would argue even more than it does in this Liquid squad. And the fact that they're keeping up with that, I think that's one of the reasons why we constantly see, and it feels like Liquid have a long, long way to go. They've never had that cash. As mentioned, they've never really had that proper buy. It's always come with some kind of caveat. Well, now they finally got one. They've got that 7th round. They've denied 15 to Astralis. But this journey to a comeback is still beginning for Liquid with a long way left to go.
Silent boost up apps. Stewie taking the AWP into apartments. Now that is bold. looking for the short pick, but Astralis have been so passive in not giving away these early A entries. I say that, but just falls off the balcony. Stewie knocks him down a peg, and now Liquid. An opener, maybe another. A missed shot for Stewie. The orb does tag him down. Device firing off on this A side. Liquid know that they have him trapped in default. They're going to double wrap back towards this CT spawn, looking to take over B. Zip getting run down with the orb. The nade is good, but Naf with a trade. And this bomb is still waiting back in middle. Naf does another entry towards that B site, and that should surely open things up for Liquid. All they know about is Device. They've lost Dupree, and that's why they're questioning this commitment into B, but with Device feeding the beast of Stewie on his second, now they know B is likely open.
I mean, yeah, they've got to know it, right? They've seen both these players over towards A. That was always the intention, was to take that bomb B, or at least keep that option open, right? It was on the back of Grim down at Banana the entire time. They know Dupree was here. They know he's pretty cheeky. They know he might like to get out of this round with that AWP. And so we see just two players homed in on this position. They are next door to one another. And Twist and Stu might not be the nicest of neighbors here. Twist is even hunting down Dupree, and the timing just off for him. He gets off the angle as Twist swings into it. So 8 on the board for Liquid with that B-Wrap. Naf coming alive really helps save that round with the double into CT. And I think it's so much more than just that, right? It's the fact that, you know, they find Magisk over on the balcony. Well, actually, Astralis were running a double balk setup. And so if there was ever a moment that that bomb tried to kind of turn its way back towards the A site and Liquid maybe commit to that push, it would have all gone south. So they're actually very, very much helped out by the fact that Dupree swings into the apartments and Device gives up that fight at short side. Because suddenly, you know, they've pieced it all together. They know where both the players are.
Yeah, and despite Naf getting a pick at long as well, no one wraps CT with that play. Liquid pull the brakes and take a second, so Glaive tries to move in anticipation of it being an A play. That just offers up another kill to Naf, and long locked open 2B picks. And Liquid find an 8th. Okay, you got our attention, Liquid. It's a broken bye for Astralis. Pistols are out. And Liquid, where we often look back historically and laugh at the choke, laugh at the, you know, the fact that they can't close games, Liquid in this event have been very good at pulling things back after bad first halves, after, you know, close halves that aren't necessarily favoring them, and still longing out the game. They've done it v Heroic, they've done it v Big. Now they got to do it versus the best. Twist with a pickup in apartments, but just getting spammed out by that org. Dupree doesn't know. Leech is up in apartments, and Dupree with a knife out. Caught by the spam. Oh, it's close. One more. There it is. That time's a charm for a Leech.
Liquid are still leaning over here towards B, though, even with those two A kills presenting themselves. They may be looking at this one going, well, if they've pushed on A, it might be stacked, right? They might have been going for these early info prods. And so now Liquid leaning back into this B site. That does leave them at the mercy of these 3 Astralis players. As mentioned, only pistols. They haven't seen the man on the fountain. He's hidden. So gets away with 1 on the USP. But at this point, you've seen both players left once again at B. And Naf just farms those kills, pads those stats. All right, now they've got our attention. Because, you know, for the longest while, Liquid had yet to accomplish anything on this T side, even in favorable situations, even in rounds where, you know, they get 2 openers and things are looking good. But then suddenly, a guy like Magisk steps up on this Astralis side. Well, finally, they're getting results. They're getting something for all this hard graft.
Do Liquid get double digits, or is this where Astralis can just sweep them under the rug? The AWP is out on Device. Stewie, oh, Molly, yeah, he goes back. He doesn't want to commit up B into what could be unknown territory. It's now taken by Astralis with another deep Molotov of their own. They won't hang around for long. Good grenades, man. As soon as the Molly fades and HE's chucked in, it tags up Stewie. Flick won't connect. Glaive is still fighting. Another HE going even deeper, and the smoke hits Stewie. It slows him down on his approach, but he still hits a Flick shot. T-side AWP, and making it look easy. A lot of these openers provided by Stewie on the AWP. We often look to Naf to be done in that weapon here for Liquid, with the exception of maps like Dust, maps like Mirage, but T-side Inferno. All right, Stu, what more have you got? And all posted on his position, and a minute on the clock.
It's a standoff. Who breaks the silence first? It's surely got to be Stewie, right? Because he's going to have to swing into this. Now, maybe with a flash, maybe with something to give him that edge. That's how he can look to find the opener, because in this swing, Device is favored hands down.
Ooh.
He'll back off for a moment. Twist even going up through top mid. trying to deny these rotations, but they've got to get into B. That's what it's all hinging on now. Glaive flashing himself for the wide swing, but he's not good for anything as Stewie provides the second opener to Team Liquid. This bomb now going down, and this is where Twist can look to get activated because Astralis is saving, and Twist is already here. He planned for success in this round, right? He planned to take these guns away or cut off the rotations, and he might just get away with it after all.
Beautiful stuff. Yeah, that really is planning for success. Liquid, full of confidence right now, full of bravado. Stewie swapping out off the AWP on that banana take as well. Those devices there, who does pick up Grim early, but Liquid trade it effectively and take down everyone in B. Magisk in the pit, 4 HP. No nades for Liquid to dunk him down. Can they kill these players at the end of the round as Magisk stalls as long as he possibly can? dupreeh has the cover, and Liquid at a certain point, you don't want to fully send into this exit. Gonna get away with their own guns instead as they build rounds, they build economy, and they build confidence back up against Astralis on this CT side's map pick. I don't know how Stewie gets away with that opener as well, right? He's walking through the smoke, the Zip is peeking, he gets hit by the smoke, which slows him down, and he still somehow finds that opener. Liquid relying on him for the picks, and it's not with the rifles that he's getting it done. 14-10. Eco for Astralis, 2 save guns and nothing more.
It's always nice when Stewie is looking good, right? Like, you think about the opening game of the tournament for Liquid when they went toe-to-toe with Heroic, the other Danes that were here, and they bodied them. And that was largely on the back of, at least it felt like, Stewie looking so good in some of these opening duels. Whenever you get those like reflections of old Stu shining through, where he is the man for the job on the entry, not only does it just help Liquid out massively because it gives that much more room over to these other stars in the team, and it creates all this space, but I think it reflects in the cooling as well, right? There's a lot more planning for success here from Liquid as opposed to kind of leaning into giving all this respect to your opponent.
They don't want to go through that, and baited by the fact that Astralis have had a lot of double long setups in this CT side, right, with Glaive on Archway and Zip in the library. Instead it's a triple B, and Liquid, they see that smoke, they cool the bluff. They go back into the stack, although unknowingly at that. 3 here. And both of the rifles for Astralis poised perfectly for this take. The flashes are good. Zip is hiding. dupreeh drops the smoke, but there's no Molotov down. And Magisk with a spray only gets 1. The guns are gone. It's Zip still standing tall with the Deagle. Finds an M4 and just needs to stay alive off the back of this smoke. Dropped by dupreeh. A Liege dead through it. And while Twist trades, it's come at a cost. 20 seconds. The plant needs to happen. And the flanks are so fast.
Yeah, Device has just missed that first timing, but it's this bomb plant that scares me. It's this bomb plant that's scary. Stewie with the turnaround will deal with Device. And so it's Glaive left up all alone. 5-7 out. Bomb working against him, and a 1v2 to try and navigate. Stewie not missing a beat with the read on the game, the read on the flank, and then besting Glaive in the head-to-head. I think you got to give so much credit to Zip, man, in so many of these rounds, right? He is the only man left in these bomb sites, and it feels like not only is he always good for like 2 kills in those situations, but it's the amount of time that he wastes. It's how uncomfortable he makes Team Liquid. And yet still they rise to the occasion. They put that 11th up, and now they are closing the distance. Everyone on Team Liquid starting to believe, starting to get back into this, and you can see the frustration there on dupreeh's face.
Can Device put a stop to it? It's a quad A setup for Astralis out of spawn. They got a heavy mid-control. They're boosting dupreeh. The double setup with Magisk swinging off of his contact. Stewie boosted again. He died last time Device was holding this position, but instead backed up on long with only Zip in the back of the B-bomb site, joined by Glaive pretty shortly. Astralis have been very good at switching things up, right? Not necessarily the same players in the same positions every round, not necessarily what you'd expect for Liquid when you're looking at the kill feed. You're thinking, oh, I killed the long player, killed the B player, but Astralis still sneaking in different spots. Stewie, here's that shot. Doubles Porch, sees Magisk, who does take the kill. dupreeh, not even needed to do a thing, is still here, ready and waiting. Astralis can give it up. dupreeh bounds out as they take the advantage.
Yeah, if you're Astralis, you know it's only a matter of time till the Molotovs start to fly in, so that utility complements it. And so they back out, they take that man advantage. As mentioned by Yanko earlier on, we know Astralis is this team that love to play the numbers game, right? That was how they exploded into view all those years ago. And so for Liquid, it's back to a desperate B play, an attempt to hold on, to keep this comeback roaring to life. The flashes are in. It's Glaive and Zip putting on a bit of a show, but Stewie once again is in with the openers, and Twist is actually looking to extend this into a 2-on-2, was trying to peek over that CT smoke. Now that it's faded, he's had to drop down to oranges. He's out here on a bit of a limb all alone. Stewie is the man to try and reclaim. Out through CT goes Device, and it's all left onto Twist. 1 versus 3. He fell down here earlier, and now he's got to put on a bit of a show, but he can't. Device, curtains closed, and Astralis are on to 15. Map point solidified. It takes them a little while to get there, but eventually they do break Liquid down.
Yeah, that was a very nice try for Liquid, right? You can see Stewie misses one opportunity on that crossing player, tries to flash back in, misses another. Device eventually posts and wins that battle, but if Stewie hits it and then they back out without a trade, Liquid are in a great position. So yeah, you can understand why you'd want to be going for those kind of fights. Even so, 15 for Astralis. It's luckily Liquid built up quite the bank on this T side, as a full investment will come right back through with the AWP as well. And that's been one of the weapons that has really got Liquid to this scoreline. Can it keep them in the map? Can it drag them to overtime? Triple B for Astralis. Device waiting on a very tight angle, trying to peek off the back of the molly fade. Grim throwing another one in, and Device must respect it as to not burn. Grim still eats damage. Flashed up through the Molotov. Device should have heard this. The flash is good. Glaive checks, and yeah, Grim is caught fully blinded. Stewie hits Device and takes a leg in the process. Still standing tall, but the M4 should finish the job. And Glaive with the mow down for Astralis. He perishes. No ace today. It's Twist alone, and this should be a lost round, a lost map. Astralis running rampant, running wild on Inferno. It may have not been as clean as could be, but they close it out in style nonetheless. We'll be heading to a break, and Overpass is back in a sec.
Rising out the ashes, coming from the ether. All I hear is static. Breathe a little deeper. Fallen, broken, a million light years away from home. My eyes opened, and now I've come to claim life. Never let it go. These
We are one map into this best of 5 final between Astralis and Team Liquid. And Astralis have kicked things off in exactly the way they wanted to, winning their map pick. And at first it seemed like it's back and forth, but Astralis upper hand. And then Liquid, as soon as they get some economy on their side, on their T side, get some guns in their hands, what they needed, they started to look threatening.
Yeah, that AWP on Stewie is popping, man. I can't wait to see more of it in the series. Well, obviously, on maps like Overpass, we expect to see NAF on that weapon, but in terms of those opening duels, in terms of those opening picks, Stewie was the only one really running away with it, picking up rounds for Liquid, finding 5-on-4s, and as said earlier, Liquid best team in this event for closing those 5-on-4s. Astralis, you know, caught out in a couple of rounds, but still, obviously, they pick up their map pick and they look good while doing it.
Well, I'd love to bring in Yanko right now because he was a little bit critical of Liquid in their match against Big. So, Yanko, what did you think of Liquid in that one?
Yeah, I think I've been critical of Liquid every single game they've played. But yeah, definitely not the way they want the game to go, right? You get your hopes up a little bit after they win the second round, after they lost the pistol, but, you know, they can't convert the following round. Astralis forces right back into them, and seeing how that combined with the loss of pistol in the second round and another good start for Astralis, that's definitely not the way to go if you're Liquid. And, you know, we were talking about their discipline and some decision making. This round wasn't all on them. Device had a great play too, but here you maybe see a little bit of miscommunication, maybe a bit too much chaos before the retake really kicks in. We're gonna see Stewie gets a kill from the boost here with the AWP on Magisk in a couple of seconds, and he's the only player with the kit. That's important to know. The bomb is planted in the side. They know one of the players is also in pit, and they're unsure where Device is. So here really just Stewie should go for the defuse, right? It's very difficult for Astralis to, if they don't have anyone in the side, they have no one to protect the bomb, so to speak. They had a smoke for it as well. Instead, he goes to Graveyard to hold Device, which is not the worst call here, but unfortunately he misses the shot, and Device is just able to clutch it out. Had an amazing round, and this forced Liquid to eco, right? They gave up one more round. If they managed to play it maybe a bit more calm in that situation, if they converted that round, they could have had a better finish to the first half, potentially, but looking at how the game went in the second half, probably wouldn't have changed all that much in the grand scheme of things.
Well, Yanko, there's been a lot of talk with Inferno and the T-side AWP recently. A lot of people we know and love on the AWP preferring the AK now to try and break into sites. But Stewie, we saw him getting some great picks today. Although, I mean, NAF obviously on the AWP as well, but I'd love to talk about Stewie.
Yeah, when Jake is in the zone, he can have tremendous amounts of impact, even with the AWP. You know, he usually has a really good feeling where he can go for in terms of creating space, you know, getting an opening kill towards Banana with the AWP or maybe towards mid. Just very good at exerting pressure without too much help. Got a little bit CSGO there, but you know, we're gonna forget about that one. So yeah, usually the AWP is more powerful in the after plans when it comes to Inferno, right? If you have it on B, it's very difficult for the CTs to retake, but we saw him doing work even before that phase of the round.
And I also want to ask you about Astralis, because it seemed like maybe they had a few nerves to begin with, a few smokes looking a little bit dodgy.
Yeah, I saw that round. It was a re-smoke that they missed a little bit, and actually Liquid managed to win a 2v3 retake. So you're looking at rounds like that, and that's exactly what Liquid needs to do in this series to have a chance. They need to, you know, claw out some of those rounds where they don't really have an advantage based on their individual performances. Like we saw even that first kill in the pistol round, Sui was just a split second too fast. They had a flash for that position. He just got into Device's crosshairs before the flash could pop. So, you know, you really want to try and avoid missteps like that as much as possible, because you know Astralis is just going to be so solid for the majority of the game.
And Device was looking particularly solid on that one. Yanko, that's all we've got time for from you for this map, but thank you for joining us, and we'll see you after Overpass.
Thanks, guys.
Device was just on one from the start.
Yeah, him and Magisk look great right now, and I think that's a really good talking point. Something you brought up, Harry, that Magisk had, you know, quiet games coming into this event, but showing up in a grand final, showing up when it matters, with a Grand Slam notch on the line, with, you know, $200,000 for first place. It's what you love to see for Astralis.
It's what you want from Magisk. I just like Magisk in the pit. That's my favorite position I see him in. So I'm really looking forward to see what happens with Liquid as we head to Overpass, because it's another good map for Astralis. And I know You guys can't wait either. So, hold your horses. We'll be back in a few.
On Intel Extreme Master Certified PCs, you'll find a gold badge. It means you'll find brilliance inside, that you'll get high-grade components like Intel Core i7 and i9 processors that'll deliver the uncompromised performance you need to game like a pro. Not to mention, every purchase supports the prize pool of Intel Extreme Masters. Intel, unleash your brilliance.
You ready? Huh? Hey, he's a good boy, huh? You ready? Huh?
Start your esports career now at play.eslgaming.com.
Embrace your destiny, slay your enemy, raise a legacy. No more apologies, trust your abilities, gather the energies. Pull yourself back together, been staying off track forever. Child of the nation, will seek redemption, time for salvation. Today is meant to be day of victory, time for history. Rebirth's a tendency, fight the entropy, channel your rivalry. You're praying for fortune to come, you're hearing the sound of the drums. It's too late to backtrack, but pack your bag now, keep your feet on the ground and stand up. You've got what it takes to fight back. Don't stop until you black out, out, out. Stand up, up, you've got what it takes to fight back, back. Don't stop until you back out, out. Give all you got, show them how to make a miracle. Stand up, up, you've got what it takes to fight back, back. Don't stop until you back out, out. Give all you got, show them how to make a miracle. Go save your team, be a hero. Take home the cup, be a star. They waiting for you, take aim, shoot your arrow. It's your time to shine, show them who you are. Stronger, gotta go faster, gotta get better, gotta work harder. It's fight or fight now, get out now. Go with the move, go for the goal, lead up the stadium, you know how it's done. Stand up, up, go what it takes to fight back, back. Don't stop until you back out, out. Give all you got, show them.
I would not say Device because Device is definitely the most consistent player in the world. So you can always count on Device. But I noticed that when someone like Dupree or Magisk are popping off, they are making a lot of differences. Especially, for example, on this side, having Dupree on fire is really nice for the entry kills, and an on fire Dupree is really hard to stop. He's among the best in what he's doing in the world for a long time now. And yeah, when you see either Magisk or Dupree popping off, it's a really good sign for Astralis. I mean, Zebronics is really known for being a really nice clutcher, and Dupree is excellent at entering. A player like Magisk, if he's on fire, you put him on the side, on city side, and you can be sure that he's gonna take at least 3 before dying. So they all have their own abilities, and they are doing really good right now. And except Vitality, I don't see any teams that are doing better than them at the moment.
Intel Extreme Masters Global Challenge is brought to you by Intel, Acer Predator, Mountain Dew Game Fuel, and GGBet.
Welcome back to the IEM Global Challenge Grand Final, and so far Inferno has gone the way of Astralis, but will Overpass go in the favor of Team Liquid? Gentlemen, these two teams haven't played Overpass against each other since ESL won New York in the playoffs.
Yeah. Liquid have barely played this versus European opposition. That's the one thing that does worry me, right? Obviously, of the maps that are in this series, minus those bans, this is the least played map for Astralis. You could look at that for Liquid and go, oh, that's a nice little bonus. But the only teams Astralis have lost to on this map, well, Vitality, Na'Vi, pretty damn good teams. So it's not going to be free real estate for Liquid. The only EU win or EU game is versus Mad Lions, the third best Danish team, and even then they lost that. So Astralis sitting in that #1 regional spot, looking to go 2-0 up in this grand final. If they did do so, heading into Dust 2 to close, things could get scary for Liquid.
Yeah, I think right now there's going to be a lot of pressure on these AWPs in particular to show up. But let's get into the pistol because it's already underway, and Team Liquid have tried to come in with a bit of a classic B rush, and Dupree, he's seen a million of these, and so he's just absolutely laying waste to Liquid. Naf will come in with a response, but Dupree's done them so dirty, and there's the wrap from Device as well to really drive this one home. Astralis, they stop Liquid in their tracks. They try and throw a bit of a classic play their way, and that don't work versus these Danes.
Yeah, Device's flanks have just been second to none in this game already, right? He was doing that on Inferno, like that round. Yanko broke down the wrap from the boiler side and just mowing down players in a 2-on-4. Dupree, quick tapping 3, and then Device to close. It's the double Danes for Astralis, sweeping it for a pistol. 1-0 and eco for Liquid, no plant, and so the same story as Inferno. They take this light buy, they wait for the economy to build. Astralis are essentially just gifted this 2-0 lead. It's just how clean do they want to make it?
Oh man, these Astralis players, they really love their org in both sense of the word, right? They keep donning these scoped rifles on the CT side, and we're seeing why from Device. How does he get away with absolutely all of them there? Finally laid to rest, obviously, but still, you know, you're going to take that all day long. Helped out with a fast flank from Glaive, and then a bit of assistance peeling away from that long angle. And so Astralis get the conversion nice and cleanly. Now Team Liquid come in with this first buy, but this is always one of the issues, right? When you take that full eco there, if you're Liquid here, while you get all these AKs out, you see a sacrifice set to be made on Naf. He's only running the Galil here. That's to bring out a little bit more utility. And for the rest of the gang, the utility's pretty sparse here. So Team Liquid going to be relying on winning some of these opening fights. They don't really have it in the tank to throw too many complicated fakes the way of Astralis. And with Device already opening up, that's a whole belt of utility gone. Oh, and another. Man, forget about the utility. They just need players, and they're losing them left and right. Device, with his org, absolutely laying waste to Team Liquid. Oh, he might just get another. Stay away from him. Get out of mid. It belongs to Device. He's 8-0, 166 ADR. And it's only Grim left. This round has barely even began, and it's over for Team Liquid.
Any ace? Oh, not today. Grim punishes. He doubles down. He makes it interesting, but the nade, the dunk down for Astralis, and Dupree to close it out again. It's these two players bringing all of our attention into this map already, and most of Liquid's as well. That is incredible for Device. Takes that mid spawn, posts up party side, and just mauls Team Liquid. Doesn't set a great precedent for Liquid, right? Just getting flashed out in all of these rounds, blinded by Astralis' utility and cleaned up. 3-0, eco. That was a buy round, although it didn't look like it. And now Device, another scope of a different flavor.
I hate hearing them fire off now. I didn't realize I could be so scared of the AUG.
It's like the Kriegs, man.
Liquid do at least get up through connector. But they've only got these pistols, and hell, man, we just saw how the rifle round panned out for them, so I don't have a lot of hope here. I'm sorry for feeling that way. But with the kind of game that we're getting out of dupreeh and Device, this duo, man, it's scary. And they're both playing in tandem over here towards A. dupreeh in the bait and switch corner, while Device is trying to draw attention in towards this bomb site, trying to get Team Liquid, only caring about him, just to add that much more weight to this dupreeh play at long. Magisk spraying away, will get tapped out of the round by the CZ, but that's where dupreeh comes back in on this long wrap. And he's able to swing like a hinge. The moment they lose players in the site, well, then that's where you got to worry about long. And the utility is just so punishing, time and time again. Team Liquid having to take a bit of a back seat in that round there, as everything's dictated to them on Astralis' terms.
Yeah, that's just a round of flashes, right? A round of blindness for both teams, really. Magisk gets full whited on the site, but a big nade from Device, and then with glaive just popping flashes back from CT spawn, dupreeh's able to finish off a lot of that damage done by the HE, and they just close it out with ease. 4-0. But it was only a pistol round, as you said. So pistols gone, guns are back, and Liquid looking for a bit of vengeance.
Of the 20 kills thus far, 90% of them belonging to Device and dupreeh. 18 of those 20 kills coming from those two players. That's a little bit mental, isn't it? This A bomb site has definitely felt off limits. That's what this is telling you.
Look at this angle as well, boosted on the shelf. Stewie checks it, but the AUG just tears him apart. Oh, the spray is fantastic as well. Twist trying to come in with the trade. There's two players here, but Naf has caught them on a great timing on that lurk. Twist can't trade. The tech taps him back, and Naf trapped to the back.
How's he gotten out?
No idea.
dupreeh lives to tell the tale, and what a tale it is. No one's going to believe him when he brings this one back up. Zip with the shutdown, the lurk. Astralis absolutely just dominating. This is scary, man. They're looking so confident. Like in so many of these rounds now, if you're Liquid, not only have you been getting red and running into these crossfires that Astralis have set up, but on top of that, even when you're trying to navigate these kind of like 1vx scenarios where you're not even necessarily looking to win anymore, you're just trying to do a bit of damage, there's always someone in some grimy position where they're not meant to be, or some homing nade that's going to find its way to you no matter what.
Yeah, and you just don't know how much room you're getting given if you're Liquid as well, right? In these rounds, I think they tried to 5-boost there. In these rounds, you know, Liquid on the pistols are being given all the mid control, all the room, and Astralis is just stacked back in the site. And in the gun rounds, boom, you got Device pushing up Party. You got Connect control as well, taking down the mid cross. Like, every time Liquid think they have room, it's taken away. And today is the same, because dupreeh has mopped up a double from the back. Device with the AWP on the B side, picking up the first. Naf is gone, or should be, in an instant. That's something, though. And no one can trade him unless they re-aggress it short. So with the flash, Device moves back into the angle, and Naf with his back turned. Oh dear, the Deeg can't do a thing. And Device, the king, keeps it up for Astralis.
I don't want to be too negative or like too foreboding here, but one of the problems for Liquid right now is that these T-sides have often been like a key to success for them on this map. Whenever we've seen them play out in NA, it's always treated them very, very kindly. And right now, they are not getting a kind treatment at all. 0-6 down. Stewie and Elige yet to frag. Where you think about how important Stewie was back on Inferno, he hasn't even been given a chance to play. How can you try and counter what you're getting out of Astralis right now? It's not like these are some incredible calls being made by glaive, like sat there orchestrating these really grandiose strategies. Instead, it is them just setting up crossfires, being kind of aware of what Liquid like to do, and then dominating with these AUGs. And look, they're all coming out for Astralis. Everyone wants a piece of the action.
14-3 on dupreeh, 11-1 on Device.
Zip's bored as well. Like, he's 2-0. He's like, well, you know, I haven't died, so there's that, but I don't know. I'm not even getting to see anyone.
Can they come B, please? No, say Liquid. The AWP's out on Stewie as well. A lot of T-side AWPing for him today. Let's see if he can keep up what he was doing on Inferno. Zip taking that water control, starting to move more aggressively. Our Astralis, they have a double long setup with Device on the AWP supported. Stewie's going to have to tackle that one back. No armor either, so if any of these orgs hit him, he is gone. Naf holding on to B aggro. Glaive takes Monster and hangs around. Stewie gets tagged, boost back up. Stewie, oh, the head ripped right off from Device. And Astralis double back.
There's very little you can hope to do to counter this kind of confidence that we're seeing out of Astralis. Strategies, they're tangible. They're something you can work against. But confidence, man, that's something different altogether. Device, even repositioning. Look, they're so keen to fight. Like, look at where Device is. He is out on an island. He's here alone, and he's striking players off the tally. Ooh, almost in with the time at Elige, having to go through the fire, through the flames. And we'll deliver the trade and the opener as well. Pace picked up, but Dupree, so often been the nuisance over at long, just isn't giving up an inch. And so he'll put 7 up on the board, keeping this flawless streak going for Astralis.
And that's so sad for Liquid. You want to know why? It's because Glaive has pushed through Monster already. Astralis have so much B control with Naf never knowing that they just rotate 3A. You see when Liquid get those 2 kills, Elige onto Device, and then the Magic's dead on the site. You see Naf runs through the smoke with his knife out. Elige sprints in, doesn't even look at long. They think A is clear. They think they've killed the 2 top side players. But that info, that real estate gained by Glaive and Zip outside of Monster allows for the triple stack on A. And it's the catch out for Astralis again. Liquid had no idea until it was already too late. Just when you think they have a bit of skin in the game, it's gone. A foot in the door, slammed shut. Broken toes for Liquid as they teeter up towards the connector. More pistols, and again, Astralis do it once more. They give away all the room. They go, oh, you have pistols? Fine, we'll play those sights. We'll play those long ranges. Now, the danger here is Dupree's alone, but he gets flashed in by Glaive. No one to be seen just yet. Posted in the toilet, he hears the spam. This fade comes in soon, and he already sees some legs. Elige could have had the drop on him there. Dupree does get traded, and so now armed with 2 guns are Liquid.
This is scary, though. Astralis, they're playing with more bravado than xCloud9, for crying out loud. Interesting little kind of wall of smokes that really does separate some of these fights. Glaive extending in front of it. Now, this leaves him open not only to this challenge here, but when he tries to fall back, he could fall prey to Naf in the toilet. No danger of that, because Device is providing Overwatch. There's Glaive in with 1, and Device Deagle out, looking for the last remaining player. It's Stewie up against him, and Device isn't missing a beat. Still flawless for Astralis, and as mentioned, this T-side is normally where Liquid thrive. Man, they're not even alive right now. Someone needs to check him for a pulse, because Astralis are just going for the throat. This is brutal.
Deathly. What can you even do here if you're Liquid? And remember that B rush that we've seen, that one attempt to the lowest site was locked in on the pistol round by Dupree's taps. Liquid haven't gone back to it since. Scared away. And even in the rounds that Liquid don't know about, Astralis have been taking this water control. They've been playing aggressive off of that molly. Device pushed up again on the short side. He is everywhere where Liquid go, in their heads, well read. Pushed up is the orb. Stewie is tucked on the right side. Device is not expecting this, but he still has the angle. One shot to connect for Device. Oh, catches Stewie running back. Twist is still here. Nice nade for Liquid. It's something at least.
Yeah, but when that's like the thing you're having to talk about, right? You know, you're having a clutch at straws, you know? Oh, we did 30 damage to Device. Come on, boys, we got him. Zip. Oh, okay, they finally put it into a 4-on-4. And at this point, right, the crucial thing is it's no longer one of these situations where, like, you're even odds, but you're walking into this horrible stack with little time left, little in the way of Astralis making it theirs. This time, you've got time on the clock. You've got a lot of map control, because Astralis have at least been giving you that and just been relying on holding down these bomb sites. And so finally, Liquid actually have a chance to maneuver, a chance to try and play around a call that Stewie makes. Now it's extended even further thanks to that push from Glaive, and that's put a lot of pressure on this B bomb site. So look at Device. He's rotated down. He's anxious about this B site play. And so they've entrusted all of A onto Dupree. He spots the utility, he spots the nade. That's Device's call to rotate back up. But Dupree's got to be the man to deliver in the short term. Only good for one. Finally, Liquid could break the curse. Missed shot from Device, gives up the aim of the game for him. They know he's in this bank, and he can't find anything. It's Liquid looking to make a withdrawal, looking to lock in the round, but Device's Deagle is fast. And it's left this 2-on-2 open. Falling back to play it passive. From the flower beds is Twist. Grim back at long. The bomb could be stuck. It would be a tricky place. Grim can swing onto it, right? And they need him to. Twist pulls the attention away. There's Device out in the open as well. And so finally, Liquid, they get one on the board. It takes them 9 rounds to get there. And even then, it gets close towards the end. One thing that is nice is it's like the moment you kind of deal with Dupree or Device, that is a weight off your shoulders, right? And if the other guys are itching for combat, are itching to give these fights over, then that's something that could work in Liquid's favor.
Yeah, can they build their way back in, right? T-sides have been the bread and butter of Liquid all tournament long, so that needs to start now. That needs to start immediately. Yesterday, in fact, Dupree doesn't want to make it so, looking for his 20th, pushed into the playground. Looking to slide behind Liquid. There's a flash, but he tucks behind, and Twist doesn't know. He's still holding, still aware of the possibility at least, but Dupree catches him switching. Stewie's still here. Legs can be seen under that little wood. Device posted for a connector play. 2 players walking their way up. No flash because the mid control just isn't there. They can't get Device off the angle. Device backs up. Smoke in. Stewie holding for Dupree. Naf with his knife out, running as well. Oh, not commed? That's a mistake for Liquid. They know he was here all along. And Dupree catches another. Stewie looking for the trade. The shot goes through. Dupree pushes in. And it's now behind Elige where he finds himself. Free kill for the 4th. And that's a big miscom for Liquid, right?
Yeah, man, Dupree, man, you get 3 locked in, the 4th one's free. That's what happens there. That's really messy from Liquid. I think it shows how confused this entire T-side has been. They've been uprooted at every single turn. They knew he was here, and Naf just walks in like, oh, well. That's nasty. And, you know, Dupree was locking down the A site from back in it before. Now they've just let him off the leash. They've said, Dupree, mate, you go do whatever you want. You're having a game of a lifetime here.
Yo.
He ain't playing no games in the park, is Dupree. And this time down into connector.
Hello, radio.
Hey, radio.
We've already seen him dominate from this position before. Do it again. Up against the pistols in round 11.
AFK नहीं हुआ, गेम देख रहा हूँ, माइक म्यूट करता हुआ था। क्या?
मालपानी शायद कल आ जाएगा।
Congratulations.
नहीं मत बोल रेडी मत
सही बात है। वैसे जब तक आ ना जाए ना तब मतलब जब तक मदरबोर्ड पे जीव लगा के जब तक देखे ना
मैं तो रो जाता यार, मजाक नहीं कर रहा।
मैं सो गया था गुस्से में।
क्यों?
ये भी सोते सोते नहीं रोया, मैं सोते सोते रो जाता था, या फिर बोले रोते रोते सो जाता हूँ मैं। हाँ ये जरा
भाई सुन हैजर्ड 10-1 से अस्ट्रालिस जीत रही है, ठीक है, सीटी साइडेड,
ठीक है।
डिवाइस 18 किल 3 डेथ 11 राउंड में, डुप्री 23 किल 1 डेथ। उन्होंने कुत्ता बना रखा है। टीम लिक्विड के अगेंस्ट ग्रैंड फाइनल है मतलब, और स्टार्टिंग के 5 राउंड एक बारी डिवाइस एक बारी डुप्री, एक बारी डिवाइस एक बारी डुप्री ने 4-4 क्वाड किल लिए, मतलब नंगा कर दिया। रो रहे हो बैठ के। एलिज ने कैंप तोड़ दिया।
आज ऐसी स्कोर था भाई फेस इट में 3 किल 18 डेथ।
उल्टा
थोड़ा सा रिवर्स हो गया, थोड़ा सा।
एक ही बात है।
अरे CS:GO में एरर आ गया होगा, ब्रैकेट इधर उधर लिख दिया।
प्रोफेशनल में कुत्ता बना रहे हैं हम यहाँ पे लेवल 3 वालों से।
चलो फिर मैं चला सोने।
चलो ठीक है, मैं भी जाता हूँ।
चलो भाई लोग बाय बाय।
ओके रेडी।
पता नहीं फिर मैं आता हूँ तब चले जाते हैं लुकी
और
लुकी
क्या हाँ मासूदा चल
यार
चलो
बाय बाय
सही
बाय बाय
चल ठीक
भाई
है
PPP मैं ज्वाइन करता हूँ सर्वर अरे नींद आ रही है यार सोता हूँ थोड़ा सा
हाँ तो वेले थोड़ी है तेरी तरह समझा
सही बात है भाई
ना मारूंगा ना
चल
चलो
ठीक है
फिर
फिर
बाय
बाय
चलो
बाय
चल ठीक है
अरे मॉडल में तो यहाँ का सही है किक करता हूँ जाकर तो रुक
जैगर भी होगा क्या बात कर रहा है जैगर भी तो है वही तो
Clutch on his plate, 10-1, no reason to not give it a go.
सही है भाई
ने किया नहीं था वैसे मादर चोर
Yeah, right. They saw him on that
चलो
jump
ये जा रहा
so
हूँ मैं
long,
ठीक
and
है
they don't
चल
want to
बाय
give
बाय
a
बाय
man like Zip a chance
मैं
in
भी
the clutch.
निकलता
So they
बाय बाय
swing early,
ठीक
they
है
cancel him out. Still, you've had to fight really long and hard if you're Liquid here, and you're holding on with just 2 rounds. Certainly not what you want to hear.
Yeah, we had a similar case in Inferno, right, with Liquid, struggling. They get 6 rounds CT side, they go T-half. They're very slow. Astralis are up 14-6. It looks like they're about to close the map dominantly. And then Liquid pulls some, must-needed rounds back, albeit still losing the map. If Liquid want any chance in their pick in this BO5, they're going to have to get a 10-5. They're going to have to come alive right here and right now. Better late than never. But Glaive, he lets him pass, right past. He doesn't fire a shot. He finds the second instead, and Glaive doubles up as Twist has no idea what hit him. That is a masterful play from Glaive around the edge of the smoke. Against the criminal himself, Stewie dead, 1-13. Pales in comparison to his Inferno performance. Elige might have a great gap here. He could walk up into A, but no kills being offered up. Even if he checks long, he won't see Device or Dupree. And the flash, if anything, gives it away. Now Astralis know what's up. Now they know Liquid are moving up the short side, and Device doubles back to put a stop to it.
He's just a Cyclops, man. He never even unscopes. Has to keep himself silent, keep it concealed. Has dealt with Elige, but one man does make it across. One man slips through the net. However, the bomb is now dropped, and so for Grim, getting into the back line, well, suddenly he's the focal point here for Astralis. They know that he's here. They've got him locked in, and that one gets delivered their way. 11-2. Really no contest at all. Not with 2 players having a game like this on Astralis. Device and Dupree, the 2 names that you want stepping up together. 2 names that just instill fear into your opponent, and this was beautiful from Glaive. Knows about that second man ahead of time, and he's thinking, well, how can I really get in their heads? How can I really make them afraid of crossing any corner, running through any smoke? He plays the trigger discipline, and it's beautiful.
Yeah, this is just looking all too clean, all too easy for Astralis on their least played map of the ones available in the series, and maybe for a reason. No one wants to test them on Overpass right now. Liquid can't even try. Or back in Stewie's hands. Last time he had it, it was the Dupree push into Playground that just, tore Liquid apart. And Stewie's Orb didn't even really play into it. Maybe he can find one of those openers. Maybe he can get himself in a position to succeed. But set outside of B, 3 on the monster side for Liquid, and just getting re-smoked from Zip as well. Elige cleaning out middle on his own. We got that double long setup again for Astralis. Device has his eyes on the prize while Dupree's pushed up deep. Fallen-esque. Right now the Falling are on the T side. Failing at finding even a semblance of a half here. Liquid. Flashed out long. Stewie moving through with that AWP. Device is going to draw him in. Assuming Liquid get that close, they've got to eventually. 35 on the clock, getting in deeper. Twist trying to sell the B fake, committed on his own. Not much he can do there. Shows his hand and ducks out as well. They're going to go back through connected to B potentially. Twist isn't moving. He's finally going to come and join them, so it will be that top site hit. But Twist is going to be late to this one. Device in the hot seat.
There's that opener. First man struck from the tally, and it's Stewie with that AWP. Magisk as well over here at the truck. Does get his head taken off. Glaive swinging in to help out, and Device there. Oh, they do know about Grim, but he's been able to get away with one. It's Twists, and time is the problem. Time's the enemy. And he won't be able to get these kills. Baited into Dupree. The trap was set, and the game is afoot. 12-2. Astralis, an incredibly dominant half. And really, at this point, this map might just be swept under the rug for Liquid. This is one that they might just forget about.
That truck is a two-seater right now. Astralis have been playing double truck all side long, right? Like Glaive and Magist just trading engagements, swapping out left and right. And even then after they kill, I think it was Magist, Glaive, and Zip, then just hiding behind it together. Liquid can't get through. There's a man in the middle. Never given the kills they require, the kills they desire. Glaive has had enough of waiting around, and he pushes with the spam right into the smoke again. The other side, they have nades out, but the cover is there. Twist, an important kill. Zip is 4-2 at the halftime right now. He's barely seeing Team Liquid, but he might get a chance to fight in this final round of the half. The nade is good. Back in from Magisk. Dupree setting up a boost for Zip, but Liquid are going quick.
Yeah, in they come, the SMG of Stewie, good for the opener. The trade's found, but Magis, they don't know about him yet. And the molly is a little short. Grim will get the trade, and now it is just Device, but down from the heavens he strikes into the 1v1. Naf on the other side of it has this bomb left to play around, and Device with an absolutely stellar game right now. Fakes the drop with his deagle. That leaves him without the sidearm, but he's looking to do this with the primary. Naf, cowering, doesn't want to give the peek over, is just playing around that bomb time, wanting to win it through smarts as opposed to with peaks, and Device is on the bomb, the spray, oh no, he thinks he's off of it, no, that can't be how the half ends, the stick for Device, and he puts up 13, he doesn't need to fight, he'll win it just by holding the E key. Astralis, it's Dupree and Device lighting up the server right now.
Yeah, for sure. I think for me it makes total sense because I like to be like the front guy, taking map control for my team. So if I can get the opening kills, that needs to have some individual skill to it. And if I don't have that individual skill for that particular game, then we're probably maybe going to lose the first kill or not get the info that we need or not get the control that we need. So for me, I think it makes our team a lot worse when I'm not playing. If I'm having a bad game, it's definitely making us a lot worse.
Yeah, no, I think also that just like having a nice flow in the defaults and having a nice flow in taking map control. If you like hitting your shots yourself, it's way easier for you to call like a fast default or like doing a fast move or like doing some more aggressive stuff. Whereas that can be hard sometimes to call for other people. So if you're playing really good yourself, then usually there will be like a very nice flow in the game. And I think that's one of the most important things in this era right now, that you're not just like going through the same default every single round, but you're actually like mixing stuff up and you're taking the spawns you got and you're taking the timings you have in all the defaults to take the map control. So I think it's honestly very important that like if I play good myself, then like it's gonna be way nicer game. And if I play bad myself and I'm a little bit afraid of taking the duels, then usually I might like the map control won't be as nice and it won't be like the same flow that was if I was playing good.
Yeah, I agree with pretty much everything they said. I think if you're having a good game and you're the IGL, you kind of feel out the game a lot easier, like rotations, where they're gonna be, and you know how they're gonna move around the map. And when you're having a good game, you're gonna feel all of that, so it's gonna be a lot more fluid.
Yeah, Device and Dupree right now leading the way. Single-handedly, well, not single-handedly, right? Double-handedly.
Yes.
But
Danish delight, Harry.
Oh, it is absolutely revolting, man. I'm not a fan of what we're seeing out of Liquid. This has been silent, and the cards that they've been dealt from Astralis have not been kind at all. This is unreal. What's going to happen in the second half? It is the T sides that have often treated Liquid better. This B-bomb site has caused real problems for them in the past as well.
Oh, and it's empty. They're playing retake. It's a heavy con setup. Dear, oh dear. Free real estate for Astralis. Look, we've got one bomb plant in the entire half. Astralis about to get it in the first. That's a good trade for Grim. But just can molly off the short side. He's stalling it for as long as he can. Elige can't commit through it. There's no smoke for it. Flashes and kits. That's all Liquid have to work with.
There's one of those flashes to try and get the short peek in, and the kills are found. It's Twist to deliver them. It is a convincing look right now, and they even deal with Glaive. So Team Liquid, trying to save face, trying to save their dignity. They get that pistol, they put up a third, and now maybe there's a chance for them to make this a little bit more competitive. I think, you know, you're still a long way away from saying, yeah, the comeback's afoot, right? It's well and truly back in the hands of Liquid. That ain't gonna happen for quite some time. Yeah. We need someone to step up, to elevate this level to the same kind of level, or even, really, I don't think you're gonna get two players that are able to outdo Device and Dupree right now. It needs to be that team effort. It needs to be everyone chipping in. But a pistol victory, that's at least something to build upon.
I'm very surprised Astralis don't just go Hail Mary and buy up the AKs and the Deagles and just full commit in this one, right, with a huge lead. But they just go, okay, we'll give them a bit of respect and then we'll take it away in our first gun round. It's the triple nades towards B for the boost spot. Grim, is he caught on a jump? Timing is everything. He's not there. It's a missed Hail Mary. But, yeah, it's all fine for Liquid for now. These Deags should find very little for Astralis, you'd like to think. Elige is pushed into middle. He's going to hit him down in the connector with that deep smoke as well. And double con side for Liquid. So they've got Astralis pretty much trapped in this round, but you were never really expecting too much out of armorless T's. And Elige tucked on the other side. Mid is almost salvageable here for Astralis. Elige should be getting multiple kills, even though he's only 2 and 15. Like, these are free frags. Surely Astralis don't check it.
Only good for one out of all of that, though. Aggression still coming through, and luckily enough, Twist wins that. The last thing you would want is to give over a 3-on-3 here and make life that much harder for yourself. So they're thankful that Twist was able to beat out the armorless Deag there down towards Monster. Astralis just hoping for a bomb plant at this point, and that's going to be a long way away from reality with just Magis left standing. You'll have to Deag these two back inside of the A site to make it happen. And they're now looking to swing them together, keep that pressure on. The flash, while it will get them off the angle for a second and might offer up a kill, it's ultimately meaningless. Team Liquid onto 4, but now we've got that reinvestment coming through for Astralis.
And the terror starts again. Liquid know nothing is safe right now with these AKs out. At least it's not Augs, right? That's the one thing Liquid can be surefire of. Astralis aren't going to reignite that Krieg meta. They want the AKs a little cheaper and a little more util as a result. We got the mollies and the smokes. Liquid, it's not really a bonus round. Double FAMAS, 1 UMP is still a pretty good buy. Fast out mid of Astralis, they smoke the Molotov. No respect, no fear. And no surrender, even boosting. No one in party to find, though. Liquid in a double toilet setup. It's Naf and Elige back to back playing these gaps.
This is scary for Naf and Elige. Because if they go down, that is your A resistance just broken, right? And suddenly you're rotating players, you can get caught out of position. You're very, very vulnerable to these mind games. And Elige missing that opportunity. If Naf's down here, if he doesn't get much done, then this could be the round in favor of Astralis, because now they're into this 4-on-3. There's that rotation from Stewie away from the B site. But with so much time left on the clock and really so little map control for Liquid, they feel pressure to take advantages elsewhere. While they pressure Zip back away from B, I think now that just really solidifies for Astralis to pick up the pace into this A-bomb site, get in the face of Stewie, keep bullying him. He'll try and game them in the smoke, hidden in it with the UMP. There isn't a flash to help him out, but he will go through and find success. Grim coming alive as well at just the right time. Is bailed out by Twist, and now it falls to Zipnix in the 1-on-3. Back in the toilets. Liquid are on the bomb, and Zip's going to be hard-pressed to deny that defuse. I think he knows it as well, so just giving that round over to Team Liquid. And that's some of the little advantages coming off the back of such a strong start, right? Like, you can't afford to let those rounds slip by. You're not feeling the pressure just yet.
Yeah, Stewie actually does get popped through the smoke. Twist lobs one from below, and that's really what reignites the retake for Liquid there. A big round, a big play. It needed to happen for Liquid, hidden down in the dumps. And especially after you said with Zip even getting dinked, but getting the info that two players were pushing the B monster, that just sped Astralis up into the near empty A site. Won't win the post plant though. Now for the AWP. Hits the tag. Device takes a shot through the wall. Glaive is trying to chase him down. Naf has been, you know, one of the only players alongside Grim who's really kept up, you know, an okay scoreline in this map, considering how one-sided it's been. That's pretty impressive. But Astralis won't go near that up for now. There's a third rotation towards A. Stewie goes back up, and Astralis come down towards lower. A resmoke at Monster stall things out, and so Stewie can second guess if he changes his mind, but Astralis might go right through this one. They're lining up quick util into B. Glaive with the heaven smoke ready to chuck. And here come Astralis.
Yeah, this is the push, right? There's the signal. You don't get much warning. They're already here, breaking through the door of this B site, and the defense crumbles right away. No chance for Liquid, they know it, and you hate having to write this round off. You know, at this point, you need everything you can get your hands on. And so the moment you have that triple stack up on A, you needed those players in the B site to at least go 1-for-1, to even consider giving this an attempt. And so giving over 14, not the position you want to be in if you were ever hoping that this comeback could come through.
Yeah, it's how surprised, how caught off guard Liquid are there, right? There's players with grenades out in their hands watching the monster smoke. You expect it to at least be respected after 10 seconds of nothing, of no one, you know, even firing through it. Astralis have been spotted in mid, heavy out of the gate, right? Nav hits that tag, he sees multiple players cross, he sees the bomb. And so Liquid are padded up on A while they give Astralis room to get close. Little do they know, Astralis immediately duck down below and just run through the smoke with a perfect flash on the fade. You can see right there, I think it was Grim chucking in a re-smoke as Astralis come through. They hit that timing to perfection, and Liquid have no kills on the defense, so no chance to retake. And this could be the bitter end for Liquid. At least the save gives us another buy round, but it's up against 14.
Naf getting to don that AWP, and he's taking it with him for the B peak. This is all the while a bit of mid-aggressions coming through from Elise just to get that information. Stewie is in a spot that's do or die, and he ends up facing the latter. Him out of the equation. Elise has just been spotted as well, so they know they've got a man trapped over here towards the long toilets. That's a big smoke drop to at least allow Elise to stay alive and offer something in this A site hold. But all this map control has gone the way of the Danes very, very quickly.
Moving up slowly through the toilets. Liege is still supported by Grim back at the site. Naf solo AWPing B is quite the risk, but he's also the only man with a belter utility to stall and execute. Not going to be much stalling here though. Contact coming in on long soon rather than later. Bomb joined by the late lurk of Zip coming back from the spawn side. He's often been waiting outside of B for that contact. This is the right read for Liquid, right? They've got 3 on A. They've got the perfect call here, but they need to hit their shots. Good flash. No reaction though for Astralis. No information gain for Liquid. They almost rotate. They almost self-doubt. But Twist comes back up from the stairwell and is here at the right place in the right time. Grim tucked. Can't kill the bomb. Magic's dead through the smoke. And still sitting on the site is Twist as he calls for Naf to rotate.
Look at Dupree flanking as well, right? His entire play hinges on even getting this bomb down. And with that not happening, the round is sealed. Dupree's flank is no worry to Team Liquid. It could take this AWP out the hands of Naf, which would be a little bit devastating. But yeah, Naf looks aware of this possibility. Dupree, blindsided by it, goes down after time.
Yeah, that's planning for success, right? For Astralis, like, it's not the end of the world. It's a 14-5 scoreline at that point. They're believing in it. They're thinking all we need to do is trade twists, get that bomb plant, and Dupree is the round win. He is the win condition for Astralis. But, yeah, with them getting mowed down, with Twist finding 4, great hold from him. That A-site stack was perfect. And Dupree, a bit annoying that Naf is even holding him. Who's ready for that play? And, you know, killed after time as well. Less money to play with. The 5-man boost is held by Elige. Goodbye. What a way to start the round for Astralis. Falling short.
Yeah, huge scalp to find as well when you think about what Device has been able to get away with in this game so far.
The one benefit is, like, Dupree had a deagle due to dying after time, so now he has an AWP. He's probably pretty happy about that. But, man, Elige, what a gamer. Ready for the 5-stack boost out of Spawn. What a round to watch that.
Nav's trying to play around this smoke. He's got a tiny little gap to look through. But while his attention is fixated on this area, it has allowed for Glaive to sneak up the short side, and Dupree, with that AWP, emboldened with the luck of Device. Oh, Naf's trying to get stuck in, and he might get caught out as a result. There is the trade from Glaive. That's a little bit heartbreaking, right? If Naf's able to get out of there suddenly, you're in the advantage if you're Liquid. You're feeling good. You've shut down that mid control, but now the whole map goes dark. You don't know where this is ending up anymore. You don't have that mid control. Liquid could get hesitant here. That they could choose to move these players away or look to get information, maybe overextend a little bit. And Astralis are committed to this B play. That Molotov is very well timed from Stewie. It slowed down the push. Dupree, trying to go through it, is brought down very, very low. So Twist and Stu will hold it strong in the B site. A lot of temptations must have been leaning in there, you know, to push or prod or try and get some information. And they make the right call. They just stack up on B. They believe in that original decision that it was all coming back towards the B bomb site.
This is unreal as well. I mean, let's check that replay. Elige just holding it out of Spawn. He's that aware. He's that ready that Astralis are going to go for that. Won't be going back to that anytime soon, I can tell you. And yeah, nice hold for Stewie and Twist, right? The molly coming in. Twist has proven to be a real problem for Astralis in some of these CT rounds with a 4K on the A site, locking down B right then and there. Stewie spamming Magistic out of the round. That's down on B. Shot him through the wall into connector. Elige with the AUG. Showing Astralis that Liquid can do it too, but it's just up against such insurmountable odds. Such a dominant scoreline for Astralis. Even though Liquid are building and keeping the money intact with 5 alive, all it's going to take is one big play, one perfect Astralis read. And this could all be over in vain for Liquid.
If you want to look for like the tiniest of silver linings, and this is like, I'm really stretching here, but it's the fact that, you know, for Astralis, that first half came very, very easy to them on the back of a performance of just 2 men. And so for all the other guys in this team who, you know, you've kind of forgot about after what we've seen out of this Danish duo, they're not going to be as warm, right? They're not going to be as attuned into it right now. And they're up against a Liquid that is starting to get back into this game, right? They've had it very, very easy in that first half of play. They didn't have to contribute much. They weren't even really seeing anyone before the round came to a close. And so now, as they're needed to step up, they're going up against the Liquid that isn't all unconfident, that isn't losing everything. This fight in connector could matter a hell of a lot, and the fact that Dupree is there to open the round up has set Astralis up very, very nicely. Grim is trying to trade it back, and that nade could do a lot of damage. It has. Immediately, that advantage is back in favor of Liquid. Those were so important to get those down in the connector, to keep that area of the map contested, and to leave you now in a 4-on-3. I think that's actually better than you could have expected from Twists and Grim in that situation there.
Yeah, and now the peel back for Liquid, right? They just fall back to anchor the sites. 2-2 split. Glaive regains control and composure outside of B. Grim is holding on to his angle. Glaive peeks in. Grim doesn't want to take the fight. Drops the smoke instead. This time dropping it before the other one faded. He's been burnt before. Astralis with that little poke down on B and then a rotation back up. And Naf might have the timing to catch them in transition between the sites. That's a good shot. Device dead. Glaive looking to commit, knowing there's a max of one player on the site as Naf doubles back. It's just Stewie. The molly's deep. Stewie's playing dice, though, and he can swing off of Naf, who is making a lot of noise. The flash in. Naf's blind, though, and Stewie's going to have to trade him. Still stuck alone. 15 seconds. Zipping another clutch that feels unwinnable. Stewie and Grim just fighting tooth and nail. And Liquid giving Astralis a real run for the money right now. 9 rounds. Is it just the case of Inferno where it feels like you're pulling it back into what is eventually going to be a losing battle? Or can Liquid conceivably win this map? Only time will tell.
It seemed so impossible, didn't it? It really, really did. But now, like, bit by bit, you're starting to say, like, all right, Liquid are in with a chance. And that was, even the thought of that was never on your mind at the end of that first half. Up against Pistols again, as they've broken the money of Astralis, and Elige trying to build his confidence back up by taking some of these early fights, has dealt with Magisk, and now just ducks out of there. That's the thing, like, he looked like he was going to extend for a moment, and then he realizes, well, you know, we've got a lot more to lose than to gain from me pushing in through this, this mid area. They're making Astralis really have to work for these rounds.
Yeah, and despite that, you know, two-pronged attack of Device and Dupree that were absolutely tearing Liquid limb from limb on that CT side with those Orgs, just running around the map, always reading into the B plays as well. You know, not that they've really had much of a problem here, but the rest of the team were quiet from the get-go. It didn't matter when those two were writing the story, but no one's filled the void. No one's picked up the pieces in this second half for Astralis. And so Liquid have been given a lot of hope, a lot of a chance. Flash into B. Astralis, contact play, they're creeping through, now starting to run. Another flash, Grim, not blinded behind the box, he's stuck in the water. Zip is going to come in from above, but there's so many CT players here waiting behind the smoke so that they drop to give themselves more room. It's a mow down and a mop up with 5 alive for Liquid. Not like money's been the problem, but that will certainly help. Astralis can't afford to drop the ball here and now. That could be catastrophic.
It shouldn't be possible. Like, everything is going against Liquid, and yet they're still rising to the occasion. I don't even know what this would do to this series if Liquid managed to pull it back. And the fact that we're even considering it is absolutely mental. Like, this was done. This was done. This was a game in which Dupree and Device looked to do it to Liquid single-handedly. And now it's all hanging in the balance. And we haven't seen as much out of those two. You know, Dupree's been good in the openers, but they certainly haven't been putting up those first half numbers. There was only so long you could expect them to keep it up, right? And then that's where you need to look at the other 3 guys on Astralis to try and fill that void, fill that gap a little bit. Because we are starting to have these key players emerging for the Liquid side. Twist's continuing to have a good game. As we've kind of highlighted a couple of times now, he was having a bit of a below-average performance here at the Global Challenge. Well, it looks like he was just kind of saving stock for these grand finals.
Yeah, the old 13-2 half getting uncomfortably close now for Astralis. It's do or die. With every buy comes a pistol round to follow, unless they're hitting bomb plants, and even then Astralis are struggling to get into bomb sites. Nades are good. Double nade, in fact. Oh, Magisk. Blown into the water and put down to 8. Dupree playing as Twist similarly did in this T side, just waiting for an over-aggressive CT to make a move. Liquid have not been doing any of that. They've not been offering up these openings. Re-smoke on Monster, and Astralis have to pull the brakes yet again. They're still defaulting though. 3 outside of B. We've got 2 working middle as well. Trying to find out where this AWP is playing. Naf is sat back on the A site. And they might walk into him, contact as well. There's Glaive receiver flash. There's none on Device. Glaive, oh, he gets tagged, spotted by the AWP. And now 2 low players, thanks to the HE and AWP, thrown in by Liquid. And nothing to show for it for Astralis. Maybe a bit of map control. They've pushed up on A. They forced Liquid back, but they've still kept strong with this triple B hold that looks unwavering.
Now, all this attention being given towards the A site hasn't fooled Liquid yet, but we do now see Stewie
maybe considering, like, floating that idea. He backed up like he was going to rotate, and then he decides, actually, no, I don't think it's A at all. I've been committed to this B call from the start of the round, and so Liquid double down on it. There's 20 seconds as Astralis are going to try and make this push happen. They've left it down to the wire. In goes the utility. Grim with the double. Oh, he's knocking Astralis down, helped out by Twist. And while Device does get the double blinded, surely his journey's brought to an abrupt close by Elige on the swing. 11 to 14. 11 to 14. Hello? Do remember that at the end of the half, Liquid had 2 rounds. Astralis came into this just 3 away from securing a victory. And something else I think that's important to note is heading into that round there, Device and dupreeh had 54 kills between them, right? Obviously, it's gone up a little bit because of Device getting some kills and a few more things getting thrown into the mix. At the end of that first half, they had 47 kills. So over the course of that next 10 rounds, they've mustered up 7. As I say, that's where you need to look towards the rest of Astralis, who didn't really have that same opportunity in the first half to get warm, to kind of punish Liquid and build that confidence up. The other two were soaking up all the glory. And now when it's coming time to rely on the rest of Astralis, you're not getting those answers you were hoping for. Meanwhile, Liquid have come alive, right? They're starting to believe, because they certainly weren't at the end of that first half. They look done.
It's the reverse choke, you know, 2 rounds first half, Liquid is screaming, help, someone call an ambulance. But not for me. Astralis, where have they gone? Where have they gone to? Triple AKs, a desperate buy, not even a bomb plant. Relying on that loss bonus, nothing more. Liquid. They've got us believing now. You can't help it. 1 T round in this entire half for Astralis. Flashed into the water area, mollies it down. Liquid have no one here. They're AAA. They take a lot of mid control. They get a lot of info. And now Naf can start to rotate back, get into that B site. He might need to help his team. It looks like it's going to be a fast one for Astralis. Liquid might have to be stuck in a retake here. Grim's fully flashed. Great pop flash. And Glaive running in with a kill. He is traded. Twist can't anchor for long. And now Astralis, now they're in. Running deep, taking the control away from Liquid. The bomb is late, but it will get planted. And Liquid have to make that call. Do we want to retake a man down, or do we throw in the towel?
It's Device who represents a huge problem to Liquid here, and they don't know about it, and they haven't checked for it, so it's free for Device. Stewie not able to catch the trade right away. Will do it eventually, but it's a 2-on-3. Liquid, you know, man, they're up against 15 potentially anyway, so they try and give it a go, but you're looking at Naf in the 1 versus 3. He's out of there with the AWP. He's running for the hills. Astralis, they finally reached 15.
Oh my.
Insurmountable task that they weren't quite able to accomplish.
Dinked through the smoke. If Naf wasn't already convinced, that will certainly send him packing. And I love the fast play for Astralis, right? Just the no respect. Liquid took mid in that round. It was an unfortunate call considering they had 3 going so deep towards the party, the playground, looking it out. They realize Astralis are set up outside of that B site. It's a desperate rotate run for Naf and co, but Glaive is flashed so fast into the site, able to get that entry and be the bait, be the trade that gets Device in deep. Finally, it's happened. Astralis wiping some sweat off their brow. They've at least, at the very least, guaranteed overtime. Not that they want that either. They're looking to close here and now.
And it's back to be early on. Been working out for them, right? These slower rounds, these have given Liquid the confidence, the ability to take these early fights. And when they do finally move away from it, all it took was that one opener found into B, and suddenly, you know, you felt Liquid crumbling. Because it's that reminder, Astralis, they are the ones still in the lead, and you are the huge underdogs having to embark on this comeback. Team Liquid, the comeback kids, can they do it? Now hanging in the balance, now an overtime required, right? Astralis really looking like they're dead set on a B play, and the flash at long has kept the attention over at A just a little bit longer, right? Just keeping a guy like Naf a long ways away, and now that B play's in. This time Liquid have got 3 here. This time they've got the triple hold. Is that going to make all the difference? It's a damn good spray from Grim. Trade through for Device. Now Stewie trying to step up and over he goes, but not quite able to offer up that shot. Having to drop down, but a couple of pot shots whizzing over the heads of Astralis. Glaive getting deep.
very, very deep indeed into this site, and he's very close to Twist. Spams him out of the round. 30 seconds, and Astralis have got to go back for the bomb. They've left the most important thing all the way back here in T-Spawn. They're even paranoid that Liquid have it, so they've taken more time out of their day now in retrieving this package. Device has been holding down the site, and going silent could work in their favor in that Naf is now holding for a flank, but you've still got to worry about Elige and Stewie. Elige tries to go over, but Device has plucked them both out of thin air, and now it's Naf in the clutch. This would have to be unreal, and it's not going to come through. Device pops off. He might have been a little bit quiet in that second half, but he returns to being the hero we know he can be.
Oh my goodness, Astralis 2-0, looking for the 3-0, looking for the sweep. It may have come at a cost, but Dust 2 to finish, or not, we'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, they done told me to be myself, so when I went and found myself, the ones who told me back then, be true to who I am, ain't think we was really gonna win. Now they watching us from the sidelines, while we trying to victories like we getting high tides. I'm getting my prize, only thing my eyes is locked in on, $500,000 mine. I want it right now, don't waste my time. Family in a penthouse with a view sky high, blood, sweat, and tears bring water to my eyes, cause the whole gang winning, I done gave my life. I slow, but we did it, ain't we? And we always moving, never on the same thing. Now our lives are highlight reel, we like the thrill. This life's ideal, the hype is real.
No pulse and all alone. Time's not kind and it won't let go. No thoughts left in my head. My mind's not mine and it won't forget. But you bring me back from my darkness black. Cause the soul in me and the heart I had for you. It beats for you, it beats again. Oh, you bring me to life. Oh, you bring me to life. Oh, you bring me to life. Oh, you bring me to
Hello guys, my name is Nitro, Safix. I've been asked to showcase a few tips and tricks here on Overpass, and I've got 3 lined up for you. One of them being probably more of a funny spot you can use in matchmaking, so let's go ahead. When I was playing AWP, one of the tips that stuck with me on Overpass is if you can jump up on this here. Then a lot of people are holding this angle here, and it's quite good, especially if the opponents have pistols, for example, but for me, it's sometimes better to grab this angle, because even if the flash comes over, which you won't be able to dodge anyway, you'll be blind, then when the players swing out behind the rock, they probably clear this here angle, and then when your flash starts to fade, the players will be pretty much in your vision, and then you can like just slow clear out. So typically you won't be flashed for that long unless they flash like really super far. If they just flash in your back, you won't be blinded for a very long time, and you'll be able to get some easy kills. If you're going into the underground area, it's a pretty funny tip, I guess. I use it a bit in matchmaking because I find that it works quite well. And if you just smoke off the underground, for example, you can jump up here on the ledge of the pipe. Then you can go up on the pipe, and it's actually quite a hard angle to clear. So if the terrorists are not aware that you're going to be there, it's a pretty neat self-boost. You can also get a teammate to boost you up, and if you do so, it might be a fun off angle. Not only that, if you're up on the pipe, you can actually look through the windows out into short. So if someone's taking short and they haven't properly cleared connector or underground, or however you would like to call it, you might be able to get a sneaky kill. So if you're playing CT side on Overpass, what many terrorist teams do is that they do and execute with a smoke wall. So you have the 3 smokes here on the bomb site. And the problem with this is that if you're a CT, you can't really get any clear vision. One way to get impact is simply just jumping off this trash can. So if you do that, you can get some info. But not only that, you can actually also boost on the corner of the trash can. So when the smokes are up, basically you're able to sit on top of your teammate's head. It's just a way to get a clean kill without potential for a refrag.
Yet again, Liquid looked like they were going to gain on Astralis, but Astralis took a timeout managed to get their heads back in the game and close things out. And we're now 2-0 into this best of 5 final. One plant, I believe, on that T side for Liquid, which is just not great. It's not good enough for a best of 5 final.
And think about the context of that plant as well. Device sticks it in the smoke. It's in round 15, 1v1v NAF, and he just gets on the bomb and wins a round. That felt unwinnable from the get-go, right? That felt like a lost game from dupreeh and Device, decking fools on that A site, running on a rotate with AWPs towards B, and somehow, someway, Liquid, again, similar to Inferno, show us some face in the second half, but given the context of how that game opened, it just never felt possible.
And Twist on that second half, I just want to highlight him before we bring Yanko in, because it doesn't matter what site you put him in. He's just going to wait there. He's going to wait for you to come into his clutches, and then he's going to kill probably 2 or even 3 of you.
Yeah, sometimes even 4. He had some big rounds on that A site, like locking down from the truck side. That was a position that Astralis used masterfully with Glaven and Magic just kind of swiveling between, swapping sides and both fighting at the same time. Twist had some great rounds, and yeah, Liquid, they've had some highlights, some good moments, but albeit 2-0 down in a grand final, is this over?
Ugh, well, we will soon see. I mean, we're seeing some highlights in Twist there. He was leading by example for his B companion, his occasional B companion, Grim, as well, who just was also getting it done, especially positioning himself outside Monster, and it just seemed like time after time, Astralis would just run into him. But let's run into Yanko right now. We're going to bring him in because we want to talk about Astralis, namely 2 players in particular. The first one of those being dupreeh, Yanko.
Yeah, Frankie, honestly, I don't really care what you guys want to talk about. I want to talk about Zypex because I love his life right now. He had 1 kill in the second pistol round, and that was all of his kills on the T side. He just planted the bomb a couple of times. Device and dupreeh were taking care of everything. First half as well, right? Like, he's holding the B side. And Liquid was really stubborn to an extent in the first half, just doing the same things like they did versus Furia. They were running that default a lot towards the A bomb side. And listen, if you're going to play Astralis, you know they're going to prepare for you. You could see that from the get-go, Device and dupreeh were playing, I don't want to say full-on aggressive, but they were pretty aggressive towards that A side. Device with the AWP as well early on with the AUG until he could afford an AWP, and they were just breaking their default every step of the way. In the first 20-30 seconds, you know, they would get some entries, they would get favorable trades towards that A bomb site, and you know, after a couple of gun rounds, like, it becomes obvious for Liquid to switch towards B, right? Like, do a B default, and that's when Device started going towards water, towards B short with the AWP as well. So throughout that first half, Astralis was just 1 step ahead of Liquid.
Yanko, can I ask, is it painful for you to watch the Orcs doing so much dominant damage?
Well, I kind of, not as much, because KRB towards the end of phase was playing it a lot and had a lot of impact with it, so, you know, I've grown more fond of it. But it's just one of those, the gun, I think it's in a really good place right now, a bit more situational, so to speak. It's not as powerful as it was before, but in the right hands and in the right positions, it can still be deadly, as we can see from this Device highlight right now. And this was the first gun round. Like, he just won it pretty much by himself.
And what about Astralis on their T side? Why was it so much of a struggle for them to break back in at the second half?
I don't want to sound boring here, but, you know, you're up 14-5. You're kind of counting on the game, you know, ending by itself. Then it's like, oh, well, this is not going to end on its own. We actually have to win this game in the end. And, you know, just maybe sharpening up their focus a little bit more, taking those 2 timeouts, props to them for that, you know, just kind of so they could talk things through. But I don't think anyone was in doubt that they will manage to close it out eventually. Good thing for Liquid, though, at least they could get some of their players, you know, a bit more engaged. And I want to see them play more loose on Dust 2, more explosive, and yeah, have a better time on Dust 2.
I love that Hugo is doing the hardest part of my job for me, which is wrapping things up when the music plays us out. Because, ladies and gentlemen, Astralis could take this grand final 3-0. Will they do it on Dust 2? You know we're about to find out. Don't go anywhere.
My name is Jordan Gilbert, aka Nothing.
Hi, my name is Sue Lee. My handle is Smix. I think it's important for these initiatives to happen. Empathy really, really goes a long way, and it always means so much to us, and I think that's where initiatives like this really help.
I encourage everyone in the community, anytime they see bullying, anytime they see someone getting called names, or I encourage you to step up and say something.
Good luck, have fun.
Good luck, have fun.
If you want to know what you're good at and, well, also what you suck at, check out csgohub.com. Coming!
Used to feel like I belonged to a certain place or a town. Feeling safe, feeling sound when I'm still around. But there's something in the distance. I wanna know what it's like. Don't worry, I'm still with you all the time. Explain myself, don't hold it against me if I'm somewhere else. Put all the masks that I had on the shelf. Wish I could stay, but it's bad for my head. Something's coming. I wanna be everything I thought that I could be. Build me up. These my peace. Figure out by all the parts that maybe something's coming. I wanna be everything I thought that I could be. Build me up. These my peace. Figure out by all the parts that maybe something's coming. I wanna be. Build me up. These my peace.
Don't go chasing your demons and ghosts, 'cause you might find what you're looking for. You might find what you're looking for. Don't go chasing your demons and ghosts, 'cause you might find what you're looking for. You might find what you're looking for. We both know we're not the same without rock bottom. Let it go, but we come back to craving problems. Am I your favorite kind of shame? Do I make you wanna Don't go chasing your demons and ghosts, 'cause you might find what you're looking for. You might find what you're looking for. Don't go chasing your demons and ghosts, 'cause you might find what you're looking for. You might find what you're looking for.
Intel Extreme Masters Global Challenge is brought to you by Intel, Acer Predator, Mountain Dew Game Fuel, and GGBet.
This is the 10th grand final where Astralis and Liquid have gone toe-to-toe. And right now it's looking like Astralis could clean sweep it 3-0. Just Dust 2 stands in their way. Can Liquid dig deep and take it to a 5 mapper? They're going to be trying so hard to keep things together. This is Astralis's to lose.
Yeah, it really is, right? 2-0 up in the series right now. Moving on to Dust. You've got Device and Dupree giving you games like that. You are going to be hard-pressed to find that Astralis is looking scarier than this to a team like Liquid heading into this third map. Liquid, though, they've had good results on Dust domestically. It has still looked like a strong map for them. And I think here, you're going to be looking at that little duo of Naf and Stewie again to try and step up with these AWPs where it might matter most if Liquid do want to stay alive. Now, we've seen so many almost comebacks, but no one in a grand final remembers the games that you almost came back in, right? We need a strong start here from Liquid. We need a precedent set early on. And already, there's a lot of aggression coming in towards Cat.
Yeah, Elige has been unplugged right now, but can he be unhinged up on the catwalk? It's looking like a B play for Astralis. A man down, crunching into the site. Grim, no support yet. Nafa's throwing in flashes. Stewie's coming on a wrap, but he won't commit as well as they double back. Astralis see Liquid in the back line, and they try and fight. They try and hunt them down with the Glocks. Oh, it's a mess. It's a murder. Stewie has the knife out. It's a 2-on-4, and that double back for Astralis, they walked right into the Lion's Den. They walked right into the trap set by Liquid. It's just Sipnix and not for long.
Oh, pistol round secured. Pistol round locked in. And now, you know, maybe a chance at this good start for Liquid. Maybe a chance to get a couple of freebies early on. With no bomb plant coming through from Astralis, it might just be the pistols here. And that's the thing, right? You're rounding out the year. And while it would be cool to have Astralis show up, dominate, we relive that 2019 storyline of like these two going blow for blow time and time again, and Astralis always managing to edge it out. But I think all of us want this series to deliver. And I think for it to really deliver, we want some fight in Liquid. We want a bit more from this NA squad. And so Astralis, they will likely concede this one, right? They've got in with one Deagle on device, and that is the extent of the purchase in this round. So a second looking likely for Liquid.
Yeah, man, imagine Liquid off to a good start and not fighting back from, you know, 10-5s, 13-2s. That would be a nice change of the grain, but Astralis never going to make it easy. Guns in the third. For now, it's just that Deagle shuffled around, passed between players, but is it going to be up for the task of getting any kills in this one? Stewie turns away. Grim supported. Watching P on a timing. Grim swings. Nice stuff. Deagle gone. Dupree tries to grab it, and Grim is putting on the pressure as Stewie flashes him in as well. It's beautiful. Low on ammo. Will finally be killed by the Glock, but the round is under wraps from Liquid. 2-0. Let's see what Astralis have up their sleeve.
And historically, though, Dust 2 has been one of the more contested maps between these two squads. Still not like a pretty picture for Team Liquid when you look at it. 3-6 in terms of them and Astralis going head-to-head on Dust 2. Oh, it's a little bit ugly, but Zip will open the round up. And so this first rifle buy for the Danes, already off to a good start. They've gotten everyone out through long, all 5 here. This is destined to be an A play through and through. But with so much time, you know, that could always change. It certainly doesn't look like it, right? You don't run this conga line up the close side if you're not planning on ending A. So Elige is going to have his work cut out for him, and they're way closer than he was ready for. He's dueling device back at pit. Mate, they're already in the site with you. And so Astralis have got A under lock and key. The bomb plant can go down for long rather as well, and that's going to cause a host of more problems for Team Liquid. The nade doing bonus damage, and that, yeah, that's the save solidified, right? You've got no way of pressuring that bomb site. You know Astralis are going to have, in their eyes, near infinite time to get ready to play around that bomb. And so they do just save. They do just give this one over. That first rifle for Astralis, immediately finding success.
Want to know what's dangerous, Harry? Zip has an AUG now on the T side. Definitely not the one, a gun you want to buy for Liquid and give over. He has been terrifying with that weapon in these past couple of days. I'm hoping this map lives up to the hype, right? Especially after 2 pretty one-sided starts for Astralis and Liquid, just clawing for what they can get. Still not being enough. Last time we saw Astralis on this map, it was against Vitality. Keep in mind that game went to many a overtime. That was an absolute banger, one of the maps of the year perhaps. And Liquid, well, they don't want to go out with a whimper in this best of 5. Getting 3-0'd, getting sweeped clean. Oh, that's devastating.
Really not the start you wanted, right? It's only the scout as well to do that to them. And now Astralis, they pounce on that opportunity. They're not ones to waste a chance like that opening mid kill, and so they explode through the mid doors. Grim's attention now is really divided between B and mid, and that softens up this B hold that much further for Team Liquid. They're trying to regain mid control, and Astralis can hear all this, so while this is going on, they're laughing to themselves. As if they've just all-inned middle. We're not even there anymore. We're so damn quick that we're already in the A site. They've swapped places with Team Liquid. And this one here, you know, on the back of Team Liquid taking this mid control, it felt like it was always going to be a bit of a gamble. It might just end up being the save, especially with this wrap from Device. If he gets away with anything, that's the deal sealed in favor of Astralis at this point. Sunk costs for Liquid aren't going to tempt them back in, and they'll likely just save in a 2-on-4.
Yeah, what an annoying kill for Device as well. Comes out lower on the late lurk, hits a beautiful timing to Naf with his back turned, and Astralis, they don't even let Liquid save 3 guns. It might get worse for wear with Zip pushed up in T-spawn as well. He's got the scope. Don't want to mess with that. You hear one shot ring out and boom, you're hiding, giving it away. As Astralis, they hound it down there in the chase. Grim in the open, Magist does die. That's something for Liquid. It keeps them here for a few more seconds still, but Glaive is coming from tunnels. Oh boy, nice spray at least. More and more damage done, but Glaive can walk this smoke as he waits for the fade. Twist will send him out, and so Liquid get away with 2. It's not quite enough to fully invest round it with everything, but it's better than losing everyone to the hunt of Astralis.
That is still all we're really looking at here to try and step up for Liquid. And you know, you've got to remember now, this isn't just any other map, right? This is Liquid going up against an 0-3 defeat, and Astralis that's looking to just get this over and done with. And so you need Twist and Grim to have their best performance yet with these rifles to try and salvage anything. And already one of them is removed from the round by Device. Long push, but Dupree waits in the wings, and there it is. The rifles are gone, man. It's down to the pistols, and Naf somehow didn't even get it. Running back over the body, just shy of getting that M4 out of there, so he's dead meat down in the pit. Absolutely suffocating from Astralis, giving you no room, giving you no chances, and if you're not there with the instant read, the instant reaction, you're getting punished.
Naf's dead meat, and Elige is about to meet death as Astralis post with the AWP on long. 2 scopes watching the site. Dupree creepy crawling all the way up into the A site. Elige drops his smoke. Dodges the flash of Astralis and does make them, you know, hold off, take a second. They're going to wait out this util. They can afford to do so. They've even got Dupree already crossed, so that smoke doesn't really matter anymore. They know they can win this round off of kills alone. Liquid are drawn into the site, and Glaive on a quick flank does find the rifle. Dupree to kill Stewie, and Astralis 5 alive at the end of what was an anti-eco with 2 saved weapons. That save at least allows for this buy here for Liquid. But already off to a bit of a scary start. Liquid may have run forward with the momentum in the beginning of the CT side, but Astralis have quickly forgotten all of that. Naf on the AWP. V-Device, who's had reasonable.
Well, if that doesn't send a message, I don't know what else will. Elige and Twist are like trying to undo the hellish situation that Glaive has put them in. I'm at a loss for words. Stewie just can't catch a break. He just got AK'd on the mid-cross, for crying out loud. Liquid do at least have the advantage, but they're quick to throw it away with the aggression. And just when you think maybe they're in with a chance, this behemoth of Astralis instantly snaps back. And it's them in the advantage now. It's them laughing. Grim will put Liquid back into contest in this round. However, Short's been given up. The A bomb site's got nobody in it. Glave's outbraining Stu every step of the way when he's not nailing him through the mid doors.
Fast cat retake. There's a chance in this round for Liquid. No kit. They got to go quick. Glaive with a kill and Zip with a trade. Blink and you miss it. That 2-on-2 falls to Dust. On Dust as Astralis find a fourth. Oh boy. I just don't know what you can do if you're Liquid right now. Some of these rounds, some of these shots. Let's check that one for Glaive at some point because decimate Stewie in middle. So quick you can't even see it. And that's got to hurt, yeah.
Honestly, I think that's a pretty tame reaction, all things considered. My, oh my.
The Kings are back. Long stack with nades for Liquid. It's only an eco. Grim's pushed the smoke, good timing, but he doesn't commit. And Magis, he can spray him down. He's running low on ammo, getting out alive. If Grim pushed through there, he would have had Magis with a nade in hand and likely an opener. Instead, yes, he keeps the B site alive, but Astralis are up against pistols. There's very little chance that Liquid can get out with this one. Both Elige and Dupree flash, and it works to the betterment of Elige, who kills that AK. Can't grab it, as it is out the doors and out of reach. Astralis watching on longingly. 2 lean B for Liquid. And with his close position from Grim, his CZ is really, really good. So maybe there's a chance for him to find something, and this could spiral out of control in an instant for Astralis.
They're so patient, not giving anything away that would insinuate this B play coming through. And so it's raw reactions for Liquid. You need this little double stack to get away with something. The CZ dealt with right away. It's Twist's Deagle to step up to the mark. Delivering that double has given Liquid a chance in this 4-spy round. They get players in through the window, and Elige's Deagle roaring to life now as well. It's left to Zip to navigate this 1v3. Does have the bomb, but Arm with only 15 seconds starts to plug in those numbers, and it's not the fake like Liquid were banking on. There's the tunnels flank given up as well. Nice. The swing from the doors is good for Elige. 3 on the Deagle, 2 for Twists. And between them, they find that 3rd round for Liquid.
And that spiral out of control, that begins from a mid-flash for Astralis that blinds Dupree. Remember that? It was Elige finding the opening kill. It blinded both Elige and Dupree. He still got the frag. If Dupree wasn't blind, can you imagine how that round would have gone? Oh, that's the shot to start and the round prior. But yeah, that's a case of bad luck, and it really digs Astralis deep in an anti-eco. Liquid, they bail themselves out. That's a big round to win. You salvage your money, you have a full buy, you got the AWP, and you still have cash to fall back on. Astralis trying to get rid of it. Fast out long for the AWP, and Device with a pick. You expect nothing less.
Fast up through the catwalk as well, right? Astralis, not only have they been very, very good at getting these openers, they've been very, very punishing on the back of it. Always moving decisively and quickly into position. And in rounds where they haven't, right, it's often also worked to their advantage because it leaves Liquid guessing, it leaves them nervous. This round is another one of the faster, more aggro plays up through Cat. The utility's good to repel it, and look at that, all 5 Danes, conga line down into mid, and out they go. Stewie, who's had a very unfortunate time in middle, not going to be given a chance to step up. Instead, they've baited the mid play, back through the tunnels they go, and Grim is left as the sole B-site defender. There's the first. Can he manage any more? Device will instantly trade that back in favor of Astralis. And Stewie, while he does get away with some damage, it's not the killing blow that might have been needed to attempt this retake. A 3-on-4. These are ones that traditionally you just write off. You just don't even attempt. Yeah. And that's the case here for Liquid.
I love that call for Astralis. It's so fast. It's so grouped. They show 3 up on catwalk with the bomb. Liquid pulls Stewie over from middle. He plays in CT to help rotate. And even though Astralis drop off, it's the pace that they get that mid to B smoke in. Stewie is then cordoned behind it. He can't push through. And even though, you know, no one's in middle, he doesn't know that as Astralis back up into a 5-man B play against one player holding. Grim can get a frag, but no more as he's traded. And with that, Astralis just run away with a round. As we know, B can be so difficult to retake, and Astralis had so much utility for the post plant to cycle smokes in the door. They still have them now, and the round is won. 5-on-3, 5-2-3 rather. And yeah, that's just a really great call for Astralis. They knew that the B site was going to be weakened from that long pick with Stewie drawn over from the bait. Seeing a great T side out of them so far. Yeah, now the mid smokes come through, right? Liquid playing it a little safer. The flashes are fantastic on long. Magist with an opener twist. Gone early. Elige hit by Molotovs, has to fall back alongside Naf.
Ooh, Glaive. Trying to bait these mid peaks, and he gets given them. Even reading the short play, Naf has pushed up, but the timing looked like it was going to go against him for a second. Astralis leaving mid in its entirety and grouping up at long, looking to make the A play happen. Where Naf stands all alone. Elige, you know, kind of sick and tired of having to play around the Astralis calls, never having the information, never knowing where a play is going to end up, has actually aggressed down through middle. And from this, he's able to at least get the info that mid looks empty, and he's now available for a fast cat rotation, which looks to be the decision he makes here. So he'll be there to support his friend Naf back in the site. He'll be there to offer up some assistance. And most importantly, perhaps, that one flashbang that he's holding on to right now. Naf taking a peek ahead of the flash, and then will be reflashed back in, but blinded. That's where Elige now throws this into the site. And sadly, they're both wiped out in an instant. You thought that might have given them something, but it doesn't. Astralis, they don't give, they only take away.
Yeah. In a dream scenario, that's exactly what he said. You know, Naf getting a shot off, falling out, flash back in. But not only is he flashed once and he holds against it, it's the double flash that follows from Astralis, pushes him off. Then Astralis know he's trapped. They hide from the flash coming in from Elige. No one's blinded. And then the double repeat for Astralis, killing both A players. It's just so insufferable to play against. So suffocating.
I think what's really important here is we need to see more from Liquid rather in the opening kill department, man. In every one of these rounds that have been picked up by both of these teams, they've got the opening kill, and Astralis have been so good at that, man. You had the Glaive one tap down mid. Device has been running amok with this AWP, and they just haven't been able to stop it. And falling a man down when Astralis are playing like this can just leave you with no room. That's how it's feeling right now for Liquid, because the moment you start trying to plug holes, well, then you're also, you know, you're open to Astralis rotating out of that position, and we've seen a bunch of these B retakes that have ended in saves. Well, not only that, you know, occasionally these players get caught in rotation by lurking Astralis players. It really is like this horrible kind of rock and a hard place situation that you find yourself in when those trades aren't there and the opening kills are coming up in favor of the Danes. Naf knows they need openers, and so he gets stuck in at the long doors. Finally, something going in favor of Liquid, heading into one of these rifle rounds, and it's provided by that AWP on Nafly.
Huge smoke from Magist. That lets them jump up Xbox with no fear from mid. Stewie can spam, but they're already up and past him. The AWP moves back out along. Twist is pushed in very deep. If at any point they think Astralis are coming in on one of these mid to Bs again, or even a cat play, Twist can hard flank. It's a danger, right? Astralis have been watching for it, and they've actually caught him in mid-rounds when Zip is holding from lower, looking at those barrels. So there's that in the back of the mind of a player like Twist, but it's all about finding that perfect timing, if needed, right? If it's an A-take, you can also group up on long and try and play retake with his team. But right now, Astralis are looking at B, dropping off of Cat with the bomb. Device hoping for this pick. Grim has never really gotten more than one on this defense, even if that. Re-smoke from Stewie from the mid side. And Grim is lining up utility for Stewie as well while that smoke is down. Let's hope he doesn't get caught by Astralis playing the smoke as it fades. As this B play looks to come in before the mid contact as well. Dupree is just selling a bit of attention, a bit of diversion. There's that flank from Twist that we were waiting for. Timing is everything, 15 seconds.
Yeah, they know it's B, right? But you got to hold down the site. Knowing's only half the battle, and if you're not winning those fights, then the round may as well have never belonged to you. Twist has at least brought us back into a 3-on-3. As mentioned, Liquid, the rounds they've been winning are the ones where they've got these openers. Is this now where that trend ends? Device cancelling Twists out, leaving it on Elige and Naf. These two haven't seen much action yet, but there's Naf's AWP continuing to deliver. And that suddenly got Liquid intrigued. Now, a lot of time has ticked off this bomb, and going back up into the window is Glaive, getting ahead of them. Elige left in the clutch, but Device is low and jumping down into the crosshair. It's Elige to get the kills, but there's just not enough time. Doesn't have the kit. Oh, there's one drop next to the bomb anyway. He spends all that time like indecisive about grabbing the AWP. Maybe if he just ran for it, I think he would have had time.
Yeah, where's that call though? Where's that calm? If Grim had the kit, he had to say something. That's, I mean, it was very close, right? There's still a world where that wasn't retakeable, where that wasn't doable, but with Elige, you know, going for the AWP, failing the first time around, and then realizing the round's lost, like, yeah, that's a real oof for Liquid. Regardless, maybe there wasn't time, so Astralis still take a 7th round, and that's another unfortunate case for Liquid. A man up, they know what's happening. They have that long flank twist coming in on a backstab, and then both B players just fall in an instant.
I think it speaks volumes, though, to how mobile Astralis have been, that flank from Twist doesn't come in sooner, right? Because if you are Liquid, you haven't had many man advantage rounds. You finally got one. You don't want to throw it away on the back of a lurk nade into middle by pushing through those long doors, or at least that's how they're looking at it. So Twist, he's waiting there, and honestly, it isn't until both the mid-smoke come through and the flashes start to head in towards that B side that he goes, yeah, now's my time to push long. And at that point, you know, that flank basically doesn't have any impact in that round, as sad as it is to say. It gets them the info, but it's like, yeah, of course they're coming B, mate. They're already in the site. They're fighting us the bombs here.
Brutal scenes. AWP on either side. Naf did have some nice shots in the last round. Elige mollied on Cat. He's still going to fight towards the stairs. Naf is back on the A site. Long has been conceded as Astralis got players out there early, but didn't do much with the position until now. Bomb coming to join. But just on a lower lurk alone. Dodges the nade and even gets the hinge smoke in as well. So Liquid denied a lot of information in this round. They know that Long is lost. They know that mid is contained. And Elige re-smoked at Cat. Good timing on the smoke, but Astralis are grouping for it with the bomb as well. In the meantime, Liquid, aggression is the answer. It's the key, and it's the B push that gives him so much more information. Elige knows they're coming as a smoke phase. He sprays, and he gets a double. It's a team flash for Glaive that causes Dupree's death, and Elige will dish out more at that. Nice shot from Naf, and Device in a 1-on-5 might even be thinking about save.
And they're even aware of that. Now, he's going to maybe get a chance to find Grim through mid, but Grim goes aggressive, decides, yeah, hanging around in what is essentially a shooting gallery to Device might not be the funnest time, but they are hunting down this AWP. They do want to take it away. I don't want to risk ruining their own money just to do so, because now Device knows he's being hunted. He knows they're closing in. The enemy are at the gates, and Device is ready to go with the defenses.
Look at the respect.
I mean, you got to give it, right? You have to, because if he gets even one more kill, suddenly it's like, yeah, we win the round, but we're kind of set up for disaster, looking for the future. And if Liquid do want to win this out, it can't be a quick flash in the pan. It's got to be sustained. It's got to keep on coming. And that only happens with strong money behind you. And so that at least allows Device to get away on the AWP. It is really nice to see Liquid taking some initiative, taking some aggression, denying all that control. Because thus far, right, the reason why those opening kills have felt so punishing in favor of Astralis is that everything's been very, very reactive, right? They've been playing according to the rules that Astralis are setting out. As that round there, they go, nah, mate, you know what? We make our own rules. We double push the Cat. We mop up 3. And suddenly, you know, for Astralis, it's like entering a whole new world. They haven't had to deal with this yet.
Yeah, there's some short answers for Liquid, right? But how long will they be able to hold on here as Astralis still have a bit of bank left to play with? And that AWP, most importantly. Elige, top of the board in the server right now. Nice 3K on the catwalk, aggressing off of that smoke fade as well. Catches a lot of blind Astralis players. This will be the last bite for Astralis unless they win it, or at very least get a bomb plant. But often those two things come hand in hand. No cross shot today. Stewie and Grim make it safely to the B bomb site. Fast flashes, Naf's blind out of long. Zip with the long smoke in front of him as well. And he's out behind the bins. Astralis, they take this position early again. They don't even have to commit with it. But hey, Device tries, and Naf says goodbye. Does receive a leg. But a man up for Liquid yet again. And even though they lost it last time around, they had this 5-on-4. It's better than nothing. Hinge smoke, molly to Xbox. Glaive goes up cap, but it's another smoke down for Elige, and we saw what he did last time. Astralis more ready on the second time around.
Oh, boost me, come on! Naf, get up there, throwing up. Probably gonna play this AWP drop-down position just to help Elige out. And if you're even capable of like making them discount this double setup, if you're capable of making them think, well, we got the AWP out of there, let's go, we can maybe get another Elige big moment. He would be the man to step up. He is the kind of guy we need right now for Liquid. So Naf, the pressure's on to get the attention. And instead, Elige, they read him like a book. Only the tag for Naf. This fast flank from Twists, and Stewie now has to deliver it all because the A site is compromised. There's Twists emerging, but the smoke's down. Bomb site given over. Liquid, they had that chance. It was all hinging on the success of the double short setup, and it finds absolutely nothing.
Yeah, how does the UMP get the entry there, man? That's what I'm wondering. Glaive, he's been buying this gun all tournament long, specifically on CT sides, right? Running it into bonus rounds, killing rifling players, loves a double dink. And yeah, he just runs up. Elige, no head armor. He gets T-boned on the catwalk. And then Naf only finds the shot to the leg of Magisk as well. So it's not the result Liquid wanted. And again, like, it's another round where Liquid, they know what's happening. They have the fast flank. They're already up behind catwalk as Astralis are committing. But if your anchor players aren't holding and aren't getting anything done, how are you supposed to win a 3-on-4 like that? Another man advantage round, a 5-on-4 that falls apart for Liquid. Man, that hurts.
And something that is so worrying, right, is that for Astralis, when we saw them play Vitality, right, that game felt very, very chaotic in nature. And it felt like they had to subscribe to what Vitality were doing for the longest time. Whereas since then, even in that Na'Vi game and now here versus Liquid, it's felt like a big game of chess in a sense, right, from Glaive. Very, very well-called sides. And it's hard to outbrain this guy. You're getting forced to play how he wants you to play. He's in your head.
Yeah, Astralis well researched, right? And that's something that doesn't fall into as much favor as Liquid. Glaive was saying yesterday after defeating Na'Vi that he'd rather play Liquid in the grand finals over Big because you know how much prep and how much homework Big do. He said that he doesn't think the Liquid do anywhere near the same amount, nor, you know, have that same awareness. We've already seen Big beat Astralis in this tournament. Liquid, they're struggling to get a map. Grim, oh, the turn, Glaive. That was his kill on a plate, and he looks away as Grim walks out the doors. I love the confidence, but can he net another? Yes, Grim is on Dust 2 deathmatch right now, and he's found a couple of kills for Liquid. This has to be a round win for the North Americans as Astralis creep up long with 3.
Look at the read though, right? Because Grim's got all this info, and Astralis know he's getting all this info, so they've got no choice but to commit to the A play, and in doing so, they run into this stack. Team Liquid trying to score a flawless round, and they might. Zip, the only man left standing in what should be an impossible 1v5. Trapped at the ramp, utility not permitting, and it's Stewie to send them packing from A. A huge opener to that round from Grim, not just in the context of getting that first kill, but extending the aggression, getting away with a second. On top of that, allowing for the early rotations. There's a reason that Stewie is posted up here, that Twists has gone back into the site to rejoin his teammate there in Elige, and it's all on the back of the info that Grim picks up.
Some clean shots from Stewie there, right? Well, only one smoke on long as well, so there's a gap on both sides. It's not old Dust 2. You got to double down there, and Astralis don't have the utility for it, so Stewie's able to pick up the last 3 kills through the edge of the smoke. His T-side opening on Inferno was one thing that was getting Liquid into a lot of rounds. Well, finally, he shuts out Astralis of one. Him and Naf still running that double AWP for now, and there's a chance at a 7-round half, which would be good for Liquid. It would be the best first half that they've had in this series so far. Glave's back on the though. Ye ol' 45 as Astralis set up that long corner smoke and go fast again.
Double setup here for Liquid, and they try and get a man into the pit, and this time Twist does survive the journey. The Molotovs, the nades, it's all burning out. The Astralis squad, they get repelled, they try to go back to middle. Stewie spots them at the very, very least. Look at Glaive, no holes barred, man, straight through these mid doors. Gets the info that at least he now knows Stewie has fallen back off that angle, giving them the respect. Astralis maybe going to feign another one of these mid-to-Bs, right? It's always got the attention of Liquid. It's roped 2 players in to commit to this position. Going back to A isn't going to be plain sailing, though. Twist's holding down the long doors. This should be a fight that goes his way. And now they hear the cat utility coming out as well, so Naf is primed and ready back in the bomb site. Twist got that one dead to rights, and now Naf waiting at ramp. He can get set up with flashes, or he can just peek without them. It might be another flawless round for Liquid. The flash is raining in, Device is blind as ever, and there it is. Naf to cement that 6th round for Liquid, and suddenly now that 7-8 is more than realistic, because the money is broken for Astralis.
Yeah, and this would be a lot more equal, right? Like, even when Liquid got 6 rounds on Inferno, it was Inferno CT side. You know, 6 rounds isn't something to marvel over there in the first half. But if they can find a 7-8, well, that's par for the course. That's a decent half, especially when you're already down 2 maps in the series. And Astralis are on the T side of this map. Their pick. Pistols in the final chance for Astralis. Back to a long, fast play for Device. He's the only man committed. It's a lead fighting in front of the Xbox smoke, and he lines them up with the Auger. 3-piece with the bomb dropped. Simple stuff for Liquid. This should be their best half yet.
Yeah, now it's just a formality, right? Or at least it should be. And now I think it definitely is. Device alone, and they're all eager to put up that 7th R. Liquid split down the middle in this 3rd map. And for Liquid, they're fighting for survival. They're trying to keep themselves in this series. Astralis, they've got their finger to the pulse. They've picked up steam throughout the last 2 maps. It could all end next half, or it might get rolled back again.
Picking up scars and I hold them close. They shot me down, but I got this
fight. At some points, it does feel like it's a lot. I think this was probably the toughest year for me in my career in terms of learning experience and IGL and like working with my teammates. We lost a very experienced player, and we had to pick up a player with very little experience. And there's a lot of players that need direction as well. So you have to be a lot more selfless, and you have to think a lot more for others. And you know, you have your eyes not on your screen as much.
I don't know if there's been a year with a lot of pressure on me. For me personally, it's been my best year of my career so far. So, like both as a team, as an individual. So I'm kind of happy for how the year has been for me overall. But I think there's some pressure in the sense that I haven't been a top team before, but now that I'm in a top team, then people actually start expecting results of you. So every time I don't deliver those results, then it can be a little bit rough. I haven't tried that before. If I lost a big match or something in my old team at work, then I would never get any bad comments from it. But now if I play bad, or if the team play bad, then I can get like a lot of blame for that. Then people will tell me that it's my fault as IGL and stuff like that. So I think there's been some more pressure in that sense on me. But as a team, I think I have very good teammates who listen to me and support me always. So it's not like I feel like they're expecting something of me I can't deliver or anything like that. So I guess I'm pretty lucky in that sense.
I had pressure on me in the past, but I feel like that we started to work on some solutions that doesn't give me as much pressure as before. So that feels really good now. So being back in the in-game leader role doesn't feel as pressureful as before. So I'm pretty happy with it, but still I can feel like, also as Blame said, like the tough comments and stuff like that. It can be tough sometimes if you're having a rough game and you're not doing as good as you want to as an in-game leader, as an individual, and but you have to just move on from it, because like we talked about before, there's a new tournament tomorrow, right?
Is this the final chapter? Or is this really just serving as the prologue? We're going to have to wait and see, because Team Liquid, they post their best half yet. They're trying to get back into this series, and now it all comes down to, will the merciful gods on the other side in Astralis let them get back in?
Their best CT side yet, right? 7 rounds to start. Liquid, not quite the back foot beginning that has become in so many maps already. Astralis looking to close, looking to make it a clean sweep, keep up their streak, 20-2 in BO3s and BO5s against this core of Liquid, and nothing standing in their way, surely. Glaive fighting in middle. Liquid jump up on Cat, they've got the mid flash to get them there. Tucked at longest Device with the Zip baiting them in. He's flashed out. Device's time to surprise, and Grim's right into his prying eyes. Nice shot from Device, dropping the bomb as well. And now Zip has swung to the pit. There's so many players fighting on the long side. Stewie does get one, but that's all Liquid have to play with in this round. He's too far away. Naf trying to get something done, giving up on long. Device hunts him down with a USP, and Stewie 2K, a trade, but a 1-on-3 with the bomb under a Danish control.
And look at Astralis, man, they're swarming it. They don't want to let Stewie get back in, and so everyone is here ready to fight this. Stewie, what can you even do? The smoke is down to add insult to injury. Oh, yeah, I was going to say he tried to go through it, but that's not going to happen, man, surely. He's taken the Glock, anticipating that they might be playing close to this smoke. Needs the extra ammo as well if he's going to deal with all three, and that's a pretty mammoth task. Look at Zip, man, waiting up on the plat, puts that pistol into the Astralis camp. Great stuff from Device, this little bait and switch, right, to draw them into the long peak. Gets this one while blind as well. How do you even counter that? How do you even compensate for that kind of performance out of Device?
And then he just hunts down Naf as well, right? Like, Astralis know this is within reach, it's tangible in the grand finals. Liquid, a full eco, nothing to play with, nothing to play for. Just giving Astralis double digits, and that is a terrifying task.
Yeah, this is just like a round to kind of see what you're up against, right? Get an idea for what this game plan might be. And it's very, very brutal in the mid area. Everyone shut down. The Glocks were never going to get away with much. 10 on the board for Astralis, and now things get exciting because we head into this buy round for Liquid. This could really make or break whether or not this grand final ever looks like it starts to hang in the balance. AWP in the hands of Stewie 2K. His T-side AWPing, it's been good, right? Overpass, yeah, it fell completely silent, but that first half is one that you just forget about. We need that same Stewie from Inferno, from times gone by, back in the server. If Liquid do want to long this one out.
Yeah, triple long. Astralis with a lot of early map control. They concede late. Nav's holding on for that aggression. Something that Twist was doing a lot in the CT side, pushing out through the long doors, albeit not really saving Liquid in many rounds. Stewie's trying to fight Device versus the Scout, surely not. Oh, missed shot. Device flashing back in for Dupree to peek, and Liquid drop the smoke. Elijah's going to hold below it, looking for legs. Device actually crosses right as Elige moves up. It's an unfortunate case of timing because Astralis pad that A site out. They know they've got long. It's only Cat to worry about. If anything, conceding beam, Majiska's only watching it on a timing as he helps out mid as well. They've got the right read, the right call for Astralis, as has often been the case. AWP is boosted for a pick. No one re-aggressing though. Device is back at Goose with a scout. Zip on the AUG as well has proved to be terrifying. Liquid 40 seconds to make this all happen. Astralis are stacked 3 deep on the A site.
Oh, they get Twist through CT, but that's been heard. Look, Astralis looks so ready for it. Zip over here at the ramp as well, and there's the swing. Twist dead in the water. And even as they move into this A site, you've still got to worry about Dupree swinging late from Goose. That's the bomb dropped. 15 seconds, and the utility is keeping Liquid out of this bomb site. Stewie trying to deliver while he is good for the first. Someone needs to get that bomb down, and to do that, you need to deal with Zip at the ramp. He's trying to deny it, but he can't quite find these kills. Naf has brought it down to the realm of a 2v2, a chance for Liquid as they try and crunch onto Magisk, but he wins the fight with the FAMAS, and just like that, it's 11 for Astralis, the first rifle round. So damn close. But Magisk dependable, the read is there, the flashes are good, the utility so punishing to Team Liquid. Astralis, man, they are on one right now. They've got the read, they've got the individuals, and they're backing it up with this stellar game of utility usage, just to waste time off the clock, to make their opponents feel uncomfortable. You can see they're looking pumped, and the same can't be said on the Liquid side.
Yeah, reality is kicking in, isn't it, for Liquid? I can't believe Astralis just read that round so well with 3 on A, with double sight, Device watching the cross. Zip even kills Twist, who gets a great timing in spawn, but gets full flashed out as well, and makes noise running back. And even Magisk with a FAMAS against an AK on a headshot angle, winning that battle. That should not be happening. Astralis, nothing is out of their reach. Not even number 1. Liquid trapped by the Molotov again. They want to go back to Cat with another attempt. This time Astralis are 2 in B, so this is a better chance for Liquid, right? Less defense. It's really only Glaive to worry about with just so deep in spawn. He's more set for retake, and Zip waiting for a long look that will never appear in this round. It's 5 deep on Cat, and here comes Glaive. He's got to do something unbelievable if this round is to be Astralis's.
Well, that nade is a good place to start, isn't it? He's softened them up. He's made it a bit easier for himself. Spam to Twist will connect, and the trade attempted. Flashes are good to cancel Glaive out, and now this A site is overran. Coming back from long is Zip. Will decide to wait for his teammates to get into position before this is even attempted for Astralis. Still, a lot of utility. The 1 kit in this round on the back of Magisk. And they are looking interested. They are looking to see what they can get away with. That Spam doing damage, not quite finishing Grim off, but then it will. And suddenly it's sniped back into a 2-on-4. The molly, the read, Alicia's burnt out. And so it's Naf who has to do the impossible. He's mollied out, they're on the bomb, and even though it's the short plant, they are actually hunting him. They're not defusing it right away. And Zip doesn't even have the kit. Naf doesn't realize how much of a chance Astralis just gave him. But it wasn't meant to be either way. 12 on the board for the Danes, closer and closer to that title.
Dupree even dropped in late into the palm of Naf to grab that orb with a second left on the round. So it does get saved, as does this map. And yeah, like Naf, what can he really do there? That's kind of out of his hands. So he thinks the molly comes down, a kit stick, even though Astralis swapped to send a player deeper to fight the catwalk. Naf drops, and at that point, you know the round is gone. 12-7, no T rounds yet for Liquid, and Astralis are starting to flex their muscles, push towards the top of middle, take space, take face, but Naf is waiting on the right place. He's got Glaive. And long belongs to Liquid as well. Grim even holds lower, now knowing mid is corrupted. Dupree could be out, and in fact he is. That's a huge fight for Grim later in the round, but he's not rushing it as Device picks up a lead on long. Stewie spotted in the pit as well. There's that kill for Grim. The patience pays off, and Liquid gain another advantage.
Oh, but you might want to stay away from the high fly and high frag and Maverick over towards long. Of course he's there at Goose. And so he'll back up onto the short side. That's put the fear into Team Liquid. Seeing that AWP is enough for them to slow it right down. That's the thing. You might not get many more buy rounds, and let alone buy rounds where you're sat here with a man advantage. So they're looking to milk this for everything they've got. These smokes will go down. That will cut Device out at least. And with Zip leaving the car as well, taking this gamble, now they realize, right, the long smokes come in and suddenly it's like, man, we have just let them out. We have just given up the site. There's a good chance that Liquid can get a buy, or get by rather. Nothing found through the smoke. It's kind of hinging on this nade to bring us back into even odds. And if it doesn't, it is probably just the save for Astralis.
Yeah, Stewie, the only man who was actually low and could have died to the nade, was watching for the late long play. So no worry for Liquid. The plant comes in and Astralis concede, as they really should in that round, giving Liquid their first T side. It was about time. But a couple of gambles for Astralis, right? They've been leaning 2B ever since that first cat take. They stack A, they get the right read, and ever since, yeah, it's just waiting for that B play that they think is eventually going to come through from Liquid, and it certainly might following forward. You can't keep doing the same thing. You can't keep going back to the cat takes, but long works for Liquid. And the mind games begin early. I love the lower lurk as well from Grim. He was pretty influential in getting Liquid on the board in that CT side with that aggressive round, pushing it lower and doing similar stuff there. This time he's doing the inverse. Just T holding, waiting for Astralis to make the move. And dishing out punishments as a Liquid find one. Naf back on the AWP, Device joining him on the other side. We have that long fight. Orp not here for the CTs though. Naf going to post and already tucked out, or Astralis not interested in that fight. Magisk is solo B and Device is taking liberties.
This is a bit of a clash waiting to happen, and it will get dodged. We didn't get that clash because the A side's calling for Device. He rotates back up towards the cat. And he's trying to approach this from a new angle. As you say, Liquid have dealt Astralis a lot of these cat plays, and so they've put Device here early on. Mid-control gained for Liquid, but they want more. They want more to show for this, because there's a minute left, and eventually they've got to head into one of these sites. And right now, they're not really primed for anything. Like, both options are open, but it's going to be a fight no matter where you go. You got to try and pick the lesser of two evils here, and they'll go towards Device up on the catwalk. This fight could decide so much for either team. Oh. It's the collateral from Device. The worst case scenario for Liquid. Device has just done them in. That's the cat play off the cards. He's even gotten back onto the car as well. Now he could look to help out in middle. He can look to assist his teammate here in Dupree. Liquid are clutching at straws. They need anything. They don't have time to go slowly anymore. They've got to commit. They've got to play with the hand they've been dealt, and it's a bad hand at that. Up through mid, Grim charging in. Naf trying to split from the tunnels, but they haven't checked the car, and Dupree is tearing them down. It's all left onto Stewie. 7 seconds on the clock, and this round was never meant to be. It's a nice shot, but there's just not enough time. And Stewie now, time might be his undoing twice. If he goes down, that is heartbreak for Liquid. Thankfully, he does stay alive, so that AWP is kept up. But that's the only thing worth talking about here. The collateral from Device. You couldn't have asked for anything worse if your team Liquid there.
Yeah, and then Dupree doubles up as well, right? It's that double B that Astralis have been playing round after round ever since Liquid first went to A. Just expecting eventually Liquid have to come this way, and it's finally worked out, and wonderfully at that. Liquid were never ready for it. They get a B pick, they think it's a done deal. Just couldn't be further from the truth. And now back to Magisk just solo anchoring. Liquid have been burnt by that B site, and they're gonna just sit back and relax, wait for Astralis to make a move. But when have these CTs ever offered anything up early? Dupree joins Magisk. The AWP sits back even further for Device, so this Molotov close cat won't do a thing. Might obscure his vision a bit, as will the flashbang. Device takes a blind shot and drops. But more nades where that came from. Leech eats one. There's a second. Boom. Down to 50 he goes. Vice backs up to the car. He can help support Zip on long and also stop that cat-to-A play that Liquid is the only thing that's worked out to get them a T-sided round. Their contact mid to B. They might catch Glaive, but is he going to jump? Is he going to give away anything, or is it just a molly and a fadeaway as he flashes through the smoke? He drops the bomb and escapes with his life. How on earth does Glaive get away with that with no punishment for Liquid? Great utility for Astralis, and now Elige crosses through the gap.
Liquid, man, they're fighting upstream, but there's Elige to double down and open it up, trying to get into B, but you got to get past Magisk. There's the trade at least. The late window player has opened up a chance. A 2v2, Device and Zip on the other end. And Twist is looking to take a fight, perhaps, up on the window. At least he could look to swing from here, right? There are flashes on Grim to set him up for that, but he will drop down. At this point, you need anything you can get your hands on. You don't want to throw this man advantage away. Waiting right now.
It's a good setup.
Device looking to be that first man in. Flash goes over, Zips out of the round, and Device knows at this point this one might be too far gone. That molly really seals the deal. And so Liquid trying to stay afloat, put a 9th up on the board. Still a long ways to go before this even feels remotely doable. But we know they've been good in these late game comebacks. Device takes both the weapons out of their hands and gets the AWP out of it. Salt in the wound for Liquid. They're having to work so hard to get out of this with anything, even with individuals like Elige giving us those doubles, opening up rounds. And even in the ones they're winning, it's still so punishing from Astralis.
Yeah, this entire series has just felt like Liquid just trying to stay above water, right? Trying not to drown in the Danish murky waters. Device doing more. That AWP save worth its weight in gold as he picks up the first onto Naf. Stewie has a scout, still fighting back down middle. Twist is fast cat at least. He's got a good position, but Astralis have already pulled Device back to the A side to deal with him. A shot through the door could kill Dupree, but he ducks below. Limbo for Dupree. And no damage done. Liquid back to Cat with a bomb outside long. If Magisk in the tucked corner can kill that, that would be the round. It can't be Stewie going alone into this position with that package. So Elige comes back to join him, who has had a great game, but is it all in vain? I don't know if they'll be ready for Magisk in this position, especially with Device smoking it from the corner.
Even getting one here would be huge. That smoke fades, Magisk, UMP, waiting for these kills to come his way. Elige first man in, he hears the flashes, he knows fights are about to come over. Device is even here to help out, and that AWP, while it is good for one, they give it the respect to get back to the car. That might be their undoing. The short play now from Twist. Oh, Device reads it in with the flick, burning alive, and the collateral in the flames. The ace for Device, and what a way to put up 14. That is unheard of. Device doing them dirty from the car.
Oh my goodness, pack it up, Device. Devastation. How does he do this? The flick back to Twist as well. He even knows he's coming, looks away, sees him, and then collateral close? That's his second collateral on the CT side. Device is unleashed. And there's no answer for Liquid.
That's the thing, man. Think about Device and who he's had to face throughout this, right? They knock out the Zywoo boys, right? Then he goes on to beat Simple. Well, now in this grand final, by comparison, he's being left unchallenged on this other side. And even when we've had glimmers of hope from guys like Stewie, from guys like Naf, the moment they put Device on the case, you'll note that those players fall a damn sight quieter. Now, out through mid, Dupree, ready and waiting. Astralis want this done. They want it over. They mean business. Elige is going to get out at least, right? Trying to gimmick his way around these smokes, and there might be a kill on his plate after all. Re-smoke into CT. Dupree gets ahead of it. Oh, no. Oh, no. It's all falling apart. 15 for Astralis. One away from an incredibly dominant best-of-5 series to take the title.
They are boiling Liquid alive right now. 2 T rounds, nothing more for Liquid. No money. They forced up against 14. They had to. They've got nothing at Astralis. What a way to end the year. Falling out of the top 10 just to try and get back to that top spot. And the end of 2020 could be glorious after all. It could be all Danish. Dupree, quick nade, it's good. Naf Fast Cat with a gang. It's Twist running the gauntlet right up towards the short side. He runs out mid with the bomb. He's leading the charge. There is no chill for Liquid. But Astralis concede. They give it up. They go, you want mid or you can have it. We'll smoke ourselves off in the door. It's a push through the smoke. Grim with one. Magist trades. He's low on ammo. 6 bullets. The UMP battle. The Twist takes him down instead. Stu drops in the sight. And the bomb should get planted. Astralis, they're not done yet.
They say it's not over till it's over, right? But it's another miraculous feat that Liquid are going to have to accomplish. And with the form that we're seeing out of Astralis right now, they can take a couple of blows. They can take a couple of punches. They've always been good at that in every map in this series. Yeah, they'll occasionally let them get close. But one team, and one team only, has been closing out maps today. And it is Astralis. So you're asking Liquid now to do what they couldn't across either of the other maps.
Yeah, even a hunt here is huge for Liquid because it's like you don't even have guns, right? Naf's on a Galil, Alicia's deeging. Stewie just dropped his UMP, traded it out, but it doesn't matter. Liquid is scampering for any kind of money, any semblance of control. Astralis, 5 tournament points, championship points to close out Dust 2. A quick pause before they do. It's exactly what closed out Overpass as well. It was a massive comeback for Liquid on their CT side. They made us a little bit worried. They made Astralis question it. But one pause and right back in, they close it back-to-back rounds. Astralis only need 1 this time around. Is there any stopping them, Harry?
The pressure is building. Astralis, they can feel it. They can feel that return to number 1, the return of the Kings. And Liquid, the only team that stand in their way, tasked with something that many would consider impossible here. They're going to give it everything they got, but look at the aggression, look at the call from Astralis. They mean business. That last round was a fluke as far as they're concerned. The aggression netting them the opener. A man down for Liquid. They have struggled in these time and time again, and Device is the man to extend it further in favor of Astralis. Now stood on that finish line. 3 players is all that stands between them and a title. The bomb making its way into the site. Twists winning that fight at long as well. Gives them a chance in the post plant. A slim chance, but something to hold on to. Something to fight for. Flash in. Astralis still invested, still interested. And Dupree with the quick flick gets rid of Elige. Him at the ramp is very, very low. He's doing damage, but they've lost him, and it's Twists alone in the 1v3. Dupree with the kill, and Astralis grab that 16th. They take the 3rd, and that does mean that they've done it. My, oh my, in a year that was dominated by every team except the Danes, the one true Kings have retaken their throne, etching another notch onto that Intel Grand Slam. They've blazed the trail. They've slain every single beast that stood in their way. And now once again, they stand ready to close the year out as legends. Man, ladies and gentlemen, I can't believe it. I can't believe it. They look so good. Astralis, back on top, back on the throne. Ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, your Intel Grand Slam champions in Astralis.
Your IEM Global Challenge champions, Astralis. And they are a team that, as you pointed out, Harry, they're a team that refuse to stand by and let other people take their legacy away from them. Last year, they had a slump as well. They came back to this position at the end of 2019, and they've done it again. They've set a standard. They've proved that they are a team to beat. And really, there was one standout player for me. Personally, I don't know if you boys agree. Device.
Yeah, I think that's a very good starting point, right? Oh, what a tournament he's had. He's given us so many good games. Him and Dupree, that tag team especially. It's the left and right hook of Astralis. The two men that you want in any situation. And yeah, Device Man, that ace at the car, I think that really was like the final nail in the coffin, right? When he's doing stuff like that, there's no stopping him.
Well, I really hope that we do get to speak to him because we've got to ask him about that moment. But this is your Mountain Dew Game Fuel post-match. And Just 2 was always going to be a difficult one for Team Liquid. Do you ever think there was a moment when Liquid could have got back in the game, Hugo?
Oh, no, not really. Like, again, I said it in the cast, it felt like Liquid were just trying to stay above water in that series. So many starts that were slow, so many first halves dominated by Astralis. Liquid put up their best opening half in that map, and even then it didn't feel like enough. Device, that ace, that collat round on long, that's when it felt like the game, and the final was already over. Astralis, another era, perhaps. Did it ever really end? We don't even know.
I think as well, right, it was so apparent that Astralis were there to win that. Even when you look at the difference in those second halves, right, it was very, very measured from Liquid. And what that meant is that Astralis, every single time you were trying to take territory, you had entrenched Astralis players to go up against who are feeling their A game. And it's like, even when you finally, you know, like even when you've worked hard to take Cat away from them, well, they're ringing nades in, they're taking you down, they're doing all this damage. I'm really putting emphasis on that one in case you couldn't